Glicking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1176 Your nose is not a dog's nose. At midnight, Fangxi finally felt sleepy. She put the wash basin and rolling pin into her storage ring, yawned, and fell into a deep sleep. There was a sudden chaos outside the barrier. Those red skeletons didn't care whose bones the ground belonged to. They just assembled them randomly and ran away crawling. The next morning, Fangxi and the other two learned from their experience of the previous day and had breakfast inside the grave mound. Then, come and see Elder G. Elder G's attitude didn't change much. He still had a stern face, but the content of his lecture was even more concise than yesterday. There was not a single word of nonsense. He spoke for an hour, then rested his hand on his chin and said, I have finished explaining the Nirvana Sutra to you. You can try to practice it after you go back today. If you have any questions, come and ask me tomorrow. Remember, if you feel uncomfortable during your practice, don't force it. If you damage your meridians, the gain will outweigh the loss. Fangxi and the other two nodded in agreement, thanked Elder G, and left the transmission hall. Returning to Fangxi's grave, Zhang Wen asked, Junior sister, should we practice this Nirvana Sutra or not? Master Zhichen told us that up to now no one has achieved Nirvana, which means that no one has been able to make flesh and blood grow back on his throat bones. So, if we really become a skeleton, there is no way to return to normal. I am so handsome and graceful, I really can't bear to become a skinny skeleton. Elder Bai coughed. I think you're worrying too much. Didn't you hear what Cheng Wuya said? It will take at least 5 to 10 years to fully cultivate the throat bones. We can't stay that long. Zhang Wen said disapprovingly. Others may need 5 to 10 years, but my junior sister and I may be able to master it in just 3 months. Besides, even if you only cultivate part of the spiritual bones it won't work. Think about it, if you train all your ribs into spiritual bones, how will you eat in the future? Won't they fall out after you eat? Elder Bai. What you said seems to make sense. Fangxi decided to ask Cheng Wuya this question. So, he sent a message to Cheng Wuya. Brother Cheng, before the whole body is cultivated into spiritual bones, for example, if I only cultivate the ribs into spiritual bones, will the bones be exposed when I first connect them? Cheng Wuya's message came back immediately. Junior sister Fangxi, even if there is still a bone in your body that has not been cultivated into a spiritual bone, you will not appear in the form of a skeleton, and your body structure is no different from that of an ordinary person. After Fangxi thanked Cheng Wuya, he relayed the words to Zhang Wen and Elder Bai. The two of them felt relieved now and decided to cultivate a rib first. In order to discuss at any time, the two did not return to their own graves, but practiced Nirvana together in Fangxi. All three of them were geniuses in cultivation, and even though it was their first time to come into contact with the Nirvana technique, everything went very smoothly. The first step of Nirvana is to guide the blood and qi into the bones. According to Elder G, it can be done in 5 days at the least and 10 days at the most. Therefore, the three of them were not in a hurry and stopped practicing after running the Nirvana Sutra several times in their bodies. After Zhang Wen and Elder Bai left, Fangxi took out the wash basin and rolling pin to practice the Sanskrit sound technique. She slept soundly last night. It seems that this Sanskrit chanting technique has a hypnotic effect. It would be a waste if you don't practice it. Outside the barrier, the group of red skeletons came again. However, unlike the aggressive behavior of the previous 2 days, today they were obviously a little cautious. They waited for a while, and seeing nothing unusual, they rushed forward and began to tear apart the barrier. After just 2 bites, they began to roll on the ground, covering their skulls with their hands, and their bones were scattered all over the ground. Fangxi knew nothing about this, but suddenly an idea came to her mind. She thought she could try to simplify the Buddhist scriptures and see if she could just use Amitabha instead. Unfortunately, the progress was not smooth and the Brahma sound technique became intermittent. This is a tough time for the red skeletons. Just when I realized the pain was gone and had put the bones together halfway, my consciousness started to feel severe pain again and it fell apart. After a while, the pain went away, but just as I picked up a few bones, the pain started again. The jaws of those skulls kept making crackling sounds, and it was unclear whether they were screaming or cursing. At the beginning of the Western Night Watch, Fangxi fell asleep, and then the skeletons struggled to get up, and ran away staggeringly, one supporting another. Fangxi had another good night's sleep. Although they did not encounter any difficult problems during their practice, in order to highlight the role of Elder G, the three of them still picked a few questions to ask Elder G. After Elder G answered the question, he said, It seems that your cultivation is going well. If you have any questions in the future, come and ask me. If there are no problems, practice well and strive to cultivate the first spiritual bone as soon as possible. Fangxi and the other two nodded in agreement, bowed and left the transmission hall. The three were just about to return to the tomb to practice when they saw a number of people running excitedly in one direction. Zhang Wen curiously stopped the disciple and asked, Brother, where are you going? The man obviously didn't want to waste time, and said impatiently, You will know if you follow me. Zhang Wen. This sect where the skeletons hold a meeting has no humanity at all. Out of curiosity, Fangxi and the other two decided to follow and take a look. After turning several turns, a stream appeared in front. What surprised Fangxi and the other two was that the water in the stream was actually red. What shocked them even more was that all the disciples turned into skeletons at this time and rushed into the stream. To take a bath. Fangxi. Is this something a reserved little girl like me can watch? Ugh. It's a pity that I haven't cultivated my spiritual eyes yet, otherwise would I be able to see the scenes that many people want to see. Hey. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she was scolded by Zhu Xuan. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about, little girl? If you don't know, you would think that our Zhu family is a mess. Besides, I think what the spiritual eye see is just the face like that of ordinary people, and the body parts should still be the skeleton. Otherwise, these people will be embarrassed to death. Fangxi thought so too. Nishu is also a human being. He should have propriety, righteousness, integrity and honor. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into the appearance of an ordinary person. Ugh. What a pity. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. What a pity. If you have spiritual eyes, it means that you have also cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones, and others will see you naked. Fang Shi. I am guilty. I shouldn't have had such nonsense in my head. I shouldn't have had such nonsense in my mind. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. Fang Shi looked around curiously while purifying her mind. She found that the skeletons would not stay in the stream for too long, and would come out in a quarter of an hour at most. After coming out, everyone was full of energy, as if they had taken a tonic pill. It seems that this red stream should be beneficial to spiritual practice. She was so curious. Just as she was curious, Zhu Shihuan said, I think there might be blood from something in that stream, otherwise why is it red? Fang Shi sniffed, but I don't smell any blood. Zhu Shihuan sneered, your nose is not a dog's, isn't it normal that you can't smell it? Fang Shi. She still felt that it was unlikely to be blood. Although the Wangu Xianzong was filled with the aura of the underworld, it did not look like an evil sect, otherwise it would not have been tasked with suppressing the aura of death. Just when she was about to use this reason to convince Zhu Shihuan, she heard him say, you said our surname is Zhu, and your name is Xiaoxi, so maybe this Zhu Shi belongs to our family. Since this bloody stream is ours, shouldn't these bathing skeletons pay us a fee? Fang Shi. You are the first person who can explain the bandit theory so fresh and unconventional. On this point, I have a lot more bottom line. What's the cost of taking a shower? Wherever the blood river passes should be the territory of our blood family. This Wangu Xianzong belongs to our Lao Zhu family. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1177, The Gathering of Heroes, The Meeting of Bones. Fang Shi continued to watch the fun while joking with Zhu Shuan. This is the first time I have been able to watch someone take a bath so openly. Although they are all skeletons, there are fat, thin, tall and short ones. It can be considered a gathering of heroes, a meeting of bones. Zheng Wen whispered, little sister, what do you think will happen if we jump down? Fang Shi raised an eyebrow, why don't you try it? Zheng Wen. I'm not stupid. He rolled his eyes and said, why don't you ask senior brother Cheng what's going on with this stream? Fang's eyes lit up, and when she was about to send a message to Cheng Wuya, she heard someone behind her shouting. Junior sister Fang. Fang Shi turned around and saw Cheng Wuya running towards her in a hurry. Fang Shi immediately smiled brightly, senior brother Cheng. Zheng Wen felt jealous and thought, junior sister, you smile so enthusiastically, aren't you afraid that people will misunderstand you? In fact, Fang Shi just felt that Cheng Wuya came at the right time and just happened to help her solve her doubts. When Cheng Wuya came closer, Fang Shi couldn't wait to ask. Brother Cheng, why is the water in this stream red? Why are so many people jumping in to bathe? Cheng Wuya is now eager to soak in the stream. If someone else had stopped him and asked him questions, he would have definitely become impatient, but the person standing in front of him is junior sister Fang, who has a powerful background. He immediately smiled and explained to Fang Shi. Junior sister Fang, this stream is called Mengpo Creek, and it is the treasure of our Wangu Xianzong. Fang Shi thought, this naming style is just as horrible as ever. Cheng Wuya continued. Most of the time, Mengpo Creek is no different from a normal stream, and only occasionally does it turn blood red. If you jump in and take a bath at this time, it can temper your spiritual bones and be of great benefit to your cultivation. However, there is a prerequisite for doing this, and that is that you must cultivate a complete set of spiritual bones, otherwise your flesh and blood will be corroded and the consequences will be disastrous. So, junior sister Fang, you must not get close to Mengpo Creek, lest you accidentally fall in. I won't chat with you guys for now, I'm going to go over and soak in the water for a while, lest the bloodstream disappears. Don't worry, I'll be up in a quarter of an hour. After saying that, Cheng Wuya hurriedly jumped into the stream. The moment he jumped in, he also turned into a skeleton. The voice of Zhu Shihuan immediately rang out from Fang's eyes consciousness. What do you think of this stream? I said this stream is called Blood Creek, right? Fang Shi. It's obviously called Mengpo Xi, okay. Because Cheng Wuya said he would be up in a quarter of an hour, Fang Shi and the other two couldn't leave. However, the three of them retreated a distance. Although the place where they were standing now was still more than 10 feet away from Mengpo Creek, they still stayed away for safety reasons. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. When Fang Shi was admiring the beauty of skinny girls, she heard a cursing voice behind her. What a bunch of idiots. You've already sneaked in before we even arrived. Get up here right now. Fang Shi turned her head and saw that the person who was speaking was a tall and thin man wearing a black robe with golden patterns embroidered on it. There were 8 other people around him, wearing the same robes. Fang Shi had heard Cheng Wuya mention that the levels of Wangu Xianzong's disciples, from the bottom up, were outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. Cheng Wuya was the disciple. Although he was nominally a disciple of Elder Jiang, they were not in a master-disciple relationship. Only direct disciples are qualified to call the other party master. However, the elders will not easily accept disciples. They will observe for a long time before making a decision. If there is no satisfactory candidate, they may not accept him. In Cheng Wuya's generation, only 9 people have become his direct disciples so far. These direct disciples have a very high status, and other disciples dare not offend them. For example, at this time, although there was no relevant regulation in the sect that required the disciples to bathe in Mengpo Creek first, as soon as they arrived, all the people who were originally soaking in the creek hurried to get ashore. Not only did they get ashore, but they also humbled themselves and apologized to 9 disciples. Cheng Wuya is also among them. He was very unconvinced in his heart, but did not dare to show it. After the 9 people jumped into the stream, Cheng Wuya walked over to the 3 people from Fang Shi and said with a smile. Junior sister Fang, I forgot to ask you just now, why are you here? Fang Shi could tell that he was forcing a smile, but she didn't expose it. We saw a lot of people coming this way, so we followed to see what was going on. By the way, brother Cheng, why does this stream water occasionally turn red? This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, about 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1178. Others attract peach blossoms, but you attract dog urine moss. Cheng Wuya shook his head. Although the sect has been trying to crack the secret of Mengpo Creek, it has not achieved anything. Fang Shi asked again, Brother Cheng, since this Mengpo Creek is beneficial to cultivation, why didn't I see any elders coming? Cheng Wuya smiled and said, although this Mengpo Creek is good, it is only useful for cultivators below the 5th grade spiritual bone. The elders' cultivation is all above the 6th grade, so there is no need for them to come here to soak. Fang Shi suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Is there a time limit for soaking? It seems like it only soaked for a quarter of an hour before coming out. Cheng Wuya nodded. Although the stream water is helpful for cultivation, if you stay in it for more than a quarter of an hour, it will be extremely painful, so everyone controls the time to less than a quarter of an hour. Even if I came up halfway through like I did, the total time of soaking again would not exceed a quarter of an hour. Alas, I am just afraid that the stream water will return to normal after a while. Fang Shi lowered her voice and asked, why do they insist on letting you come up? Is it that the fewer people there are, the better the effect will be? Cheng Wuya sneered, don't even mention that we have so few people, even if there are 10 times more of us, it won't make any difference, it's just a show of strength. After all, he is my direct disciple, so we can only swallow our anger. Fang Shi said with a sigh, that's really wicked. Cheng Wuya quickly said, Junior Sister Fang, keep your voice down. It will be bad if they hear you. Fang Shi nodded and changed the subject. She didn't want to cause trouble either. After all, she had just arrived and it was better to keep a low profile. A quarter of an hour later, the 9 disciples all came ashore. Each of them was radiant, with their noses upturned and an arrogant look on their faces. Even though they came up, the others didn't dare to go down immediately. They first asked the tall and thin man, what are you all standing there for? Do you think I have to ask you to go down? After he said this, everyone rushed to jump down. The tall and thin man curled his lips and said, a bunch of rubbish. It's useless even if you stay in there for your whole life. A short fat man next to him said, Brother Fan, what you said is wrong. Trash has its uses, and it can be used to show our abilities. The tall and thin man burst into laughter. Junior Brother Ren, what you said makes sense. The two of them joined in belittling the other disciples. Although the other disciples did not say anything, they all had contempt on their faces. Fang Shi thought, the elders of the Wangu Xianzong are probably blind. What kind of shit are they collecting? Logically speaking, the Wangu Xianzong has a deep foundation and would not make such a low-level mistake. Is there another hidden story? However, this has nothing to do with her. Once she finds a way to go back, she doesn't want to stay in this damn place for another day. The tall and thin man and his friends walked towards them while chatting and laughing. Cheng Wuya quickly pulled Fang Shi and the other two out of the way to avoid any trouble. Unexpectedly, the tall and thin man stopped in front of them. Cheng Wuya, you are really getting more and more useless as time goes by. Now you are hanging out with the inner disciples. TSK, you are still a new disciple. Although Cheng Wuya was very dissatisfied in his heart, he smiled and said, Brother Fan taught me a lesson. I will definitely practice hard in the future and strive to improve myself. The tall and thin man sneered, you are such a good for nothing. Whether you are ambitious or not, you are just this good. Cheng Wuya didn't dare to say anything except nodding and smiling. I thought that was the end, but unexpectedly the tall and thin man's eyes fell on Fang Shi, and he looked at her for a long time and said, are you a newbie? Do you know that you will be punished if you fail to cultivate your first spiritual bone within 3 months? Although Fang Shi didn't want to pay attention to him, she nodded and said, I know. The tall and thin man smiled and said, that's good to know. If you practice by yourself, it may not be that easy. Why don't you become a Taoist partner with me? With my help, not to mention cultivating the first spiritual bone in 3 months, I guarantee that you can cultivate all the spiritual bones within 3 years and become an inner disciple. If there weren't so few female cultivators in the sect, and you looked pretty good, I wouldn't have looked down on a piece of trash like you. After saying this, he looked at Fang Shi with an expression of favor, as if this was a great gift to Fang Shi. Fang Shi. Where did this idiot come from? Lord Zhuxuan Jian was about to burst out laughing. Shaoxi, if I remember correctly, this seems to be the first time someone has taken a fancy to you, right? You said you were good looking, so why don't you have luck in love? It would be fine if I didn't attract any peach blossoms, but I actually attracted some dog urine moss. Fang Shi. Goddamn dog urine moss. This is an insult to dog urine moss. Seeing Fang Shi was still silent, the tall and thin man said impatiently, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Do you believe that I can make you unable to get along in the sect with just one word? Fang Shi finally raised his eyes and looked at the thing in front of him. Get lost. The tall and thin man almost thought he was hallucinating. What did you say? Zhang Wen blocked Fang Shi behind him and sneered. Not only are you blind, but your ears seem to be weak too. My little sister told you to get out. Get as far away as you can. You look like a sticky demon, yet you dare to covet my little sister. Did the toilet give you the courage? The tall and thin guy was almost angry to death. This was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this since he became a direct disciple. You wanna die? He stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Wen, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness and couldn't help but scream. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Shi pulled Zhang Wen into the crowd of onlookers and turned on the light of the saint. The two of them were like two little fish, moving nimbly among the crowd. Running and shouting. Mr. Fan, when you have time, take a look in the mirror and see what you're like. You call this trash and that trash, but I think you are the worst. The reason why your cultivation is higher than others is simply because you have occupied other disciples' cultivation resources. You are just a thief. You stole other people's resources and call them trash. What's the difference between this and cursing your mother while holding your rice bowl? Just because you are a direct disciple, you are so great. You are superior to others. You can point your finger at others and scold them. Just because you come, others have to come out of the water. Because of your selfishness, you have delayed the cultivation of other disciples. The sect uses the best resources to train you, and this is how you repay the sect. It's better to raise a group of pigs than to raise you. At least it can be used to eat meat. Now not only the tall and thin man, but also the other 8 disciples were furious because Feng Shi scolded them as well. The tall and thin man yelled at the disciples who were just watching the show, "Get out of my way, or I'll beat you up too." How dare the disciples who were just watching the show offend them? They quickly got out of the way. When they moved aside, Feng Shi and Junwen were revealed. Cheng Wuya's face turned pale. Junior Sister Feng was in big trouble now. By the way, he can ask Elder Jiang and Elder Ji for help. As soon as he took out the identity token, he heard a clang 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 sound. He looked over where the sound was coming from and saw Feng Shi taking out a wash basin and hitting it with a rolling pin. As she knocked, she shouted, "Everyone, are you willing to be bullied by them? You can't beat them alone, 10 people can't beat them, and 100 people can't beat them. It is precisely because of your submissiveness that their arrogance has been fostered. We are all cultivating the path to Nirvana. What is the path to Nirvana? First die, then live. You don't even have the courage to resist, how can you talk about dying first and then living? Wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. Follow me, fight them." Feng Shi said as she threw the rolling pin in her hand towards the tall and thin man. It didn't matter whether she could hit him or not, the key was the momentum. At the same time, the big brick of spiritual consciousness kept hitting the heads of the tall and thin guys. Junwen, this supporting role quickly followed. "Everyone, I'm a newbie and I am not afraid of them, so what do you have to be afraid of? Even if the higher-ups blame us, they can't do anything to us since the Lord doesn't hold everyone responsible. Today, those who have been wronged will seek justice, those who have been vengeful will seek revenge, follow me." Elder Bai, who was pretending to be an old quail, also raised his arms and shouted in the back. "Opportunities are rare and will never come again. If we don't teach them a lesson today, they will become even more aggressive and we will have no chance to survive. They want us dead, so we kill them. Come on, everyone." Many of the people present had been bullied by the tall and thin guys, and it could even be said that they had a deep hatred for them. They had long been fed up with this humiliation, but they just didn't have the courage and strength to resist. Now that someone is taking the lead, and we have a large number of people on our side, we naturally have enough confidence. With a determined heart, he rushed forward, roaring. Once the door was opened, even those who had no grudges against the disciples joined in. Feng Shi was right. Why did these disciples act so bossy towards them after encroaching on their interests? They are such cowards. The tall and thin leader is about to explode with anger. The trash in their eyes actually dared to go against them. He was really courting death. Their cultivation was indeed impressive, but after all, there were only 9 of them, and they were quickly drowned out by the vast sea of spectators. For a moment, skulls and bones flew everywhere, accompanied by screams and curses. Cheng Wuya, who was about to ask Elder Jiang for help, said, "Chaos. It's messed up. It's a complete mess. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1179 Junior Sister Feng Shi is really brave." Cheng Wuya was confused. Disciples like Fan Zhen enjoyed an extraordinary status in the sect. Not to mention disciples like them, even some elders without real power would show them some courtesy. And now they were being beaten up. Is everyone crazy? He couldn't even remember for a moment how things had developed to this point. Correct. It's Junior Sister Feng Shi. It was she who encouraged, no, inspired everyone with her words, which gave them the courage to resist. Junior Sister Feng Shi is so brave. However, he was also worried about Feng Shi. Even if she has the support of Elder Jiang and Elder Ji, today's matter will not be resolved peacefully. She may be punished and expelled from the sect. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If he had known this would happen, he should have asked Feng Shi and the other 2 to go back before going into the water, and the subsequent events would not have happened. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Since it has already happened, we can only look forward. He felt it necessary to inform Elder Jiang and Elder Ji first so that they could prepare for the situation in advance and perhaps save Junior Sister Feng Shi, or at least prevent her from being tortured. You just need to organize your language better. He considered it again and again before sending a message to Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang, by the Mengpo River, Fan Zhen forced Junior Sister Feng Shi to be his Taoist partner, and when she refused, he got so angry that he wanted to use force. In order to protect herself, Junior Sister Feng Shi had no choice but to run away desperately. In anger, she listed the crimes of Fan Zhen and others, which aroused public indignation, and the crowd beat up Fan Zhen and others in a group. The situation is getting out of control now, and things have gotten out of hand. You have to come up with a plan to deal with it as soon as possible. Elder Jiang was shocked and confused when he received the message. Putting everything else aside, why did Cheng Wuya ask him to come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible? Neither party in the conflict has any interest in him. Oh, by the way, this Feng Shi seems to be related to Elder Ji. Cheng Wuya is delivering a message on behalf of Elder Ji. Well, although he usually does not show favoritism, for the sake of Elder Ji, he can give Feng Shi more opportunities to defend himself. But this time, Cheng Wuya also sent the same message to Elder Ji. Elder Ji had the same idea as Elder Jiang. He decided to lend a helping hand to Feng Shi when the time was right for Elder Jiang's sake. Of course, the premise of all this is that Feng Shi is really right, otherwise he would not get involved in this muddy water. Cheng Wuya had sent all the messages, but the fight had not stopped yet. Those 9 direct disciples have already been demolished. Every bone in the body bears their own hatred. Especially the skull. It's been kicked like a ball. Feng Shi picked up a rolling pin and smashed it at Fan Zhen's skull. How dare you, a piece of dog urine moss, covered this Buddha son, this phoenix ancestor, this saint lady, this princess, this sect master. I'm going to beat you to death. You know what, after she knocked it a few times, she found that this thing was much more convenient to use than the wash basin. Or maybe she'll use a skull as a wooden fish. Fan Zhen was angry and afraid, and wished he could cut Feng Shi into pieces. But he could no longer make a sound. A Nirvana cultivator with a 6th grade spiritual bone or above can freely disassemble the bones of his body, and it will not have any impact even if they fall apart. That's what old skeletons are like. Fan Zhen is now barely a 5th grade spiritual bone. Although his life is no longer in danger after being disassembled into parts, he has no power to resist and can only be sorted. Feng Shi knocked Fan Zhen's skull 99 times and 81 times before finally stopping. She actually wanted to throw Fan Zhen's skull into Mengpo Creek, because Cheng Wuya said that after more than a quarter of an hour it would be extremely painful, and there was no better punishment than this. But she has already caused such a big mess, if she accidentally kills Fan Zhen and the others, it will be a bad ending. She felt the temperature was about right, so she found a big rock, stood on it, and started knocking on the wash basin. Everyone, stop it, I have something to say. The disciples who were just watching the show stopped and looked at Feng Shi in confusion. Feng Shi bowed to everyone and said, everyone, thank you for your help, otherwise I would have been bullied by Fan Zhen and others today. You are all my benefactors, please accept my greetings. Feng Shi said this and bowed deeply to everyone. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai standing by also saluted. Immediately, a melon-eating disciple shouted. Junior Sister Feng, you are too polite. We have long disliked Fan Zhen and his men and have wanted to deal with them. Rather than helping you, it's more like venting our anger for ourselves. These bastards eat other people's food but do nothing else. They deserve a beating. They bully us on a daily basis, and this is their retribution. Ellipsis. Feng Shi raised his hand and pressed it down, and everyone quieted down. Everyone, after all, this incident was caused by me, and I cannot let you bear the blame for me. When we get to the law enforcement hall, I will take all the responsibility on myself. At worst, I will be expelled from the sect, which is much better than implicating you. Before Feng Shi said this, he had been madly adding saint's light to himself, almost like a 1,000-layer pancake. The effect is also great. The disciples who were watching the show were so moved that they could not express it in words. Junior Sister Feng Shi is so responsible. So kind. They were the ones who beat him up, how could they let a little girl like her take the blame? So, they all shouted, Junior Sister Feng Shi, what are you talking about? If Fan Zhen and the others weren't so arrogant, we wouldn't have beaten them. This has nothing to do with you. Yes, let's not talk about the past, let's talk about today. We were enjoying ourselves in Mengpo Creek, but they came and chased us out. This is too much of a bully. It's not just today, they have done this in the past. It is because of their selfishness and domineering behavior that many of their fellow disciples have missed the opportunity to bathe. That's right, Junior Sister Feng Shi, we know you mean well, but it's not necessary. We were the ones who beat the man, so if the law enforcement hall wants to punish us, let them do it. Ellipsis. Feng Shi was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes and she choked up and said, everyone, how could I, Feng Shi, be so worthy to meet fellow disciples as good as you? Since you insist on doing so, I will not insist any more. But it is not us who are wrong, it is these 9 scums. We are going to the law enforcement hall now, not to surrender ourselves, but to report and expose the truth. Fan Zhen and others committed 9 crimes. The first case is occupying Mengpo Creek, causing fellow disciples to miss the opportunity to bathe. The second sect is arrogant and domineering, which affects the unity of the sect. The third one is to bully others by taking advantage of their power and destroy the reputation of their master. The Western sect is proud and complacent, and has no desire to make progress. The fifth sect suppressed its fellow disciples, causing many of them to suffer damage to their spiritual faith. Ellipsis. The ninth case, robbing men and women, worse than beasts. They are the termites of our Wangbu Xianzong, the rotten fish and shrimp that spoil the whole pot of soup, the black sheep of the group, and they must be severely punished. As soon as Feng Shi finished speaking, Zhang Wen raised his arms and shouted. Black sheep must be severely punished. If the termites are not eliminated, there will never be peace. Everyone immediately started shouting. It was sparse at first, but soon became neat and tidy. The shouts were deafening and the momentum was overwhelming. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1180. As long as there is drama in your heart, life is a stage everywhere. Cheng Wuya was dumbfounded once again. What did he hear? What did he see? This was nothing like what he expected. He thought Feng Shi would be terrified, and he thought that others would regret it or even shirk responsibility after they calmed down. So, what is going on now? The defendant became the plaintiff. Or a large group of plaintiffs. Even though Fan Zhen and his men have high positions, the law enforcement hall has to weigh their options when so many people are suing them. Junior sister Feng Shi is so smart. Hearing the shouts of the crowd, his throat started to itch and he started shouting too. Jump high and shout. At this time, Feng Shi waved her hand. Take them and let's go to the law enforcement hall. Everyone was busy working. They certainly wouldn't give Fan Zhen and his 9 companions a chance to assemble, and they didn't care whose bones among the 9 of them were, they just threw them into several sacks like garbage. On the way, Feng Shi mobilized everyone to make more than a dozen banners. Anyway, it's just writing a few words on the cloth, it's very simple. The words must be read. Regardless of whether it is human blood or not, it at least looks like blood writing. Cheng Wuya was stunned for who knows how many times. Junior sister Feng Shi is indeed someone with a powerful background, her operation is really great. The group met people from the law enforcement hall on the way. The people from the law enforcement hall came in a threatening manner and ran away in a panic. Oh my god, are these disciples going to rebel? It's so scary. The people from the law enforcement hall ran really fast. They ran back in a flash. Master, something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened. Siu, the head of the law enforcement hall, looked gloomy. Why are you so flustered? Didn't you go to Mengpo Creek to settle the incident? Why are you back? Master, there is no need to go to Mengpo Creek. Trouble is brewing. Master Siu. He glared at the disciple who was speaking and said, you can't even speak clearly. Get out of the way. Liang Hong, tell me what's going on. The disciple named Liang Hong quickly said, Master, we met a large group of disciples on the road. They claimed that they wanted to sue 9 of our disciples. They are very angry, and many of them are holding banners and heading towards our law enforcement hall. Hall Master Siu frowned. What did you say? They want to sue 9 of their own disciples. How many people are there? Liang Hong said hurriedly, roughly estimated, there must be several thousand people. Anyway, you can't see the end at a glance. How many? Several thousand people. Master Siu almost thought he had misheard. Thousands of people. Even if someone colluded, there is no way to convince so many people in such a short time, right? Or did those 9 direct disciples do something so unpopular that everyone came to petition spontaneously without anyone instigating them? The one who had to be praised was Hall Master Siu. Although he lost his composure for a moment, he quickly regained his composure. No matter how many people come, this case will be tried as it should be. Go out and make arrangements. I will personally conduct the trial today. Yes. We weren't ready yet when Fengxi and the others arrived. That is to say, the open space outside the law enforcement hall is large enough, otherwise there would be no room for everyone to stand. Led by Zhang Wen, everyone shouted slogans loudly. Thinking of the injustice they had encountered and the humiliation they had suffered, their eyes turned red. Even Hall Master Siu was shocked by the scene. He immediately slammed the gavel and released his pressure. Silence. Who is the plaintiff? Who is he suing? Even though the disciples were shouting slogans loudly just now, they were now intimidated by the pressure from Hall Master Siu and were silenced. Fengxi knew it was her turn to make a shining debut. Every time she saw the words, Law Enforcement Hall, she got excited. Because the Law Enforcement Hall is her stage. As long as you have drama in your heart, life is a stage everywhere. She walked out of the crowd, and although it was only a few steps, she walked out with the tragic grandeur of the whistling wind and the cold Yishui River. Seeing this, the disciples who were just watching the show felt ashamed and guilty. They had agreed to share the blame, but now junior sister Fengxi has to bear it alone. Are they still human? They are so damned. After Fengxi left the crowd, he bowed to Master Siu. Inner Sect disciple Fengxi pays respect to Hall Master Chia Hao. She didn't know Hall Master Siu before and just heard about him from others. Hall Master Siu looked at Fengxi and found that he really knew Fengxi. The main reason is that there are too few female disciples in the Wangu Xianzong, and Fengxi is the only new female disciple in the past few years. You are the plaintiff. Who are you suing? Fengxi said with emotion. The plaintiffs are all the disciples except the 9 direct disciples. I am just a representative elected by everyone. Fan Zhen and his 9 men were not worthy of their positions and committed 9 grave crimes. The sun and the moon are bright, the world is clear, and as direct disciples, they enjoy the best resources, but they're so unscrupulous that they harm their fellow disciples. They're truly black sheep. I beg Master Siu to severely punish Fan Zhen and the other 9, and give us justice. Zhang Wen quickly followed in the crowd and shouted. Punish the scum severely and give us justice. The others had been holding back their anger due to self-blame and guilt for a long time, and they immediately started shouting. Master Siu. He had never seen such a scene in his life. He slammed the gavel and said, Silence. Fengxi, let me ask you, where are Fan Zhen and the other 9 now? Fengxi turned to the crowd and said, Please bring out Fan Zhen and the others. Master Siu. What does pour out mean? Then he saw several people coming out of the crowd, carrying several large sacks in their hands. Then he fell to the ground with a crash, and bones were scattered all over the ground. Master Siu. He didn't recognize the other bones, but he recognized those 9 skulls. Aren't these Fan Zhen and the others? This isn't just a beating up, this is being torn into pieces. At this time, Fan Zhen and his team were sorting garbage. The bones were all mixed together, so I had to pick out my own bones first and then put them together. After a long time of effort, I finally assembled it. Fengxi thought, it seems that the old skeleton's cultivation is much higher than theirs, because the old skeleton's assembly speed is much faster than theirs. Fan Zhen and the other 9 looked at Fengxi with resentment, especially Fan Zhen. He remembered clearly that Fengxi almost smashed his skull. If looks could kill, Fengxi would have died more than 10,000 times by now. They were so busy staring at Fengxi that they didn't even think of paying their respects to Hall Master Siu. Fengxi naturally would not miss this opportunity, and immediately said, Master Siu, I want to add another crime to them, contempt of court. Fan Zhen and the other 9 people. You shouldn't be called Fengxi, you should be called Fengxi. Take advantage of any opportunity. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1181. If it was a chapter like this, she would be very excited. Fan Zhen and the others had no time to settle the score with Fengxi, and hurriedly paid their respects to Hall Master Siu. Master Siu, it's not that we disrespect the court, but we were seriously injured and haven't recovered for a while. Fengxi thought, TSK, isn't this quite a nice way of speaking? He is just trying to figure out what to do with someone. At this time, there was a commotion outside the crowd, and more than a dozen old men in purple robes walked in. Hall Master Siu frowned. The dozen or so people who came were all elders of the sect. 9 of them were Fan Zhen's masters. This was normal. Since the disciples were captured, they naturally came to support them. As for the other few, they are either troublemakers or old foxes. What are they here for? Are you here to watch the fun or to stir up trouble? Hall Master Siu bowed slightly as a greeting, and asked someone to bring chairs for the elders to sit down. Fan Zhen and the others were a little panicked at first, but now that they saw their backers coming, they suddenly felt fearless. At this time, Master Siu slapped the table. The disciples are accusing you of 9 sins. Will you plead guilty? One of the disciples named Yan Guangru said angrily. Master Siu, these charges are completely false. They were all instigated by Feng Shi and framed us out of jealousy. They beat us severely without any reason, so please ask Master Siu to seek justice for us. The disciples who were just watching the show were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, but due to the pressure from the elders, no one dared to say a word. Feng Shi thought to himself, this generation of spectators is no good. Don't you have the courage to say anything? It seems that not only have you lost your flesh and blood, but you have also lost your courage. Luckily, she has the best supporting actor among the crowd. Sure enough, she soon heard Zheng Wen's voice. It's all fabricated, a frame-up. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you are lying with your eyes open. Take Mengpo Creek for example, every time the 9 of you went in to bathe, you had to clear the area, causing many people to miss the opportunity to bathe. After he took the lead, those who were brave enough also started shouting. Yes, what we said was the truth. One time, because I didn't give way to Fan Zhen, he kicked me so hard that I was seriously injured. I had to stay in bed for 3 months. You keep calling us trash. Over time, we no longer believe in ourselves. Aren't you destroying our faith? Just now, Fan Zhen forced junior sister Feng Shi to be his Taoist partner beside Mengpo Creek. When she disagreed, he shouted for her to be beaten and killed. How is he any different from a bully in the secular world? Ellipsis. The crowd became more and more angry as they talked. If it weren't for the pressure from the law enforcement hall, they would have probably rushed up to continue beating up these disciples. The faces of the elders who were listening in were not very happy, especially the master of Fan Zhen and the other 9 people, but no one said anything. At this time, Yan Guangru said, Master Siu, I have something to report. First, the clearing of Mengpo Creek was not because we were being tyrannical, but because we heard that the concentration of the red stream has changed in recent years, so we let others go out so that they can concentrate on sensing the concentration. Second, accusing us of bullying other disciples is a huge injustice. We are completely disappointed with them, and seeing that their cultivation is stagnant, we are trying to stimulate them. Third, although we 9 can't say that we are very hardworking, our cultivation is always outstanding among our peers. How can you say that we don't strive for progress? Dixie, we have never done anything bad in the name of our respective masters, so how can we damage their reputation? Fifth, the so-called bullying of men and women is even more nonsense. It is obvious that Feng Shi has just entered the sect and has no foundation, so she wants to cling to senior brother Fan Zhen and deliberately seduce him. As the saying goes, a beautiful lady is a desirable match for a gentleman. Brother Fan Zhen couldn't resist the temptation and proposed to her to become his Taoist partner. Who would have thought that she would turn the tables and slander brother Fan Zhen? That's not all. She also deliberately confounded right and wrong, and stirred up conflict between other disciples and our direct disciples. She is so evil. Master Siu, please understand me. After he finished speaking, the elder's expressions obviously relaxed a lot. Yan Guangru's master, Elder Jin, even smiled a little, obviously very satisfied with his disciple's performance. The expression of Siu Hall Master did not change at all. He looked at Feng Shi. Do you have anything to say about what Yan Guangru said? Feng Shi withdrew her gaze from her second uncle and said to Master Siu. What Yan Guangru said is nothing but specious arguments, which cannot stand up to scrutiny. He said that the 9 of them cleared the area in order to study the changes in the concentration of the red stream. Have they submitted the relevant research results to the sect? Even if there is no final result, there should be some experience and insights, right? Then let them talk about what they have researched on the spot. Separate them and speak one by one to see if what they say is consistent. Fan Zhen and the others immediately looked panicked. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at once that they are guilty. At this time, Fan Zhen's master, Elder Ken, Kaufman said. Although Fan Zhen and his men did not submit a report to the sect, they did report the relevant situation to this elder. According to their measurements, the concentration of red streams sometimes fluctuates, but overall it shows an upward trend. So, what they said was true, the clearing was indeed to test the concentration of red stream. When Elder Ken said this, Fan Zhen and the others immediately revealed a smug look on their faces. With Elder Ken as the guarantor, what else can Feng Shi say? Feng Shi really didn't expect that Elder Ken would come out to give false testimony, and it was false testimony that would be difficult for her to refute. She originally thought that today was not exciting enough because these 9 disciples were so stupid. Unexpectedly, the difficulty suddenly escalated. If that's the case, she'll be very excited. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1182, it turns out that this is a family tradition. After Elder Ji took his seat, he and Elder Jiang exchanged glances that showed mutual understanding. Elder Ji thought, Jiang has always claimed that he is impartial, but now he is bowing to him for a little girl. I forgot to ask Cheng Wuya, what is the relationship between this little girl and the man named Jiang? However, this little girl Feng Shi is really troublesome. That's right, she dared to threaten him, what else could she not dare to do? However, she got into big trouble this time. It's useless even if Elder Jiang supports her. After all, there are 9 elders over there. Never mind, at the critical moment he helped to say a few good words and let her leave the sect safely. It's not good for a little girl to be beaten to pieces. After seeing Elder Ken giving false testimony to Fan Zhen and the others, Elder Ji felt that the outcome was decided. The law enforcement hall will not deal with the 9 disciples, nor will it deal with the disciples who beat people. It will only deal with Feng Shi. What a funny little girl, what a shame. When he was sighing in his heart, he found that Feng Shi straightened his little waist, raised his little head, and his eyes became brighter. Elder Ji couldn't help but have a lot of questions in his mind. How come this little girl is even more energetic? Are you scared to death? At this time, he heard Feng Shi say to Master Siu. Master, if someone gives false testimony in court, what will be the consequences? Hall Master Siu was quite cooperative. According to the rules of our sect, if someone dares to give false testimony in court, he will be punished according to the severity of the case. Minor punishments include confiscation of training materials, and serious punishments include execution. Why do you ask this question? Fang Shi immediately bowed and saluted. Master, I want to add another defendant, the elder who just spoke. I am suing him for openly giving false testimony in court. Elder Ken. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his hearing. This Fang Shi actually dared to sue him. Is she crazy? He pointed at Fang Shi and said angrily, how dare you? You are so bold and reckless. No wonder you deliberately provoked trouble. You deserve to be killed. Fang Shi didn't even look at him and said to Master Siu. Master, give him another roaring court. Master Siu. I have tried so many cases, but this is the first time I have encountered a plaintiff changing the complaint at any time. He banged the gavel. Silence. Fang Shi, you are accusing Elder Ken of perjury. Do you have any evidence? Elder Ken sneered. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Even if she was eloquent, she can prove that he was committing perjury. He wanted to accuse her of false accusation. Everyone had the same idea. Elder Ken was talking about being able to attack or defend, and Fang Shi had no way to prove that he was lying. At this time, Fang Shi said, Master Siu, I request that the 10 criminals be isolated separately. I have my own way to prove the truth. Elder Ken's nose was almost crooked from anger. I haven't done anything yet, and you're already labeling me a criminal. However, he felt that Hall Master Siu would not really isolate him. After all, his identity is here. At this time, a man stood up angrily. It's Elder Ji. Elder Ji's face was filled with anger, and he said to Hall Master Siu. This Fang Shi Jianshu is talking nonsense. Elder Ken is so highly respected, how could he give false testimony? If she said this in front of everyone, wouldn't Elder Ken's reputation be ruined if rumors spread? I think it would be better to just do as she said and isolate Elder Ken and those 9 people. Let's speak with facts and clear Elder Ken's name. Elder Ken, at #% and %. Are you talking to me? You just want me to be embarrassed. He, the chief, was about to explode with rage. Fortunately, Elder Jin and others spoke out to support them, basically saying that this move was extremely inappropriate and Fang Shi was just being unreasonable. Hall Master Siu frowned and said nothing. At this time, Fang Shi sighed. Master Siu, I know you are in a difficult position being caught in the middle, so why don't I take a step back and not isolate Elder Ken, but only isolate the other 9 including Fan Zhen. However, you have to make sure that no one is cheating while I'm questioning you. Hall Master Siu nodded and said, okay, I will set up a quarantine formation around you while you question the 9 of them, so that outsiders will not be able to interfere. Fang Shi bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master Siu. Elder Ji thought to himself, wow, this Fang Shi is really a cunning guy. It is estimated that she had no intention of isolating Elder Ken at all. Her purpose was to get Hall Master Siu to agree to isolate Fan Zhen and the other 9. There is a 99% chance that this little girl is a relative of Mr. Jiang. It's all full of twists and turns. Hall Master Siu immediately isolated Fan Zhen and the other 9 people. Fan Zhen and the other 9 were a little unsure, but Elder Ken had just stated the conclusion of the stream test, so they just had to follow his instructions. If they couldn't answer a question, they would just lie that their throat was damaged and they couldn't remember it. Liang Fang Shi wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The first person Fang Shi asked was Fan Zhen. Just now Elder Ken said that you reported the test results to him. Who reported it to him? Fan Zhen rolled his eyes and said, the test was done by 9 of us together, so naturally we will report it together. Fang Shi nodded. How many times did you report it in total? Fan Zhen paused for a moment and said, we usually report our progress to Elder Ken, so I can't remember how many times. Fang Shi nodded again. When was the last time? Fan Zhen covered his head and said, you hit me on the head hundreds of times with a rolling pin before. My consciousness is throbbing now and I can't remember anything. Fang Shi chuckled. You are not being honest. I clearly only hit you 9,981 times. How can you say it was more than 100 times? The people outside the hearing. You count when you hit someone. Besides, it's already this late, and you're still fussing over these details. At this time, Fang Shi said. Fan Zhen, I'm a little curious why the 9 of you only reported the test results to Elder Ken, but didn't tell the other 8 elders. Do you look down on them? Or did Elder Ken reach some agreement with you in private? Fan Zhen immediately said angrily, stop talking nonsense here. Who said that we didn't tell the other 8 elders? We also reported it to them. Fang Shi nodded. Then I am judging others by my own standards. Fang Shi chose Yang Guangru next, because smart people are more likely to be too smart for their own good. She asked the same questions as before, and Yang Guangru evaded them by using the excuse that his spiritual consciousness was injured. Finally, Fang Shi said, just now I asked Fan Jian why he only told Elder Ken the test results, and he gave a reason. Can you also tell me why? Don't use the pain in your spiritual consciousness as an excuse. You don't need to explain it in detail, just the general idea will do. Yan Guangru panicked. Who knew what excuse that idiot Fan Zhen would come up with? If he said something wrong, wouldn't he be exposed? What should I do? His eyes rolled, he had an idea, and he said immediately. The 8 of us had a dispute over this matter in the beginning. Those high-sounding reasons given by Fan Zhen were all excuses. The most fundamental reason was that Elder Ken was his master. He was very proud. No matter what reasons Fan Zhen gave, he could always make it up. Elder Ken outside the isolation formation turned green in the face. Fortunately, he thought Yan Guangru was a smart person, but he was easily fooled by Fang Shi. Elder Ji said with a sigh. Elder Ken, I was just trying to defend you, but I didn't expect you to actually give false testimony. You are a senior elder, how could you do such a shameless thing? I want to slap myself twice. I won't speak up for others so easily anymore. Elder Ken. Just shut up. Did this guy's surname Ji take the wrong medicine today or what? Why is he always against him? He has never offended him before. After Elder Ji finished speaking, he glanced at Elder Jiang. Lao Jiang, I have done everything I can and I have offended a large group of people for you. If you don't repay me for this favor in the future, I will never forgive you. Elder Jiang wondered in his heart, was Elder Ji dissatisfied with him for not speaking up to help? The key is that you alone can make Elder Ken mad to death, so you don't need me for the time being. I didn't realize that Elder Ji is such a good eloquent person. No wonder Feng Shi is so talkative, it turns out it's a family tradition. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1183. Could it be her grandfather? In the crowd, Cheng Wuya was so nervous that he almost died. Now I feel a little relieved. Because he knew that even if Feng Shi proved that Elder Ken had committed perjury, the matter was far from over. He felt emotional in his heart. Elder Ji usually looked smooth and sophisticated, but he didn't expect him to be so brave today. It seems that he cares more about this than Elder Jiang. I guess his relationship with Feng Shi is even closer than Elder Jiang. Could it be her grandfather? No, if it was my grandfather, he should have the same surname as Elder Jiang. Is it Grandpa? That's not right, Feng Shi's surname is Feng. While he was guessing the family tree, Feng Shi said to Master Siu with a look of grief and indignation. Master, the evidence is now irrefutable, and Elder Ken is giving false testimony. In fact, I don't need to interrogate Fan Zhen and the others, as everyone knows that Elder Ken is giving false testimony. It's just that due to his status as an elder, no one dared to question him. I believe that before I exposed him, many of my disciples had already died in their hearts. They felt that even Elder Ken openly protected Fan Zhen and his men, so how could there still be fairness and justice in the sect? From now on they will have to behave themselves and endure the oppression of Fan Zhen and his men. Not to mention achieving success, just staying alive is a problem. If people's morale is low, the sect's foundation will be unstable. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. Elder Ken is the old ant that built its nest on the embankment. If there is no severe punishment, it will not be enough to appease the public anger and demonstrate the fairness and justice of the law enforcement hall. Disciple begs Hall Master Siu to uphold justice for us and eliminate the traitors for the sect. Zhang Wen in the crowd immediately raised his arms and shouted. Calm down the anger of the people and eradicate the traitors. The others had been holding back their frustration for a long time, and they immediately followed suit by raising their arms and shouting, some even crying. Just now they thought there was no hope, but unexpectedly Feng Shi lit another candle for them. Although the flame is not that bright, it is extremely precious to them in the dark. They want to resist, they want to shout, they want to support Feng Shi. Zhang Wen was very satisfied with his performance. Apart from anything else, his ability to refine language is getting better and better. As soon as the junior sister finished speaking, he was able to extract the main idea. Either that or junior sister is willing to bring him out but not the others. In the final analysis, it was his own effort. He is the least favored one, but he is the most competitive. Don't you think it's infuriating? He was quite happy. Elder Ken was almost becoming Elder Jin. The skull was almost mad. Didn't he just want to protect his disciple? How come he has become an old ant and a traitor now? In anger, he first released his pressure on Feng Shi. Normally he wouldn't do this because of his status, but now he's so angry that he doesn't care. It's good that he didn't start fighting. Feng Shi was actually fine, but how could she miss this good opportunity to establish herself? Although her body was constantly shaking and she was sweating profusely, she still stood there stubbornly. Just like a small pine tree standing proudly in the wind and snow. She spoke word by word. Elder Ken, are you feeling guilty? Elder Ken was almost mad with anger. Asshole, how dare you, believe me or not? Elder Jin on the side interrupted him. Elder Ken, I know you are worried about being wrongly accused, but there is no need to argue with a junior like her. Hall Master Siu will make the final decision. After hearing what he said, Elder Ken finally calmed down. If he really laid hands on a little girl, he would inevitably give people a chance to criticize him. He was also so angry that he was confused. I almost got led by the nose by this little girl. In fact, even if it is confirmed that he gave false testimony, it is not a big problem, and Master Siu will not be able to do anything to him. But if the matter is made worse, it will be hard to say. Thinking of this, he bowed to the Siu Hall Master and said, Master Siu, I just saw Fan Zhen and the others were seriously injured. I helped them to bear false witness in a hurry. I accept the punishment. The reason why he said this was because he was certain that Hall Master Siu would lift him up high and then drop him gently, and would not punish him too severely. After all, they are all elders, and the 9 of them have always been together, so Hall Master Siu doesn't dare to offend him too much. The face of Siu Hall Master was as gloomy as water. Elder Ken, since you accept the punishment, I will handle it impartially. Feng Shi is right. As an elder of the sect, you openly gave false testimony for your own selfish reasons, and you also involved Mengproxy. You treated the sect rules as a joke, and your influence is bad. You must be severely punished to quell the public anger. He was confined in the netherworld purgatory for 3 months and his cultivation materials were confiscated for 10 years. Do you have any objection? Elder Ken's eyes almost popped out of his head. What the hell? It would be fine if it was just the training materials. After all, he didn't count on those small things, but to lock him up in the netherworld purgatory for 3 months. The netherworld purgatory is where the Wango Immortal Sect punishes serious criminals. You can lose a layer of skin if you go in there for half a day, let alone 3 months. That old villain Siu Shang is trying to torture him to death. At this moment, he heard Feng Shi scream. Master, you are wise. You are not afraid of the powerful and enforce the law impartially. You are truly fortunate for our sect. I heard that there is an honest official in the secular world called Justice Bao. You must be Justice Siu. The disciples who were just watching the show also started shouting. Some even knelt on the ground, crying bitterly with emotion. It turns out that resistance really works, and it turns out that there really is fairness and justice in the world. It turns out that you only need to take a brave step to reap different results. Although Master Siu did not want to be called Siu Kingshan, and he did not care about these empty names, he had to admit that at this moment, he felt very happy. He was not unaware of what Fan Zhen and the others had done, nor was he unaware of Elder Ken's indulgence of Fan Zhen and the others, but for some reason, he chose to turn a blind eye. He thought he was right, but today he realized that he was wrong. No matter what the reason is, he should not disregard fairness and justice, otherwise he does not deserve to sit in this court. The depression that he had hidden in his heart for many years was released at this moment. I just felt suddenly enlightened. Even my state of mind has improved significantly. The way things are in this world is that some people are happy while others are sad. Hall Master Siu was very happy, but Elder Ken was furious. Even Elder Jin and the other 8 were livid. Fan Zhen and his 9 men were even more at a loss. Even Elder Ken was punished. Will they also be severely punished? Elder Ken stared at Hall Master Siu and said angrily, I refuse to accept this. Even if I gave false testimony, I shouldn't be punished so severely. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shi said faintly, if you think perjury isn't enough, I'll give you another charge. As the master of your disciples, you cannot guide them onto the right path, but instead indulge them blindly. What is your intention? You are deliberately trying to destroy the future pillars of our Wangu Xianzong and shake the foundation of our Wangu Xianzong. You are the sinner of our Wangu Xianzong and you deserve to die. Elder Ken. In just a short while, I went from being an elder to being an old ant, and then to being someone who deserves to die. If I let you keep talking, my ancestral graves will be dug up. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1184, 3 years longer. Elder Ken was now so angry that he felt dizzy and didn't know where to start to argue. At this time, Elder Jin stood up. He said to Master Siu, it is true that we neglected to discipline our apprentices, but it is definitely not the case that we flattered them to death. Let's go back to the 9 sins that Fang Shi listed earlier. In the final analysis, they were all caused by the arrogance and rudeness of Fan Zhen and others. It can't be said that they're very serious. It's just that young people are a little arrogant. As for what Fang Shi said about bullying men and women, it was out of the question. Muai was young and just didn't know how to control the limits. I believe that even if Fang Shi disagreed, Fan Zhen would not really use force. He was just bluffing because he couldn't save face at the time. Of course, they did make a mistake, and the 9 of us are also to blame. Master Siu, please handle it impartially, and we have no objection. Elder Ken. No, what do you mean by that? You mean you're giving me up? But at this point, he couldn't say anything and could only grit his teeth and remain silent. It has to be said that Elder Jin is much smarter than Elder Ken. He knows that Hall Master Siu has already stood on Fang Shi's side, and they will gain nothing even if they continue to pester him. It would be better to first admit the mistake in a light-hearted manner and characterize it as a young man who did something out of line due to his youthful impetuosity, so that the punishment will not be too severe. As for the rest, it won't be too late to settle the accounts later. The other elders obviously understood Elder Jin's intention and stood up to apologize, saying that they had neglected to discipline Fan Zhen and others and were willing to take the responsibility. Hall Master Siu really didn't know how to judge the scale for the moment, especially since he had just severely punished Elder Ken. He couldn't just send all 9 elders and 9 disciples to the netherworld purgatory. On the one hand, the impact was too wide. On the other hand, even if Fan Zhen and his men were indeed hated, no one was killed. They were just arrogant and domineering. At this time, Fang Shi said lightly, can youth and vigor be a reason for them to oppress others? Some of the people present are younger than them. They use their status as direct disciples to suppress other disciples and deprive them of the opportunity to practice. It seemed that it was no big deal, but their actions made the disciples despair and heartbroken. What is the most important thing for a sect? That's the human heart. What the 9 of them did caused the sect's morale to weaken. Isn't that serious? Do we have to wait until they have completely destroyed the sect before it becomes serious? As for what Elder Jin just said about young Muai, it is even more ridiculous. Showing affection as an equal is called young Muai, but forcing me to be his partner is worse than an animal. The other 8 people not only did not stop it, but also added fuel to the fire. They were in cahoots with each other and were in cahoots with each other. If they are not severely punished now, they will never realize their mistakes, let alone shoulder the burden of inheriting the sect in the future. As for you Elder Jin, although you did not give false testimony like Elder Ken, why didn't you report it when you heard that he gave false testimony? If he is the principal offender, you are accomplices. He was sentenced 3 months in jail, you will have to serve at least 1.5 months. Elder Jin and others. Just now they thought that Elder Ken was too stupid to be led by a little girl, but now they realized that it was not Elder Ken who was stupid, but that Fang Shi was too good at framing people. But her story was so well founded that people couldn't help but believe it. Of course they would not sit still and wait for death, and they all began to defend themselves. They were still confident that Hall Master Siu would not punish them severely. The Lord does not blame everyone. At this time, Elder Jiang said in a deep voice, Master Siu, let me say a few words. Elder Jin and the others were delighted. They did not expect that Elder Jiang would stand up and speak for them. His words carried a lot of weight. It was estimated that Hall Master Siu climbed down the ladder after hearing this. Hall Master Siu nodded. Elder Jiang, please speak. Elder Jiang said immediately. As direct disciples, Fan Zhen and his 9 companions bullied other disciples, causing the sect's morale to weaken. If Fang Shi hadn't exposed the wound today, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark. If you want to eliminate stubborn diseases, you must be ruthless. If you take it easy, I'm afraid they will only get worse. Elder Jin and his companions not only indulged the disciples, but also showed no remorse at all. They should also be severely punished. Therefore, I think they must be severely punished. This will teach them a lesson. Elder Jin and others. We thought you were speaking for us, but you stepped on us. What the hell? Why are these 2 people speaking up for Fang Shi? Hall Master Siu was still a little hesitant, but when he heard what Elder Jiang said, he made up his mind. Elder Jiang is right. If I let you off easily today, where are the sect rules? Where is fairness and justice? Where are the grievances of all the disciples? As Fan Zhen's direct disciples, the other 9 people not only failed to set a good example, but instead relied on their status to bully other disciples. They were fined and their training materials were confiscated for 5 years and they were sent to the Nether City Purgatory for 2 months. The 8 elders of Jin did not fulfill their teaching responsibilities, and were fined to have their training materials confiscated for 3 years and be sent to the Netherworld Purgatory for 1 month. The disciples cheered without Fangxi leading the way this time. Deafening, resounding through the sky. Master Siu thought that it was a good thing that he followed the people's wishes, otherwise there would be a lot of complaints. Fan Zhen and the other 9 men were already slumped on the ground at this time. They had already been beaten badly, and now they were deeply traumatized and had turned into a puddle of mud. Elder Jin and the others looked dejected, and they hated Hall Master Siu, Elder Ji, and Elder Jiang in their hearts. Of course, what they hated the most was Fangxi. If it weren't for her, none of this shit would have happened. Fangxi noticed that they were staring at her viciously, and quickly said to Master Siu, "Master, Elder Jin and the others are glaring at me. I suspect they want to kill me and silence me. If anything happens to me within the next 3,000 years, it must be their fault. You must avenge me when the time comes." Elder Jin and others. 3,000 years. Why don't you say forever? Do we have to pray for your longevity? No, may you live 3,000 years. Their leader Jian is so angry that he is about to die. They gritted their teeth secretly and thought, even if we want to deal with you, we can't do it by killing you to silence you. That would be too stupid. Just wait, there will be a day when you will regret it. Master Siu said. You worry too much. As elders of a sect, Elder Jin and his companions would not resort to acts of public service to avenge personal grudges. If anyone wants to harm you in the future, you can come to the Law Enforcement Hall for help. Fangxi immediately showed his gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master Siu, for making the decision for me. It is a great honor for our sect and for us to have a Hall Master like you. Master Siu. God damn, the Lord of the Qingshan Hall. However, these words sound quite pleasant. At this time, Fangxi said. Master Siu, the criminals have been convicted, but we, the victims, have not received compensation yet. Do you think we should let them express their opinions? Elder Jin and others, #% and *%#. Disciples who are watching the show, Fangxi, you are our god. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1185, she brand layer cake, you deserve it. The disciples thought they would be punished for beating Fan Zhen, but in the end, nothing happened. Not only was nothing done to them, Fan Zhen and his team were also severely punished. Not only were Fan Zhen and his men severely punished, but even their master was severely punished. They thought this was a very satisfactory result, but Fangxi gave them another surprise. What did she just say? Do they want Fan Zhen and others to compensate these victims? No matter how much money each person gets in the end, it is enough for them to be grateful to Fangxi. Because she really cares about them and really stands up for them. When they looked at Fangxi again at this time, they felt that she was radiant, with the sky above her head and the earth under her feet. It was no exaggeration to say that she was a god who had descended to earth. Little did they know that someone was trying to attribute the aura of a saint himself. She brand 1,000-layer cake, you deserve it. Hall Master Siu did not expect Fangxi to ask for compensation. It was not that he thought it was inappropriate, but he did not expect that at this moment, she would still think of compensation. What does this mean? This shows that she is not only very courageous, but also very clear-headed and rational. Not to mention the level of cultivation, this kind of determination is truly rare and is a good material for practicing the path to nirvana. He asked, how much compensation do you want? Fangxi thought for a while and said. First, convert the cultivation materials they confiscated into spread stones as compensation to us. Second, each elder will compensate us 100 million spread stones, and each disciple will compensate us 10 million spread stones. Elder Jin and others. You really have a big mouth. Why don't you go and grab it? Hall Master Siu also felt that it was too much, but he also knew that Fangxi was leaving room for bargaining, so he asked Elder Jin. What do you think? Elder Jin smiled bitterly. Master Siu, the amount of compensation proposed by Fangxi is really too outrageous. Even if I sell my old bones, I can't afford it. The maximum amount we can each contribute is 200,000 spread stones, and we still have to pull our efforts together. Hall Master Siu looked at Fangxi. What do you think? Fangxi held up 9 fingers, 90 million. Not a single finger less. Elder Jin gritted his teeth and said, 300,000. Fangxi, 80 million. Elder Jin, West 100,000. Ellipsis. Master Siu. Do you think this is a vegetable market? After some bargaining, Elder Jin and his companions each paid 2 million spirit stones as compensation, and Fan Zhen and his companions each paid 1 million spirit stones as compensation. Fangxi was not satisfied at all, but seeing that Fan Zhen and the others were so angry that they turned into skeletons, he probably could only type out these. She suddenly felt a little disappointed with him. You said you were all bad guys, but you were still so poor. Isn't that too wasteful? It's too cowardly for evil people to treat you like this. Elder Jin and the others saw her disgusted look. At this time, Fangxi turned around and said to the disciples who were eating melons. Choose a small leader for every 100 people, and give it to me after you compile the list. After the compensation is in my hands, I will distribute it equally according to the number of people. Please don't be disgusted if there are too many or too few. It is an expression of remorse from Elder Jin and the others after all. Elder Jin and others, thank you. The disciples who were just watching the show were naturally cheering. No matter how much money it was free after all, and it was also a relief to spend the money. Fangxi thanked Master Siu again, and after complimenting him, he said. Master Siu, although what happened today was caused by Fan Zhen and his men, I was also inappropriate. After being bullied, I should have gone to the law enforcement hall to seek justice first, instead of joining forces with everyone to beat up Fan Zhen and the others. This method of fighting violence with violence is not advisable. If everyone was like me, wouldn't the sect be in chaos? Please deal with me according to the rules. This will also allow me to learn from my mistakes and avoid making the same mistakes in the future. Hall Master Siu nodded with satisfaction. This little girl was able to recognize her mistake and take the initiative to bring it up. This alone made her 100 times better than Fan Zhen and the others. He thought for a moment and said, "You just entered the sect, and the situation was urgent at the time, so it is understandable that you did not consider it properly. Considering that you can take the initiative to admit your mistakes, I will exempt you from punishment this time. If you do it again, I will not let you off easily." Fang Shi was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears and her voice was choked with sobs. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Siu. I will definitely keep your teachings in mind, abide by the sect rules, and be a good and well-behaved disciple." Hall Master Siu was even more satisfied now. Especially with Fan Zhen and others as negative examples as reference, Fang Shi can be considered a model disciple in his eyes. Since everything has been dealt with, there is no need to gather people here anymore, so he slammed the gavel. "Retire." The disciples who were just watching the show immediately surrounded Fang Shi and left happily. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang also said goodbye and left. Originally, the two people's courtyards were not in the same direction, but Elder Ji deliberately chose the same direction as Elder Jiang. After walking a distance, Elder Ji said, "Old Jiang, I thought you wouldn't make a move, but I didn't expect that if you did make a move, you would definitely hurt someone. If it weren't for your words, I don't think Juge Hallmaster would have made up his mind to imprison Elder Jin and the others in hell. Elder Jiang was a man of few words, so after listening to what was said, he just said, "They deserved it." Elder Ji nodded and said, "That's true. I usually don't like them, but I'm just too lazy to pay attention to them. Who would have thought that they would bully the little girl? I can't just sit there and watch." He said this to Elder Jiang, the subtext being, "I am only doing this for your sake, you have to appreciate my kindness." However, Elder Jiang only understood the literal meaning and thought that the reason Elder Ji got involved was because Fan Zhen and the others bullied Fang Shi. He thought to himself, this old guy is quite protective of his own people. He smiled rarely. Fang Shi is quite interesting. Not only is she bold and careful, but she is also good at talking. She is a bit like you. Elder Ji thought to himself, are you trying to get close to me on purpose so that I can continue to protect the little girl? You are too cunning. So, he said, if we talk about similarities, I still think she looks more like you. When you were young, you were fearless and even dared to poke a hole in the sky. It was rare for Elder Jiang to think the same as Elder Ji, and he also felt that Elder Ji was trying to get close to him and asked him to continue to protect Fang Shi in the future. He didn't have any objection to this. He was involved anyway, and Fang Shi was indeed a likable little girl. So, he smiled and said, this girl is really brave. Her making a scene like this has helped rectify the bad practices in the sect. I hope Elder Jin and the others can turn back from their mistakes. Elder Ji curled his lips and said, it's hard to change a person's nature. Just wait and see. When they come out, they will definitely find a way to take revenge on the little girl. You have to be more careful then. Elder Jiang thought to himself, why do you want me to be more careful? Whose relative is she? By the way, who is this Elder Ji to Fang Shi? Out of curiosity, he asked, Elder Ji, I forgot to ask, who is Fang Shi to you? Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1186 in this sect, he and Lao Jiang are the only ones who get things done. Elder Ji was stunned by the question. What do you mean, who is Fang Shi to him? He and she have no relationship at all, okay. Did Mr. Jiang take the wrong medicine? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Elder Jiang wondered if there was some secret that was inconvenient to talk about. Could it be that it involves illegitimate children or something like that? He immediately apologized. I'm sorry for being so abrupt. Elder Ji was even more confused. What's wrong with you? Why is Mr. Jiang acting weird today? When he was about to ask in detail, the identity jade cards of the two people vibrated almost at the same time. When they probed their spiritual sense into it, their faces suddenly changed. They no longer cared about chatting and immediately rushed towards the direction of Mengpo Creek. When they arrived, many elders were already there. There weren't many disciples watching the fun, because those disciples who were just watching were surrounding Fang Shi and cheering. Elder Jiang and Elder Ji walked quickly to the front and gasped when they saw the scene in front of them. The stream water has returned to its normal color, which is not a problem. After all, the red stream does not last too long each time. As early as when Fang Shi and his friends went to the law enforcement hall, the stream water had already returned to normal. What was unusual was that there were a lot of things floating in the stream, including tables, chairs, benches, clothes, boots, and jade sieves. There is nothing you can't find here, only what you can't think of. There's even an identity token inside. How could these things be in Mengpo Creek? Elder Ji slapped his forehead. I know, he must have fallen in when Fang Shi and the others were fighting just now. Elder Jiang. Do you think this guess is reliable? Apart from anything else, who would give up their identity token? What's more, the incident happened so long ago, these things should have drifted downstream long ago, so why are they still here? The most important thing is that there are things floating down from upstream. Their stuff can't go upstream, right? Elder Ji also realized that he had said something stupid, and to make amends he said, pick up the identity token and see who it belongs to. Then follow this clue and we'll definitely get to the bottom of it. Elder Jiang thought this was a good idea, so he immediately jumped into the water and fished out the identity token. It would have been better if I hadn't watched it. I was dumbfounded after watching it. This identity token actually belongs to the sect leader. Elder Ji's face immediately turned green. The sect master, could it be that he was harmed by someone? Not only did he have such a guess, but others had the same guess, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Just then, another skull floated over from upstream in the stream. Elder Ji blurted out, "It's the Sect Master's big head." While he was shouting, Elder Jiang had already jumped into the river and fished out the skull. At this time, more bones floated down. Elder Jiang guessed that they should be the bones of the Sect Master, so he quickly fished them out. While he was fishing here, Elder Ji was crying loudly while holding the skull on the shore. "My lord, why did you leave like that? How can we survive if you abandon us?" The skull knocked him over first. "I am alive and well, why are you mourning?" Elder Ji finally stopped crying. "Not dead, that's good, I was almost scared to death." He was too concerned and confused, and didn't think about the fact that they were practicing the path to Nirvana, so how could they die so easily? Not to mention that Sect Master Gu has already cultivated to the 8th level of spiritual bones. Even if all the bones in other parts of his body are destroyed, he will not die as long as his skull is still there. Sect Master Gu quickly assembled the bones that Elder Jiang had fished out, and then transformed his appearance. It turned out to be a fat old man. However, his expression was very ugly at this time, especially the look he gave Elder Ji was full of disgust. Elder Ji felt it necessary to explain. "Master, I was too worried about your safety just now." "Alright, there's no need for you to explain. If it weren't for the fact that your last name is quite festive, I would have kicked you into Mengpo Creek right away." Elder Ji. "Thank you my father, thank you ancestors of my Ji family." At this time, everyone gathered around and asked about Sect Master Gu's well-being. However, Elder Jiang, who was saving people, was pushed aside. Elder Ji curled his lips, what a bunch of flatterers. In this sect, he and Lao Jiang are the only ones who get things done. He whispered to Elder Jiang, "What do you think our Sect Master is up to? Is it too hot, so he's going to Mengpo Creek for a dip?" Elder Jiang. "Do you dare to say this in front of the sect leader? Besides, we don't seem to know each other that well, do we? Why are you telling me this? Is it because he is afraid that I will continue to question him about his relationship with Fengxi, or is he worried that I will tell others about this, so he is just making small talk?" Elder Jiang was a kind person, and he immediately sent a secret message to Elder Ji, "Don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense." Elder Ji thought that Elder Jiang was referring to the things he had said to criticize Sect Master Gu, and he was a little touched. Elder Jiang was a pretty nice guy. He likes to associate with such tight-lipped people. So, they started to complain about Sect Leader Gu. "Our leader is good in every way except his eyesight. He doesn't get close to pillars of society like us, but instead gets close to those sycophants. If he hadn't condoned those 9 people, they wouldn't have been so courageous. Do you think he jumped into the river out of anxiety after hearing that Elder Jin and the others were imprisoned in Hell of Hell? If you want to jump into the river, then just jump into the river. Why do you also throw your belongings into the river? Do you want to die? Why did he tear himself apart? Maybe it would be a cleaner way to clean it up." Ellipsis. Elder Jiang. "How come I didn't know you were such a gossip? No wonder Fengxi is so talkative. There's no need to ask, she must be your closest relative. If the ages didn't match, I would have suspected that she was your biological daughter. If she is not a biological daughter, then she is most likely a biological granddaughter. As for why it is not a surname, is there any need to ask? It is to hide the truth." While the two were talking at cross purposes, an elder finally asked the main question. "Master, why are you in Mengpo Creek? What happened?" The ancient leader said with his hands behind his back. "I was standing guard upstream to test the concentration of the red stream water. It suddenly occurred to me just now that in the short period of time when the red stream fades, will the stream flow also change? In order to collect more data, I deliberately scattered the bones, but I didn't expect you to misunderstand me." Elder Ji secretly complained to Elder Jiang. No one would believe this. If he wanted to test the stream, why did he throw away his identity token? And the clothes, boots, tables, chairs, and bedding, could these things also be used to test the stream? The next moment, he said to Master Gu with a moved look on his face. "So that's what's going on. Sect Master, you really care about the sect so much. You are truly a role model for us. Please accept our respects." Elder Jiang. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1187, so innocent and lovable. Elder Jiang was speechless at Elder Ji's behavior. "You just complained that others were all flatterers. What do you call this?" Fortunately, the little girl Fengxi is not like him in this respect. Although she is a little cunning, she seems to be an honest child. Elder Ji didn't care what he thought. He just flattered Sect Master Gu and smiled like a dog's tail grass. Elder Jiang really couldn't bear to watch it. Seeing that Sect Master Gu didn't seem to intend to explain the whole story, he jumped into Mengpo Creek again to salvage the floating objects. After seeing this scene out of the corner of his eye, Elder Ji thought to himself, this old Jiang is really stubborn. He only knows how to work silently and doesn't know how to take credit at all. I am different. Even though I was howling while holding the sect leader's skull at that time, and the sect leader seemed to look disgusted with me, he must have been touched in his heart. After all, among all the people present, I am the only one who has true feelings for him. The more the sect leader appears to dislike me, the more he actually trusts me. Otherwise, how could I, an elder of the transmission hall, dare to go against the nine-headed man? Don't you have a plan in mind? What is this called? This is called wisdom. Although Lao Jiang has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, unfortunately, he never uses them in the right place. She's far worse than that little girl Fengxi. He was just feeling happy when he heard Master Gu say, don't just sit there, go downstream and get all my stuff. If there's anything missing, I'll hold you accountable. Elder Ji. I just cried while holding your big head for no reason. Although he was very reluctant, he still agreed happily and went downstream to fish. By the time Elder Jiang came up, Elder Ji had already disappeared. Elder Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to listen to him grumbling anymore. During this period, Hall Master Siu reported the affairs of Fan Zhen and the others to Sect Master Gu. To be honest, Hall Master Siu was somewhat nervous, because he knew that Sect Master Gu had always been very indulgent towards Fan Zhen and the others. He didn't know whether the sect leader would blame him for his decision this time. As expected, sect leader Gu's fat face darkened. When Master Siu was about to explain, he heard Master Gu say, since they have violated the sect rules, they should be dealt with according to the law. You did a good job. Hall Master Siu was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that the sect master had figured it out just like him. Although some things are important, we cannot ignore fairness and justice. Otherwise, if the disciples are disheartened, the foundation of the sect will be unstable. At this time, Master Gu added, not only do they have to compensate the victims, they also have to give an explanation to the sect. When they come out, have them each hand over 1 million spirit stones to the sect, so they don't forget their lesson. When Hall Master Siu heard this, he immediately understood how Feng Shi felt when he praised him as a great judge. He hurriedly said, the master is wise. Others also hurriedly shouted, Master, you are wise. Sect leader Gu was very satisfied and left with his hands behind his back. The demeanor of a master is undoubtedly revealed. Now that the sect leader has left, there is naturally no need for the others to stay here, and they all go their separate ways. Elder Jiang walked towards his residence, and when he was almost there, he found someone waiting for him. He recognized it as Feng Shi at first sight. Why is this little girl here? Just when he was wondering, Feng Shi came up to him. Elder Jiang, you're back. Elder Jiang nodded. What do you want to talk to me about? Feng Shi bowed deeply to Elder Jiang. Thanks to you for speaking up for justice in court today. I came here specially to thank you. Elder Jiang waved his hand. No need to do that. I am just speaking impartially. Besides, I'm doing this for the sake of your elders. He thought Feng Shi was leaving, but unexpectedly the little girl said a little embarrassedly. Elder Jiang, I have a few doubts while practicing Nirvana technique. Can you help me solve them? I wanted to go find Elder Ji, but he wasn't there. When Feng Shi said this, she was obviously embarrassed and her face turned red. Elder Jiang thought this was not a big deal. Besides, who doesn't like a diligent disciple? So, he said, let's go inside and talk. Open the ban and bring Feng Shi into the grave mound. Cheng Wuya was right, everyone in the sect lived in graves. However, Elder Jiang's grave is much more spacious and magnificent than the one Feng Shi dug out casually. There are several rooms inside, each with different uses. Elder Jiang took Feng Shi to the study. Tell me, what don't you understand? Feng Shi immediately asked a few questions. These questions are not asked casually. They're either where newcomers can easily make mistakes, or where she can express her unique insights, or they're very complicated questions that require a long time to explain. No question is asked in vain. Every question has its mission. Before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. Elder Jiang has not yet accepted any personal disciples. Those disciples, such as Cheng Wuya, usually go to the Dharma Hall to ask for advice if they have any questions. Therefore, he usually doesn't have much opportunity to teach. You know what, this feeling is not bad. The key is that Feng Shi can not only understand what he says, but also draw inferences from it. This sense of accomplishment is really good. He just thought Feng Shi had a good character before, but he didn't expect that he was also a genius in cultivation. Elder Ji is so blessed. At this time, Feng Shi said with gratitude. Elder Jiang, thank you for helping me solve my doubts. I'm not afraid of you making fun of me. I felt very friendly when I first saw you a few days ago. I even smiled at you. After hearing what she said, Elder Jiang suddenly remembered. At that time, he thought that the little girl was trying to get close to him, but now he thinks that he was too narrow-minded. This little girl has Elder Ji as her backer, why would she need to try to get close to him? Thinking of this, he felt somewhat guilty, so he followed up Feng Zai's question and asked, oh. Why do you think I'm so friendly? Feng Shi blushed and lowered her head and said, I just think you look too much like my second uncle. If my second uncle hadn't passed away, I would have really thought you were him. Elder Jiang was stunned at first, then he couldn't help laughing. After all, the little girl is young, so innocent and naive, very likable. He is much more honest than that flatterer, Elder Ji. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1188. What have you been talking about for so long? Are you just making empty promises for me? When Feng Shi saw Elder Jiang smile, she also smiled embarrassedly. Elder Jiang, I won't bother you anymore. I'll visit you another day. Elder Jiang thought that her words, I'll visit you another day, were just a polite remark, so he agreed casually. Little did I know that someone never knew what politeness was. After Feng Shi left Elder Jiang, he went to the Kung Fu transmission hall again. She did not lie to Elder Jiang just now. She did go to look for Elder Ji first, but he was not there. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang helped speak in the hall, so she had to thank them out of courtesy and courtesy. Blood-devouring Huan sneered. I think you are afraid that your second uncle's lies will be exposed. I'm not saying this as your grandfather, but when will you change your bad habit of making random connections with your relatives? Just wait, sooner or later you will suffer the consequences of your own actions. Feng Shi sighed. Grandpa, you are so right. It doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. Am I not reaping the consequences of my actions now? Zhu Xuan was a little confused. What do you mean? It seems that the Jiang guy didn't know that you used his name to take advantage of others before. Feng Shi bared his white teeth and said, if I hadn't randomly recognized my relatives and had you as my grandpa, I wouldn't be lectured by you every day. Your preaching is more powerful than my Sanskrit sutra. My head is buzzing. Zhu Shihuan, you evil creature. You little bastard. How dare you bully me with words? Feng Shi chuckled. She also knew that Zhu Xuan would not be really angry. The two funny guys, one old and one young, bickered for a while and then got down to business. Grandpa, how do you think Elder Jin and the others will deal with me? Zhu Shihuan said, they're not stupid enough to harm you directly. They will most likely let some lackeys trip you up and prevent you from concentrating on your cultivation. If you fail to cultivate your first spiritual bone within 3 months, the goal will be achieved. Fang Shi felt that what Zhu Xuan said made sense, but she didn't know exactly what they were going to do. She was really looking forward to it. She has had enough of these boring days. When he arrived at the entrance of the transmission hall, Fang Shi saw a person coming towards him from a distance. Fang Shi's eyes lit up. Oh, isn't this Elder Ji? She took small steps towards him. She wondered what Elder Ji was doing. Why was he so weak? He looked half dead. Looking closely, I found that there were some green grasses hanging on Elder Ji's hair, which looked like water plants. Did he just come out of the water? Out of kindness, she reminded, Elder Ji, you have a little green on your head. Elder Ji. I'm an old bachelor, what do you mean by, I'm cuckolded? Fang Shi also realized that his words were ambiguous, and quickly explained. There seems to be some waterweed on your head. Do you want me to help you take it off? Fang Shi was so kind as to take out a mirror from her storage ring and motioned for Elder Ji to look at it himself. Elder Ji took a look and found that it was true. He was so busy trying to get things for the fat old man that he was afraid of leaving them behind that he had no time to take care of himself. He took down the water grass and looked at himself in the mirror again. Although he is a bit older, he is still so handsome and elegant. Looking at his own peerless beauty, the depression of being forced to go down to the river to fish for things was relieved a lot, so his expression eased a little, and he asked Fang Shi. What do you want to see me for? Fang Shi bowed respectfully first, then said. If you hadn't spoken up for justice in the law enforcement hall, it would have been difficult for me to sue Elder Ken, and they might even have retaliated against me. I will never forget your great kindness to me. Although I don't have anything good to show you now, I will definitely repay you in the future. If you need me, just tell me, I will do it even if it means I will be torn to pieces. Elder Ji. You've been talking for so long, but you're just making empty promises for me. You won't bleed at all. You don't have anything good to show off, but I don't believe that Mr. Jiang didn't give you anything good. This damn girl is even more stingy than me. He was about to say something to Fang Shi, when he saw Fang Shi looking around furtively. Seeing that there was no one nearby, he lowered his voice and said. Elder Ji, although I don't have much money, Elder Ken and the others do. When they come out of the netherworld purgatory, they will definitely cause trouble for me. Then I will extort a lot of money from them, and we will split the good stuff in half. Elder Ji. Who are you and your father? But if you talk about it from Lao Jiang's point of view, it seems to make sense. He curled his lips and said, you're still trying to extort money from them. You should worry about yourself. They will definitely cause trouble for you, so don't let your life end up in vain. Fang Shi said with a smile, if they don't cause me trouble, I won't have the chance to blackmail them. Just wait and see, I will give you a big gift when the time comes. Elder Ji thought she was just bragging, but when he thought about the commotion she had caused today, he felt that it was not impossible. Anyway, he just agreed to it casually. If it works, wouldn't he make a fortune? Thinking of this, he nodded, okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Fang Shi chuckled, then from now on, we two are allies on the same boat. Elder Ji. Who is an ally of a little girl like you? I am similar to Lao Jiang. Hey, could it be that Lao Jiang was the one who ordered it? On the surface, the little girl and I were allied, but in reality, it was Lao Jiang and I who were allied. If that's the case, it's something I can consider. His eyes flickered slightly, and he asked Fang Shi, have you met Elder Jiang? Fang Shi nodded, yeah, I just came back from my second, Elder Jiang. Elder Ji thought, two. Two what? Second uncle. No, the age doesn't match. Second grandfather. Second uncle. Second uncle. He looked so curious. So, he asked, who is Elder Jiang to you? Fang's eyes flickered, and he quickly shook his head, Elder Jiang has nothing to do with me, nothing at all. I went to see him just to thank him for speaking for me, nothing else. Elder Ji curled his lips, you were kidding. He looked so flustered, which is definitely making his attempt to hide something more obvious. Forget it, I have plenty of ways to figure it out. Forget it, it seems that it is inconvenient for you to talk about it, so I won't ask any more questions. Go do what you need to do, but remember to be careful and don't fall into other people's traps. Fang Shi nodded, thank you for your reminder, I'll take note of it. I won't bother you anymore and will visit you another day. Elder Ji waved his hand and said, don't come to me if you have nothing to do. Go find Lao Jiang if you want to. Fang Shi laughed dryly twice and jumped away. Elder Ji curled his lips as he looked at her back, and immediately sent a message to Cheng Wuya. Wuya, I'm worried that Elder Jin and his men are targeting Fang Shi. Please tell me in detail what happened when you examined her bones that day so that I can have a plan in mind. He wanted to ask first, but then he thought, Cheng Wuya is Lao Jiang's disciple, he must not be stupid. To be honest, he has to be more cautious. Cheng Wuya had no idea what Elder Ji was thinking. He had already been impressed by Fang Zai's 1000-layer pancake filter. When he heard that Fang Shi was in danger, he quickly told him everything he knew. At that time, junior sister Fang Shi told me that Elder Jiang was her great uncle. Elder Ji immediately blocked out all the words that followed and only remembered the words, second uncle grandpa. Right. It's a done deal. Lao Jiang is Fang Shi's second uncle. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1189 Jun Wen suddenly turned from a big white goose into a little quail. Elder Ji suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment as if he was in control of the situation and was able to win a battle thousands of miles away. Any disturbance within the sect cannot escape his eyes. This is no problem for Lao Jiang. After learning what he wanted to know, he was too lazy to bother with Cheng Wuya, the tall man. He said a few perfunctory words and put away the identity token. On the other side, Cheng Wuya couldn't help but sigh that Elder Ji really loved junior sister Fang Shi deeply. Not only did he support her in court, he also silently protected her behind her back. If only he had such an elder. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that fate. At this time, Fang Shi had already returned to the tomb. Jiang Wen and Elder Bai soon came over. Fang Shi first told them about his visit to Elder Jiang and Elder Ji, then reviewed what had happened today and praised Elder Jiang Wen and Elder Bai. Jiang Wen felt very happy, like a proud white goose. Elder Bai said with some shame, I haven't done well enough. I will learn more from Jiang Wen in the future. Jiang Wen was even more proud now. If it had a tail, it would probably be sticking up to the sky. Fang Shi glanced at him and said, when I went to see Elder Jiang and Elder Ji just now, did you try to get in touch with those disciples and collect any useful information? Jiang Wen suddenly turned from a big white goose into a little quail. Fang Shi didn't say anything more and stopped there. She didn't want to attack fifth senior brother for no reason. The key point was that if she didn't attack him, he would be able to float to the sky. Fang Shi said seriously. Elder Jin and the others will definitely not give up. Don't think that we can sit back and relax just because they're locked up in the netherworld purgatory. They can completely control other people's actions remotely. They will not only attack me, but they may also attack you too, so you must be vigilant at all times. Do you understand? Jiang Wen and Elder Bai quickly nodded in agreement. Jiang Wen even said, little sister, we can all move in with you, otherwise I will be too scared to sleep at night. Fang Shi, brother, people must learn to be independent eventually. After hearing what she said, Jiang Wen had to give up the idea of setting up camp here. At this time, Elder Bai said, the most important thing for us right now is to quickly cultivate the first spiritual bone. If we have a spiritual bone, we will be able to deal with troubles more calmly. Otherwise, we will always be unsure. Fang Shi thought so too, so he urged the two to return to the tomb to practice. After the two of them left, Fang Shi began to practice nirvana. The practice process went quite smoothly, but Fang Shi felt that he didn't gain much. How should I put it? It was as if something came in and then went out the same way, and she didn't keep anything. Isn't this a typical god of wealth passing by? She thought it might be because she had just started practicing. After all, Elder Ji had said that one had to draw blood and energy into the body before one could officially start practicing, and it would take 5 to 10 days to draw blood and energy into the body. Because she was a little tired after fighting during the day, she went to bed after practicing until midnight and did not practice the Sanskrit sound technique. This is really tough for the red skeletons outside the barrier. They took a bite of the barrier and then tilted their skulls to listen for any movement, but nothing happened no matter how hard they tried. The feeling of having a knife hanging over your head, not knowing when it might fall, is truly torturous. The red skeletons became more and more manic, and even used their skulls to hit the barrier. Unfortunately, the barrier was very strong. They worked for a long time but made no progress. Instead, they were exhausted and fell apart. In the end, they supported each other and left cursing at each other. Some even made spitting gestures. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Sooner or later I will bite through this broken barrier and kill you. When Fang Shi woke up the next morning, he felt that he did not sleep as well as in the previous few days. It seemed that it would be better to practice the Sanskrit sound technique for a while before going to bed. Just after breakfast, she received a message from Hall Master Siu, asking her to go to the Law Enforcement Hall to collect compensation. Fang Shi thought to himself, Hall Master Siu is really efficient. She brought Jiang Wen and Elder Bai to the Law Enforcement Hall. Hall Master Siu handed Fang Shi a list, which listed the cultivation materials of Elder Jin and Fan Zhen and the number of spirit stones converted into them. After Fang Shi confirmed that everything was correct, Hall Master Siu gave her the spirit stone. Fang Shi thought to herself that it seemed that Hall Master Siu was very rigorous in his work, so she naturally had to please him. So, he said, Master Siu, after I distribute the compensation, I will give you the list of their signatures for your review. You can keep it on file for future reference. Hall Master Siu was obviously very satisfied with Fang Shi's approach and said with a smile. Okay, then it's up to you. At this time, Fang Shi showed a look of wanting to speak but hesitating, and Hall Master Siu asked, but what's the difficulty? Fang Shi smiled and said, it's nothing serious. I just want to ask Elder Jin if they will break out of prison to kill me. Master Siu, don't worry, the Hell of Hell is heavily guarded. Unless you have my or the Master's token, there is no way to open the prison door, let alone escape. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief, then I feel relieved. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I didn't dare to sleep last night because I was worried that they would break out of prison and kill me. However, even if they cannot escape from prison, they still have a lot of lackeys under their command, as well as relatives and friends, who might come to harm me. What should I do if they come to kill me in the middle of the night? Otherwise, I will move to the Law Enforcement Hall. Master Siu. Listen to what you are saying. However, seeing Fang Shi's pitiful appearance and having a good impression of her, he said. No need to do that. If you are in danger, just inform me first and I will send someone to rescue you. Fang Shi thought to himself, by the time your people arrive, I will probably be dead. However, at least there is something gained, so let's stop while we're ahead. So, he immediately thanked Master Siu and even shed a few tears when he was excited. Hall Master Siu thought to himself, I saw this little girl was fearless yesterday, but I didn't expect she actually values her life so much. However, this also highlights her courage and responsibility in standing up yesterday. This little girl is really good. After Fang Shi gained favor with Hall Master Siu, he went to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. She took out a pen and paper and wrote an announcement, which roughly meant that the compensation had been received, and the list of victims should be compiled as soon as possible and then handed over to Jiang Wen or Bai Liken. Everyone heard the news and started to deliver lists in the afternoon. Jiang Wen is very familiar with this job. It is nothing more than building relationships and winning people's hearts. Fang Shi doesn't need to worry about it at all. Elder Bai is also a smart man, and he has been in the secular world for such a long time, so this little thing is naturally no problem for him. Fang Shi went happily to visit her amiable and respectable second uncle. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1190. Sorry, I'm so far away, I can't come back. Elder Jiang was handling official business in his study when he heard someone knocking at the door outside the tomb. Elder Jiang, disciple Feng Shi wants to see you. Elder Jiang was stunned. Why did this girl come again? Although he was confused, he still opened the ban. Come in. Feng Shi entered the study room happily. Elder Jiang, am I not disturbing you? Elder Jiang. How should I respond to this? He frowned slightly. You have something to ask me. Feng Shi nodded with a smile. Well, let me report to you the latest developments of the Mengpo Creek incident. This morning, Hall Master Siu called me over. After talking about the progress, Feng Shi said, I was afraid that you would be concerned about this matter, so I came to report it to you. In addition, I am young and inexperienced, so I am afraid that there may be omissions, so I would like to ask you to help me check it. Elder Jiang's frown suddenly relaxed. This little girl was very organized and saw things through to the end. She was much better than Elder Ji. I guess she knew Elder Ji's temperament, so she came to him for approval. The little girl is quite good at judging people. After some complicated mental activity, Elder Jiang said, You did a great job. The only omission is that someone might have claimed the money for you. Although Fan Zhen and his men did a lot of bad things, there are so many disciples in the sect, it is impossible for all of them to be victims. Feng Shi was startled and slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of this? But I've already posted the notice, what should I do? Besides, there are so many people in the sect, and I don't know many of them, so I can't tell whether they're lying or not. Feng Zai's actions gave Elder Jiang enough emotional value. Elder Jiang smiled and said, There's no need to panic. Even if someone else claims the money, it's not a big deal. After all, each person doesn't get much money. Furthermore, the cultivation materials that Fan Zhen and his disciples were given were actually taking advantage of other disciples. In a sense, they were all victims. Feng Shi showed a look of doubt at first, then he suddenly realized, and then a look of admiration. The richness of his expression was extreme. Disciple has learned the lesson. Although she only said this one sentence, Elder Jiang was not blind and he once again experienced the joy of emotional value. He smiled and said, You are a smart girl, and you are teachable. Feng Shi thought to herself, I'm not smart, I'm just a good actor. I can't imagine what you said. I was afraid that it would be too troublesome to identify who the victims were, and that it might offend people, so I let them compile the list themselves. Even if there are people trying to take advantage of the situation, it has nothing to do with me. Feng Shi flattered him without leaving any trace, and then said a little embarrassedly. This morning at the Law Enforcement Hall, I said I was a little worried about Elder Jin and the others plotting against me, but I didn't expect Hall Master Siu to ask me to send him a message whenever I had any questions. Master Siu is so kind to me. I want to repay you, but I don't know how. Can you give me some advice? After hearing this, Elder Jiang felt a little uncomfortable. But I couldn't tell exactly why I felt uncomfortable. The smile on his face also faded a little, and he said lightly. As the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, isn't it natural for him to protect a disciple like you? What's there to repay? Not to mention him, even if you send me a message when you were in danger, I would go and take a look, so you don't need to think about repaying this or that. It would be better to practice well with this time. Feng Shi nodded and said, You are right, then I will keep this kindness in my heart. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. Whether it is Hall Master Siu or you and Elder Ji, you have all been very kind to me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Even if it means being torn to pieces, I will not hesitate. Even a heart of stone would be moved after hearing such touching words. Moreover, Elder Jiang already thought Feng Shi was a good person, so he was quite touched. This little girl not only has a good heart and good understanding, but also has good character. She is much better than Fan Zhen and the like. Only disciples like this are worthy of becoming personal disciples. Unfortunately, she had just entered the inner sect and hadn't even cultivated her first spiritual bone yet, so she didn't know her potential. Otherwise, he would have wanted to take her in as his personal disciple. Feng Shi knew when to stop, chatted for a while longer, and then said goodbye and left. Then, he went straight to see Elder Ji. She is so busy every day. The key is that there are too many fish, so she needs to cast more nets. Elder Ji was not as well-mannered as Elder Jiang. As soon as they met, he said with disdain, Why are you looking for me if you don't practice well? Feng Shi tilted her head, Guess. Elder Ji, get out right now. Feng Shi said crisply, Okay. After saying that, he really left, without even looking back. Elder Ji initially thought she was trying to trick him, but then he discovered that Feng Shi had actually left. This really made him angry. The key point is that he was worried about the reason why Feng Shi came to find him, and he felt uncomfortable. Elder Ji has never been the type to waste time, so he immediately sent a message to Feng Shi. Come back to me right now. Feng Shi, sorry, I'm so far away. I can't come back. Elder Ji. If it weren't for your great uncle, do you believe I would have asked you to crawl back to me? He took a deep breath and said, Come back, I'll tell you something about Elder Jin and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Shi came in from outside. Elder Ji. Is this what you mean by get out of here? 10 steps away. Before he could get angry, Feng Shi said with a smile. Elder Ji, I have discovered that you are the most beautiful person in our sect. Even those young guys can't compare to you. Although these words are abrupt, Elder Ji can't help but like to hear them. All the anger in my heart disappeared instantly. You are quite discerning, little girl. I am not bragging to you. Before I joined the sect, young girls and wives chased me all over the street. Even the toothless old lady secretly gave me a sachet. Unfortunately, I am not interested in this, the Tao is ruthless, and I can only let them grieve in vain. Zhu Xuan's voice rang out from Feng Zai's consciousness. No, I can't listen to it anymore. I'm going to hibernate. This is too disgusting. Feng Shi. Your psychological endurance is too poor. She took out a handful of melon seeds and ate them while listening to Elder Ji bragging, just like she was watching a monkey show. Elder Ji boasted about himself for a full half hour before he remembered the main business. What on earth do you want to see me about? Fang Shi put the melon seeds into the storage ring, drank a sip of tea, and then said, Elder Ji, today I saw some elixirs among the cultivation materials of my direct disciple. I was wondering, can he still eat elixirs after he has become a skeleton? Elder Ji said with a click of his tongue, you are being too clever, aren't you? Who said this elixir can be eaten? Fang Shi was stunned. It's not for eating. What is it used for? Elder Ji, guess. Fang Shi, at #% at #%. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1191 is the world just a huge circle. Elder Ji was very proud. Little guy, you want to fight me with your little ability. Didn't you just let me guess? I'll give it back to you. Fang Shi was amused when she saw that he acted as if he was only telling her something because she begged her. Elder Ji, do you want me to beg you? Elder Ji snorted coldly and raised his chin, looking superior. Fang Shi said with a smile, in fact, even if you don't tell me, I can guess roughly. It is either used for rubbing or for bathing. Besides, you are not the only one I can ask. I can ask anyone else. Do you know why I didn't ask Hall Master Siu or ask my second, Elder Jiang? Since you are the elder of the Xuangong Hall, you must be the most professional in teaching and imparting knowledge. I didn't expect you to be here to make trouble. I am so disappointed. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now. Elder Ji didn't know whether to be angry or not for a moment, especially when he saw Fang Shi said, get out, but had no intention of leaving at all. Grandma is a bitch. He is already old, but was made a general by a little girl. It would be so embarrassing to tell anyone about it. But it's not the first time. It doesn't matter. If I don't tell her and she doesn't tell him, no one will know. Elder Ji quickly calmed himself down and snorted coldly. Don't give me the crap, but you are right about one thing, when it comes to teaching, even if the two of them were tied together, they can't compare to me. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, let's talk about the elixir. Although we, the Nirvana cultivators, look like skeletons, our flesh and blood are actually always there, it's just that the spiritual energy is nourished in the bones. If one can cultivate the spiritual bones to the 9th level, flesh and blood will grow again. This is death followed by rebirth, and is also the origin of the path to Nirvana. Therefore, elixirs are also useful to us in Nirvana, but the method of using them is different from that of other cultivators. We need to dissolve the elixir in water and then take a medicinal bath to absorb the medicinal power of the elixir. Fang Shi asked curiously, what will happen if someone like me who hasn't cultivated spirit bones directly eats the pill? Elder Ji rolled his eyes. I thought you were smart, but you asked such an idiotic question. Just think about the red stream in Mengpo Creek, and you will know what the consequences will be if you take the elixir. Fang Shi directly filtered out some nonsense. You mean, if I take the elixir, my flesh and blood will be corroded? Elder Ji said impatiently, you already know the answer, but you're still asking. You're just asking nonsense questions all day long instead of practicing properly. Fang Shi didn't say anything because she thought of a question. If the elixir has the effect of corroding flesh and blood, it is equivalent to a poisonous elixir. But she is not afraid of poison. So, do you want to give it a try? Maybe there will be unexpected gains. As soon as she thought of this, the 5 dogs spread roots in her danshan began to kneel down and kowtow to her. Fang Shi. She was kowtowing to others outside, and these 5 bastards kowtowed her. So, the world is just a giant circle. She sighed and asked Elder Ji, why there are no elixirs in the cultivation materials for our inner disciples? Elder Ji's mouth was about to turn into a gourd. You are really stupid if I say you are stupid. The elixir is so precious, how can you, the inner sect disciple, get it? It would be great if our elders and disciples could get a few grains. Fang Shi asked in confusion, is the elixir precious? Isn't that something that can be made in pots and pots by just refining it casually? Elder Ji was almost crying with anger. Do you think you are speaking human language? He pointed at Fang Shi and said, are you trying to piss me off on purpose? And you're just refining a pot of it casually. Even the elixir for spiritual cultivation is not that easy to refine, let alone the elixir for us Nirvana cultivators. We have only 5 alchemists in the Wangu Xianzong, who can barely provide for the sect's expenses. Do you know why Elder Ken and Elder Jin are so fearless? Because they are both alchemists. Now that they're locked up, I'm afraid the sect's medicine will be insufficient. Fang Shi blinked. You forgot that Hall Master Siu find them some cultivation materials, so even if the two of them can't make pills recently, it won't have much impact. This is what they call the wool comes from the sheep. Elder Ji. When he was speechless, Fang Shi said with a smile, can you give me a few pills? I don't want too many, just give me 10 or 8 pills. Elder Ji, get out of here, right now. Fang Shi curled her lips and said, if you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why are you so anxious? By the way, don't you want to tell me about Elder Jin and the others? Elder Ji snorted coldly, didn't I tell you just now that the two of them are alchemists and have a high status in the sect, so don't think that you can get away with it just because you put them in the netherworld purgatory this time. Be careful of their tricks. Fang Shi nodded, yes, I understand, thank you for reminding me. Elder Ji was a little uncomfortable seeing her suddenly become so obedient. Just as he was wondering, he heard Fang Shi ask, Elder Ji, since alchemists are so scarce, why don't you learn to make pills? Don't you want to? Elder Ji. Before he could even say the word, get out, Fang Shi ran away. Elder Ji was so angry that he took out his identity jade card and yelled at Fang Shi. What do you know, little girl? Do you think I don't want to be an alchemist? Isn't it because the requirements to become an alchemist of Nirvana are extremely harsh? In addition to having first-class bone structure, one must also have the talent to transform blood and energy into bone fire. This is not something that can be achieved through acquired efforts, it is determined from birth. Although I have first-class bone talent, I just can't transform blood into bone fire. What can I do? Elder Ji yelled for a long time, and waited for a full quarter of an hour before receiving Fang Zai's reply. Oh. Elder G, #% and asterisk at #. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1192 This is the right rhythm. Elder G was extremely angry. He suspected that Feng Shi was deliberately making him angry because he didn't give her the elixir. If you don't give it, you won't give it. I'm so mad at you. Thinking of this, he felt much better. On the other side, when Feng Shi was considering whether to find a way to learn alchemy, Zhu Xuan woke up. In fact, he was not dormant at all, and had been complaining to Lin Xiangchuan about Elder G's shamelessness. Lin Xiangchuan naturally agreed with him, which made Zhu Xuan smile happily. It turned out to be the right decision to keep Shaoanzi. Zhu Shihuan said to Feng Shi, "It's useless for you to learn now. You haven't drawn blood into your bones yet. You don't have any nirvana power at all. What are you practicing for? It would be better to practice well than to have this skill. I'm not trying to discourage you, I just feel like there's something wrong with your training these past 2 days, but I can't tell where it is. I'm afraid it's not that easy to draw blood and energy into your bones." Feng Shi actually felt vaguely that there might be something wrong, but she kept comforting herself by saying that the time had not come yet. Now after hearing what Zhu Xuan said, I felt even more unsure. She didn't care about whether to make the elixir or not, and quickly ran back to the grave. With Junwen and Elder Bai to receive those who delivered the lists, she was not needed. She immediately began to practice the Nirvana technique. Just like the previous 2 days, something came in and then went out the same way. Blood-devouring Huan said, "I think you are just a funnel. No matter how much spiritual energy you absorb, you can't convert it into blood energy. It's a pity that my skeleton is still in Langyunyuan. Otherwise, I will definitely be much stronger than you after practicing." Feng Shi. How come these two are so narcissistic? I am not like you. I have always been humble and low-key and never brag. Feng Shi practiced until midnight but made no progress. She decided to ask Elder G the next day, as nothing seemed to be going on. Remembering that she had not slept well the previous night, she took out the washbasin and rolling pin and began to practice the Sanskrit mantra. Outside the barrier of the inner disciples' residential area, the red skeletons felt the severe pain in their spiritual consciousness and felt comfortable. Finally come. Even if it's painful, it's better than the feeling of having a sword hanging over my head yesterday. Bite the barrier when it hurts, this is the right rhythm. Feng Shi had no idea that he had trained a group of tortured skeletons. After training for an hour, he put away the washbasin and rolling pin and fell asleep. Zhu Shihuan said to Lin Xiangchuan, "How can she be so careless that she can't even practice the Nirvana Sutra, and yet she can still sleep so soundly?" Lin Xiangchuan smiled and said, "Only with Feng Zhu's mentality can great things be accomplished. It's up to you." Zhu Xuan laughed loudly. Yes, my father and I are very similar in this respect. People who do great things must have a good attitude." Lin Xiangchuan. No wonder Patriarch Zhu didn't like Elder G. He probably felt like he was looking in a mirror. The next morning, Feng Shi had just gotten up and before he had time to look for Elder G, he received a message from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Inner disciples who have no missions on their hands are required to gather in the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall within half an hour. Feng Shi and the other two lived farther away than the other disciples, so they had no time to eat breakfast and hurried to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. After counting the number of people, Deacon Yu from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall said, "The herb garden is in urgent need of manpower, so we have decided to temporarily transfer some inner disciples to help. If they do a good job, in addition to the sect contribution points, each person will be rewarded with a bone cleansing pill." There was a sudden commotion among the crowd. Contribution points are secondary, the bone cleansing pill is too attractive to them. Many people are glad that they didn't accept any tasks recently, otherwise they would have missed this good opportunity. Junwen whispered to Feng Shi, "Little sister, are you coming here for us? If we go to the herb garden, how will we have time to practice?" Feng Shi thought the same, so she asked Deacon Yu, "Do you need us to go over for a few days? Can we choose not to go?" Deacon Yu said immediately, "It will take at least 5 days, at most 10 days. You have to go. This is related to the herb garden, and you can't shirk it." Feng Shi hesitated and said, "But the 3 of us are new here and haven't cultivated our spirit bones yet. So we don't need to take on any missions, right?" Deacon Yu explained. "That's the way it should be, but there are always exceptions. This time the medicine garden specifically said that all inner disciples who haven't accepted the mission must go over and help. You also know that the status of the herb garden is extraordinary, and we in the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall can only do as we are told." Feng Shi was now even more certain that he was coming for the 3 of them. I have to say that this method is quite clever. On the one hand, it can delay their practice time, and on the other hand, it can find some of their mistakes in the process and make use of them. Since there is no way to refuse, let's go and take a look. It just so happened that she was very curious about Neshu's alchemy skills, and maybe she could get some unexpected gains in the medicine garden. The 5 dogs spread roots in the danshan immediately became excited. Even if they couldn't eat the elixir, eating some herbs would be fine. Feng Shi originally thought that the herb garden wouldn't be too big. After all, how many herbs could there be with only 5 alchemists? As a result, when we arrived at the place, we found that the herb garden was unusually large. There is no edge in sight. Deacon Yu handed the person over to Deacon Yao in the medicine garden and then returned to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Deacon Yao took the list given to him by Deacon Yu and looked at it for a while, then began to assign. Deacon Yao took the list given to him by Deacon Yu and looked at it for a while, then began to assign tasks. Ding Jinglan, Wang Songhua, the 8 of you go to the 3-leaf purple sunflower field and practice the straight rain technique. Zhao Tan, Tang Yunlan, the 8 of you go to the Baishian Kahu field and practice the warmth technique. Deacon Yao made some arrangements, and in the end only Feng Shi and 3 others were left. He looked at the 3 of them and said, "You haven't cultivated your first spiritual bone yet, right? Then you can't perform spells, and there's a job that's suitable for you. There has been an insect plague in the steeper Olerakia fields recently. If you use magic spells, it is easy to accidentally hurt the steeper Olerakia, so you can only catch the insects manually. In order to prevent you from being lazy, each person must catch at least 100 insects a day before leaving work. Otherwise, you have to catch insects here even at night. Do you hear me? Although Fangxi and the other two cursed in their hearts, they agreed happily on the surface. Because they know that it is useless to say anything now, so it is better to counter the situation as it happens. Although they were mentally prepared, they still felt a sinking feeling in their hearts when they saw the endless fields of steeper oleifera. Not to mention 10 days, I'm afraid it won't be finished even in a month. After Deacon Yao left, Zhang Wen was about to catch a bug when Fangxi said, wait a moment. She sent a message to Elder Ji. Elder Ji, the herb garden asked me to manually catch the insects in the steeper SPP field. Is this an easy job? Soon, she received a reply from Elder Ji. Do you know why steeper erisfera is called this? It's because its juice can corrode human bones, not to mention flesh and blood. There is a kind of monster insect called black borer that likes to suck the juice of these plants. Its body will also be stained with the juice of bone-eating steeper. If you catch it with your hands, it must be very sour and refreshing. Just when Elder Ji was gloating over other people's misfortune, Fangxi's message arrived again. Elder Ji, I'm going to stir up trouble in the herb garden. Wait for my good news. Elder Ji was looking in the mirror, but after receiving the message, he almost dropped the mirror. He immediately yelled, are you crazy? The herb garden is an important place for the sect. If you cause trouble there, even old Jiang can't protect you. Fangxi sighed, I don't want to do this either. They forced me to do this. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want to get started. Elder Ji couldn't sit still anymore. Although he felt that Fangxi should not be so brave, but when he thought about the things she had done before, he felt that her courage would be as big as a millstone if dried up, and there was nothing she would not dare to do. After much thought, he decided to go to the herb garden. Halfway through the journey, he stopped. Why should he go? If you want to go, you have to go with Lao Jiang. So, turned around and walked back. He felt uneasy after taking a few steps. What if that dead girl really caused trouble and implicated him? How about going to take a look? Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards the medicine garden. After walking a few steps, I felt like a busybody and decided not to go. Turning around, I thought it would be inappropriate not to go now that I knew about this. Soon a rumor spread in Wangu Xianzong that Elder Ji from the transmission hall might be blind because he kept going in circles. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1193. There are still many good people in this world. While Elder Ji was circling in place, Fangxi had already squatted down to observe the steeper scabber and the black borer. The leaves of steeper erisperma are as thin and silky as silk, very dense, and look like a broom head. Hidden among these slender leaves are some small black insects, about the size of ants. Not to mention catching them with your hands, you probably can't even see them if you don't have good eyesight. Elder Bai frowned. If he tried to catch it with his hands, not only would his flesh and blood be corroded by the juice, but he would also be attacked by black borers. Although this thing's attack power is not strong, it's not worth getting bitten by it. Zhang Wen rolled his eyes and whispered to Fangxi, little sister, why don't you release the little fat bird? It has a deterrent effect on monster insects. I guess this black borer is also afraid of it. Fangxi shook his head. Although these black borers are afraid of the little fat bird, the more afraid they are, the more they will drill into the stems and leaves, making them harder to catch. As for releasing the little fat bird to eat insects, that is even worse. On the one hand, people will target it, and on the other hand, the people in the herb garden have to count the corpses of black borers to determine whether the task has been completed. In fact, the little fat bird doesn't want to eat these black beetles, they are disgusting. Zhang Wen saw Fangxi rejected his suggestion and sighed. What should I do? Can I just catch the bugs with my hands? I don't mind, but I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Elder Bai on the side. I definitely can't catch up with you when it comes to flattery. Fangxi curled her lips. Deacon Yao only said that we cannot use spiritual power or the power of nirvana, but he did not say that we cannot use spiritual consciousness to attack. I will recite the Sanskrit mantra now, and you two will be responsible for using your spiritual sense to collect the insect corpses into the storage ring. It's just 300 of them, it won't take much effort to deal with them. Zhang Wen. Elder Bai. Is this okay? Regardless of whether it works or not, Fangxi has already taken out the wash basin and rolling pin. After a few days of practice, she has become very familiar with this equipment. As long as she has Buddha in her heart, whatever she hits will be like a wooden fish. Fangxi sat on the ground, knocking on the wash basin and starting to recite the Diamond Sutra. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai were somewhat skeptical, their eyes fixed on the black borers on the several steeper scabber plants in front of them. In a moment, the black borers fell from the leaves of the steeper olerakia as if they were drunk, and after struggling for a few times on the ground, they became completely motionless. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Become. Junior sister, Fang Zhu, is truly omnipotent. Elder Bai silently repeated in his heart several times that if he believed in Fangxi, he would obtain eternal life. Since the black borer is already dead, I can use my spiritual sense to store it in the storage ring. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai quickly collected the corpses of the black borers into their storage rings, a large handful at a time. Originally they thought that the task of killing 100 black beetles per person per day was simply impossible to complete, but now it seems that the only thing to worry about is that there are not so many bugs in this medicinal field. Just as Fangxi said, there were 300 of them in a short while. Zhang Wen saw Fangxi stop reading and asked, little sister, are we going back now? Fangxi shook her head. If we hand in the task so soon, Deacon Yao will definitely come up with other ways to mess with us. When I was practicing the Sanskrit Sutra just now, I found that the spiritual energy here is much richer than where we live. Why don't we practice here? The people in this herb garden are really kind, they especially prepared such a good training ground for us. Zhang Wen nodded, yes, there are still many good people in this world. Elder Bai. The three of them immediately began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Deacon Yao came back from his inspection and found Fangxi and the other two meditating and practicing. He immediately said angrily, What are you doing? Fang Shi opened his eyes and sighed. We accidentally corroded our hands when we were catching bugs just now, and we are meditating and regulating our breathing. Wait a moment, we will continue catching them. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he stretched out his bloody hands for Deacon Yao to see. Deacon Yao was gloating in his heart, but he said impatiently. It's just some flesh wounds. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you fail to complete the task today, you will have to stay in the herb garden forever. Fang Shi sighed again. I know. After Deacon Yao left, Fang Shi and the other two continued to practice. As for the pair of bloody hands, it was just a small disguise. For Fang Shi, it was a piece of cake. Not to mention her, even Elder Bai could do it perfectly. When Fang Shi was practicing, the 5 dog spirit roots in her danshan kept kowtowed to her. They thought Fang Shi was too stubborn. The leaves of the steeper olerakia are so dense and lush that no one would notice if you just plucked a few. Why not pluck them quickly? Fang Shi asked them, do you want to have one meal full or every meal full? The 5 dog spirit roots suddenly became as quiet as chickens. They're not stupid, so of course they choose to have a full meal every time. Half an hour later, Deacon Yao came again. This time, Fang Shi not only showed him his bloody hands, but also showed him the corpses of a dozen black beetles. Deacon Yao did not suspect anything and just threatened and left. It's not that he doesn't want to keep an eye on it here, but the main reason is that the herbs in the medicine garden are very important. He has to inspect all the medicine fields in turn to avoid any mistakes. An hour later, Elder Ji came with a sullen face. He doesn't want to come either. But he was really worried. It wasn't that he was worried about Fang Shi's life or death. He was mainly afraid that Fang Shi would get into trouble and implicate him. Before he came, he sent a message to Elder Jiang, saying that Fang Shi had come to the medicine garden and was troubled by someone. As a result, Elder Jiang said that young people should experience more hardships. Elder Ji was almost mad to death. Is this what you should say as my second uncle? This time he decided to draw a line between himself and Fang Shi, and told her not to send him messages unless necessary, and to send them to her second uncle instead. Normally, not everyone can enter the medicine garden, not even the elders are exception. But this did not pose a problem for Elder Ji at all, so he made up an excuse. Xiao Yao, I came here mainly to see whether these inner disciples use the spells correctly. If not, it may cause damage to the herbs. Of course, if you think I am doing this unnecessarily, I will go back. Of course, Deacon Yao didn't dare to let him go. If a disciple really damaged the herbs because of the spell, wouldn't he be in trouble? So, Elder Ji swaggered into the medicine garden. He found an excuse to get rid of Deacon Yao and went to Fang Shi. He thought he would see Fang Shi and the other two struggling to catch insects, but instead he saw them practicing leisurely in the fields, and even taking the time to eat a bun. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1194 You a waste. Elder Ji was so angry that he almost split his legs. I have been turning around dozens of times because of you, you dead girl, and yet you're enjoying yourself here. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? But he was too embarrassed to say this, so he shouted. Have I ever told you that eating will affect the effect of practicing the Nirvana technique? You guys ignored my words, didn't you? Fang Shi stretched out his bloody hand pitifully. Elder Ji, I don't want to eat either, but look at how badly I have been injured. If I don't replenish my nutrition, I'm afraid I won't survive. Elder Ji's complexion was already not looking good, and now it was almost as black as ash at the bottom of a pot. Are you stupid? You made things difficult for you, and you didn't ask Lao Jiang for help. You're still bragging to me about making trouble, but I don't know what will happen, you'll have to drown yourself first. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. It's not right. When this dead girl was eating the bun just now, didn't you notice that her hands were not working properly? When I took a closer look, I almost died of anger. What bloody mess, it's just animal blood, the wound is also fake. Before Elder Ji got mad, Fang Shi took out a mirror. Elder Ji, please take a quick look, I think you look better than yesterday. Elder Ji was shocked when he saw the ferocious old face in the mirror. Who is this big monkey? By the time he managed his expression, the peak of his anger had passed. He pointed at Fang Shi. Don't think that I won't do anything to you just because Lao Jiang is protecting you. This is the last time. If you mess with me again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Fang Shi quickly and sincerely admitted his fault. After listing 9 crimes against himself, he said, Elder Ji, I was indeed wrong today. I have failed you. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you go on this trip in vain. Just go back and wait for my good news. Elder Ji gritted his teeth and warned, the herb garden is not a place where you can do whatever you want. If you cause trouble, not only 1 old ginger, but 10 old gingers can't save you. That's all I have to say. You can do whatever you want. After speaking, he walked away. Fang Shi shouted behind him. Elder Ji, I know you came to see me because you care about me. I understand. Elder Ji staggered and almost fell to the ground. Who cares about you? You really know how to flatter yourself. I'm afraid of being implicated by you, okay. He was too lazy to argue and just snorted and left. After Elder Ji left, Fang Shi and the other two continued to practice. Deacon Yao came several times during this period. Seeing that Fang Shi and the others not only had bloody hands but also had their heads wrapped in cloth, he thought that his goal had been achieved and did not investigate further. In the evening, the other inner disciples went back, leaving only Fang Shi and 3 others. Deacon Yao sneered, it's not that I'm ruthless, but the 3 of you have only caught 115 black boars in total. According to the regulations, you can only stay in the herb garden and continue catching them. By the way, the tasks are cumulative, which means that by this time tomorrow, each of you must catch 200 bugs, otherwise you will have to stay here. After hearing what he said, Fang Shi and the other 2 wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Seeing this, Deacon Yao left with satisfaction. Fang Shi and the other 2 looked at each other and continued to meditate and practice. After a while, Zheng Wen said in surprise. Little sister, I have successfully drawn blood and energy into my bones. Feng Shi and Elder Bai congratulated him and continued to practice. An hour later, Elder Bai smiled and said, I have also completed the process of drawing blood and energy into the bones. Feng Shi congratulated as usual. Zhu Xuan clicked his tongue and said, you are still congratulating others, but why don't you think about what's going on with you? Feng Shi had originally wanted to ask Elder Ji in the morning, but was distracted by the matter of the medicine garden. When Elder Ji came, she didn't think about this matter. She immediately sent a message to Elder Ji and told him about her cultivation situation. Elder Ji, what do you think is going on with my situation? It was midnight. Elder Ji had just fallen asleep when he was woken up. When he saw that it was a message from Feng Shi, he immediately became furious. You bother me during the day and send me messages late at night. Do you really think I have a good temper? However, after hearing what Feng Shi said, he was stunned. What did you say? Say it again. Feng Shi repeated it again. Elder Ji was silent for a long time before he said, Girl, what I'm going to say next may make you collapse, so you have to hold on. Feng Shi immediately replied, Don't worry, I'm lying down and listening now, I'm sure I can hold on. Elder Ji. The originally sad atmosphere didn't seem so sad after she did this. Since you are mentally prepared, I will tell you straight. You should also know that bone talent is divided into 9 grades. Those above grade 3 are geniuses, and those above grade 6 are also okay. The remaining grades 7, 8, and 9 can only be menial servants. And you are not even as good as the 9th rank. You are waste. Feng Shi. I strongly suspect that you are taking this opportunity to scold me. Elder Ji, that's not right. When I examined the bones that day, they were of the 2nd rank. Elder Ji sneered, I asked Cheng Wuya before, and he didn't test it for you at all. Alas, this kind of thing can be concealed for a while but not forever. I advise you to make plans early, otherwise you will have to endure the pain of being tortured to death after 3 months. It's not worth it. Even if it cannot be called nirvana, it can still be called spiritual practice. There are many ways to achieve success, you don't have to squeeze into this single plank bridge. Elder Ji persuaded Feng Shi earnestly for a long time, and Feng Shi said, Elder Ji, I understand what you are talking about. Don't worry, I am not a person who dwells on trivial matters. First, can you tell me what is waste? Elder Ji, out of compassion, was very patient and explained. Although most people can practice nirvana, there are a very small number of people whose bones are harder than others. Well, how should I put it? Just think of it as hard. No matter how hard such people try, they cannot draw blood and energy into their bones, and thus cannot practice the nirvana technique. This kind of qualification is called waste, and you are one of them. Feng Shi suddenly realized, that is to say, I'm a stubborn person. That's right, I don't have any other advantages. I am born proud and have a lot of backbone. Elder Ji, your focus has gone astray, okay. Feng Shi continued, Elder Ji, is there no hope for a useless person like me? Please give me some bad advice. Elder Ji. He had thought Feng Shi would be depressed after suffering such a heavy blow, so he tried to be as tactful as possible in his words, but it turned out that this damn girl didn't seem to be affected at all. He said angrily, what can I do? Unless your bones can become soft, no one can do anything. Feng Zai's eyes lit up. Elder Ji, what do you say to me if I drill a hole in the bone? Anyway, it will be fine if the blood and qi go in. Whether it came in through the door or the window, isn't it all the same? Elder Ji. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1195. What a discerning girl. Elder Ji thought Feng Shi was crazy. What kind of crazy talk is this? Drilling a hole in a bone. Is this something a normal person would say? He said unhappily. What time is it, and you are still talking nonsense here? Stop having unrealistic dreams. While you are still young, quickly choose a spiritual sect. As long as you work hard, you will definitely have a bright future. After listening to this, Feng Shi sighed, but I just want to be a nirvana practitioner. Elder Ji advised earnestly. What's so good about nirvana? How ugly it would be for a little girl like you to become a skeleton. Feng Shi said faintly, but I like the bony beauty of skeletons. Elder Ji. I've been worrying about you and talking to you all my heart out, and yet you're just here talking nonsense to me. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Feng Zai's tone suddenly became very serious. Elder Ji, although what I said just now was a bit exaggerated, I really want to become a nirvana cultivator, otherwise I would not have joined our Wangu Shan sect. Just like you told me before, the Nirvana Sutra is the supreme of all methods. The skills of those spiritual sects cannot compare with the Nirvana Sutra at all. With the Nirvana Sutra in front of me, I don't even look down on those junks. Feng Zai's words touched Elder Ji's heart. His anger just now disappeared in an instant, and his pity for Feng Shi prevailed again. What a knowledgeable girl. It's just a waste. Ugh. Feng Shi continued, Elder Ji, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, I still want to give it a try. If it succeeds, that would be the best. Even if it fails, at least I won't have any regrets. What do you think? Elder Ji sighed, your idea is good, but you're a waste, what can you do? Feng Shi, drilling a hole. Elder Ji. No, are you serious? He was silent for a moment, then said. Even if this method is really feasible, have you ever thought about it? Even if you drill a hole in one of the bones, only this one bone can absorb blood and qi, and the other bones still cannot. A person has 206 bones. If you want to cultivate a complete set of spiritual bones, you have to drill a hole in each bone. Putting aside whether you can endure this kind of pain, the key point is that there is no way to predict the consequences of doing so. Not only may you not be able to cultivate spiritual bones, but you may also lose all your cultivation or even your life. So, give up. People have to accept their fate. Feng Shi instantly became possessed by a middle school student. Accept your fate. My fate is in my own hands. I will fight this sinful fate to the end. I want to let everyone see that even if I, Feng Shi, am judged as waste, I can still become a genius in Nirvana. Even if I die, I won't hesitate. Elder Ji, good ambition, but unnecessary. Feng Shi. Both parties were silent for a moment, and Feng Shi said, Elder Ji, I want to try it anyway. I'll take a piece of bone and try it. Whether it works or not, please keep this secret for me. Even if I am the second one, well, please don't talk about Elder Jiang for now. Elder Ji sighed and said, you can try it if you want. However, drilling holes in the ribs is very risky. You must be careful not to injure your internal organs. Feng Shi asked in confusion, why should I choose the ribs? I have already thought about it. I will choose the top phalanx of my left pinky finger. It will be done in a very short time. Elder Ji. Nothing to say. Elder Ji, wait until I'm done, I'll let you learn more. Elder Ji, it's late at night, let's sleep till death. Feng Shi. Just go to sleep and have a dead sleep. Feng Shi put away the identity token and stared at the little finger of her left hand. She's ready for real. Because I have to find a way to get through the 3-month assessment. Anyway, as long as I can cultivate a piece of spiritual bone, it doesn't matter which bone it is. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. Just think of it as piercing your little finger's ear. It's a pity that the outside of the ear is all cartilage and doesn't count. Otherwise it would be so beautiful if I could pierce a hole in the ear. So she told Jun Wen and Elder Bai about her thoughts. Jun Wen immediately said, Junior sister, I think Elder Ji must have made a mistake. How could a genius like you be a waste? I think there must be some immortal and divine items above the first grade, and you are one of them. Otherwise, just observe for a few more days and maybe you will succeed in drawing blood and qi into your body. Elder Bai also felt that there was still time and it would be best to observe for a few more days. Seeing that both of them said so, Feng Shi decided to wait for another 3 days. If it still didn't work, then he would have to drill a hole in the bone. The three of them practiced for a while before taking turns to rest. Although Elder Jin and the others were not stupid enough to attack them directly, what if? It was better to be careful. When Feng Shi fell asleep, outside the barrier of the inner disciples' residential area, those red skeletons were silently cursing. Many skeletons even took off their own bones and smashed them onto the barrier. No one knew if there was something wrong with the barrier or for some other reason, but a rib of one of the red skeletons passed through the barrier and pierced into Feng Shi's grave. The red skeleton who lost his bones was almost going crazy. He bit the barrier, but unfortunately it was ineffective. Finally, he collapsed on the ground and howled with his jaw bared. Although there was no sound, one could tell that he was devastated. The other skeletons showed a rare bit of humanity. Well, they were laughing so hard that they were about to fall apart. Not only did he laughed while touching his ribs. The skeleton that lost its bones was instantly blown apart by anger. After a while, the red skeletons walked away cursing. The skeleton that lost his bones looked back every few steps and finally could only walk away howling. My rib, you must wait for me, I will find a way to get you back. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1196. Do you think you are a carpenter in the secular world? Jun Wen and Elder Bai took turns on duty in the middle of the night and did not wake Feng Shi up. If they don't even have this much awareness, what qualifications do they have to follow junior sister Feng Zhu? The night was uneventful. Deacon Yao did not come for the random check because he felt that Feng Shi and the other two would definitely be working overtime to catch insects, and it would make no difference whether he came or not. In the morning, the appearance of Feng Shi and the other two confirmed his thoughts. Now the clothes of Feng Shi and the other two were full of holes corroded by the juice of steeper almoids, their hands were bloody, and their heads were wrapped like sandbags. It was so miserable. In the end, only dozens of black borers were handed in. Deacon Yao clicked his tongue and said, you haven't even made up for yesterday's deficit. Looks like you'll have to stay in the herb garden tonight. Feng Shi said cautiously. Deacon Yao, if we stay in the herb garden forever, we will have no time to practice. If we fail to cultivate the first spiritual bone within 3 months, we will be punished by slow slicing. Before she could finish, Deacon Yao said coldly. Whether you cultivate spiritual bones or not has nothing to do with me. I only care about the number of black beetles you hand over, and nothing else. Instead of wasting time on this nonsense, you might as well catch a few more black borers. After hearing what he said, Feng Shi and the other two became even more wilted, like eggplants hit by frost. Deacon Yao made a few more sarcastic remarks and then left. Feng Shi and the other two continued their practice as usual. The spiritual energy here is much richer than that of their residence, so it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Feng Shi was practicing when he received the message from Elder Ji. Have you finished drilling the hole? Have you successfully drawn blood and energy into your body? I don't care about you, I'm just curious. Feng Shi was too lazy to expose his evasiveness and said. I plan to observe for another 3 days. If I still can't draw blood and energy into the body, I'll try drilling a hole. In fact, Elder Ji felt that observation was useless, as he could conclude from her description that she was a waste. However, out of pity, he still said, then let's observe for a few days and see. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Feng Shi still failed to successfully draw blood and qi into his body. That night, she decided to implement her bone drilling plan. In the past, people used to drill wood to make fire, but today, there is Feng Shi who drills bones to practice. However, how to drill and what to use is a problem. Besides, she has never done anything like this before, so doesn't she need to practice first? She rummaged around in her storage ring, found an animal bone, took out a small awl and a hammer, and started chiseling at it. It didn't make a hole, but it cracked the bone. Feng Shi felt that it was not her skills that were not good enough, but the tools. She had to research a set of spiritual tools similar to an electric drill, so that she could drill a hole with just a few clicks. But on second thought, refining equipment requires a casting furnace, and obviously this condition is not available now. This is how to do. When she was worrying, Zhu Shihuan curled his lips and said. You usually think you're smart, but your brain freezes at the critical moment. Fang's eyes lit up. Grandpa, my little cleverness is nothing compared to your great wisdom. Have you come up with any good ideas? Zhu Xuan was obviously fooled by Fang's eyes trick. He originally wanted to keep it a secret, but he blurted out everything without thinking. You need tools to drill a hole. Do you think you are a carpenter in the secular world? Have you ever thought of using spiritual power directly? Fang Shi was stunned at first, then he slapped his forehead. Yes, why was she so stupid as to become a carpenter? Can't you just use spiritual power? The spiritual power can tear a person into pieces, so drilling a hole in a person is certainly no problem. She praised Zhu Shihuan a lot, then modified a trick of the rain of needles from the sky, condensed her spiritual power into a thin needle and started drilling holes in the animal bones. It wasn't smooth at the beginning because I didn't master the techniques well, but it became much smoother later on. The animal bones were soon covered with tiny holes as thin as needle tips. Fang Shi looked at those holes and felt like Madame Wrong. Nanny Fang felt that her technique was mature and was about to drill a hole in herself when Deacon Yao came over with a gloomy face. You three can go now. Fang Shi and the other two were all confused. Fang Shi asked tentatively, can we leave now? But we haven't completed the mission yet. Deacon Yao snorted coldly, you didn't complete the task, but who let you climb up the high branch? Elder Jiang went to the Sect Master because of you three. Can we disobey the Sect Master's order? Fang Shi, Elder Jiang, you are such a good person. But, it is not necessary. She glanced at the medicinal field behind her reluctantly. Such a good place for training was about to leave her. What a sin. She will definitely come back. Zheng Wen and Elder Bai were reluctant to leave, but they looked overjoyed. Under the supervision of Deacon Yao, the three of them left the medicine garden. The 5 dogs spread roots in Danshan were almost angry to death. Why are you still promising them that they will have enough food every day? The result, not even a blade of grass was eaten. However, even though they were angry, they didn't dare to cause trouble to Fang Shi. After all, countless bloody lessons had proved that little arms cannot beat big legs. After leaving the herb garden, Fang Shi said, let's go thank Elder Jiang. Even though he was doing more harm than good, they still had to appreciate it. So the three of them went to Elder Jiang's grave. Unfortunately, Elder Jiang is not here. Fang Shi had no choice but to send a message to Elder Jiang and express his sincere gratitude. Elder Jiang didn't say anything, but only told the three of them to practice well and try to cultivate their first spiritual bone as quickly as possible. In fact, he had no intention of intervening. He thought it was nothing for young people to go through some hardships. However, after several days had passed and the medicine garden had not stopped, he felt that it was a bit too much. In addition, Elder Ji always treated him sarcastically for no reason, which really annoyed him. He really didn't understand. If Elder Ji wanted to help Fang Shi out of trouble, why didn't he find a way on his own instead of always bothering him? Is it out of consideration to avoid suspicion? Although Elder Jiang had some complaints about Elder Ji, he had a very good impression of Fang Shi, and he can bear to see her unable to practice because of the difficulties in the medicine garden, so he went to find Sect Master Gu. The reason why we look for Sect Master Gu is because the medicine garden has a special status, and looking for someone else will have limited effect. Even though Elder Jiang never flatters others, Sect Leader Gu thinks highly of him. Not only did he readily ask Yao Po to release the people, he also gave Yao Po a good scolding. Sect Master Gu did not suspect that Elder Jiang was motivated by personal feelings. After all, Fang Shi and the other two were recruited by Elder Jiang, so it was normal for him to be concerned about their situation. After Fang Shi sent a message to Elder Jiang, he sent another message to Elder Ji, briefly explaining the matter. Elder Ji responded quickly. Why do you think Lao Jiang went to see the Sect Master? Wasn't it me who instigated him? I know you want to take advantage of the spiritual energy of the medicine garden. Deacon Yao is a fool and didn't notice it, but Elder Zhuoqiu of the medicine garden will come out in a few days. If he finds out, you three will be in big trouble. Fang Shi immediately thanked Elder Ji profusely, and finally gave Elder Ji a nickname, the most handsome man in Wangu Xianzong. Although Elder Ji had never heard of the term, flower boy, before, since he is both flowery and beautiful, it must be a compliment to his extraordinary handsomeness. I was so happy. I originally wanted to ask Fang Shi whether he had drilled the hole, but I forgot. Fang Shi and the other two walked leisurely towards the grave. From a distance, Fang Shi saw that there seemed to be something red stuck on her grave. Could it be that some particular person put a flower on her grave? It turns out that there are still many good people in this world. However, when she got closer, she found that it was actually a red bone, a rib. Fang Shi laughed out loud. In this day and age, people still dye bones. How creative. Originally, I felt that it was not enough to practice with just animal bones, but now I can practice with this rib. Poke 7749 holes first. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1197 I praised you as a pretty boy, but it turns out you are just an old man. While Fang Shi was talking, Elder Bai said thoughtfully. Although this rib is red, it is shiny and should be a spiritual bone. Why is it inserted here? Zheng Wen was startled and said. Little sister, someone must want to harm you. Either this thing is poisonous or they're trying to frame me. Maybe this rib is a treasure of the sect or something, someone will come to search for it soon. Fang Shi. I have to say that Fifth Brother's imagination is becoming more and more rich. But she intuitively felt that the rib was an accident, not man-made. If it was a frame-up, the method was too crude and it didn't seem like something Elder Jin and his men would do. Besides, this bone doesn't look like a treasure at all. As for whether it was poisonous, that was out of the question. Not to mention that she was immune to all poisons, the key point was that 5 dog spread roots in her danshan didn't react at all. However, for the sake of caution, Fang Shi took out the photo stone and started recording, and also provided his own commentary. Look at everything in the sky, on the ground, alive, dead. I haven't been back for several days. When I came back today, I saw a red rib stuck on my grave from a distance. In order to prove my innocence, I am taking this photo as evidence. After saying that, he took a 360-degree close-up of the red ribs without any blind spots, and recorded both the distant and close shots. After recording, Fang Shi sent another message to Elder G. Elder G, does our sect have any treasures like ribs? Elder G responded quickly. You're so smart, what respectable sect would treasure a rib? What evil ideas are you up to? Are you trying to get someone else's spirit bones and put them on your body? You can't stick human flesh to a dog, and neither can bones. Just give up on this idea. Fang Shi thought about it and finally came to a conclusion. Elder G called her a dog. I praised you as a pretty boy, but it turns out you were just an old man. However, Fang Shi felt relieved after hearing what he said. It seemed that this rib was definitely not a treasure of the sect. Judging from the direction of insertion, it probably fell from the sky. Maybe it's a gift from nature. So Fang Shi took this gift from nature and entered the tomb. He first washed up briefly, and then began to use his spiritual power to drill holes in his ribs. You know what, these ribs are much harder to pierce than animal bones. Fang Shi tried several times but failed. It was not until midnight that he finally made a hole. However, she was not at all satisfied with the hole because it was not round enough and not smooth enough. At this time, outside the barrier, the red skeleton who had lost his ribs was hitting the barrier with his hand bones while cursing. Although there was no sound, the other red skeletons stayed away from him, which showed how dirty his curse was. Fang Shi naturally didn't know all this. She was so exhausted from piercing the hole that she planned to put the red rib away and go to sleep. As a result, I tried several times but couldn't put it into the storage ring. Oh my goodness, could it be that this rib is alive? White bone demon. No, red bone demon. How about trying refining it with blood? Lin Xiangchun considered it again and again, and said, Fang Zhu, the origin of this rib is unknown, it is best not to try to refine it with blood easily, there may be risks. Zhu Shihuan immediately said carelessly. Xiao Chuanzi, you are good in every way except that you are too timid. It's just a broken rib, what's the risk? Besides, Xiaoxi's spiritual sense is only slightly weaker than mine. Even if there is a problem with this rib, she won't be the one who suffers in the end. People who practice cultivation must have the strength of a tiger. If they're hesitant and look ahead, they will not achieve much. Xiaoxi, don't listen to Xiaowanzi, hurry up and try dripping blood, I can't wait to find out what's wrong with this rib. Fang Shi. Why do I feel like you just want to satisfy your strong curiosity? It's better not to have this grandpa. However, she still decided to refine it with blood. Zhu Xuan is right, cultivation is a fight against heaven. If you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, you will not achieve much. However, she also knew that Lin Xiangchun had good intentions, so she tried to comfort him so as not to dampen his enthusiasm. This is her professional quality as a master of keeping things balanced. After comforting Lin Xiangchun, she pricked her finger and dripped blood onto her ribs, then began to try to refine it. The red skeleton that had lost its ribs was still cursing, but suddenly it froze in place. Then he looked at the barrier and Fang Shi's grave in disbelief. His ribs are missing. His ribs lost spiritual connection with him. Could it be that his ribs were ground into bone powder to supplement his body? Oh my god, I am incomplete. What sin have I committed? My rib, why did you leave me like this? I'm so sorry. The other red skeletons all gathered around, their jaws opening and closing, probably asking what was going on. When they learned that the skeleton's ribs were missing, they all laughed and pounded on the ground, and some even rolled on the ground. The skeleton that had lost its ribs could no longer endure such humiliation and fell apart. In fact, this scene would have been impossible to happen in the past. These red skeletons have almost lost their intelligence and can only attack the barrier madly. Although it cannot be compared with normal people now, it is obviously more human. At this time, inside the grave mound, Fang Shi had successfully refined the red rib. However, although it was refined, she found that this thing should not be a living thing, but more like an object. This thing doesn't seem to be of any use other than practicing. Mu Jian gave Fang Shi some bad advice in a mean way. Master, you can use this thing to knock on the wash basin from now on. Isn't it more impressive than a rolling pin? Otherwise, you can grind the bones into beads and wear them as Buddhist beads. It's bright red, so festive. Quote. Fang Shi. Putting aside the beating of the wooden fish, why do you feel it is festive to wear Buddhist beads made from human bones? Do you think I'm the Shah monk wearing 9 skulls? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1198 The devil is a brick and can be moved wherever needed. Fang Shi was too lazy to bother with the wooden sword and put the red rib into the storage ring. Use it to practice making holes first, and then slowly explore its other uses later. Because it was already the second half of the night, she did not practice the Sanskrit sound technique and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the barrier, the red skeletons gloated for a while, and then started cursing like they did in the previous few days. Before dawn, it ran away. The skeleton with the missing rib followed howling. If I knew who destroyed my ribs, I would cut him into pieces, grind his bones into powder, and use them to make steamed buns. The next day, after breakfast, Fang Shi took out the ribs and practiced the drilling technique. Although he had some experience, it still took him 2 hours to drill the second hole. Fang Shi was still not satisfied and continued drilling. 3 days later, Fang Shi finally completed the goal of 749 holes. Her drilling technique is now perfect. Let's put it this way, with your eyes closed, you can accurately drill an impeccable hole at the designated location. She thought it was time to drill a hole in herself. So many days have passed, and she still can't draw blood and energy into her body. It seems that what Elder G said is right, she is indeed a waste. It doesn't matter, after drilling a hole in it, this waste will become a top-notch product. In order to seek psychological comfort for herself, Fang Shi not only took a bath and changed clothes before drilling the hole, but also specially prayed for blessings from the demon god. The devil is a brick and can be moved wherever needed. Zhu Xuan rarely said anything sarcastic, because to him, the demon god was supreme and omnipotent, and it was very necessary for Fang Shi to pray to the demon god. Fang Shi knelt on the ground, muttering to himself. God of Devil, I'm about to drill a hole in my bone, please bless me with smooth sailing. This is not only related to whether I can practice Nirvana, but also related to whether I can build a few more demon god temples for you after I get out. You must pay attention to it. Blood-devouring world. Are you asking for help from the devil or threatening him? After Fang Shi stood up, he showed an expression of fearlessness, and then asked Zhu Xuan, Grandpa, do you think I should leave a suicide note or a will? Zhu Shihuan, isn't it just drilling a hole on your little finger? Look at how you're hesitating and sneaking around. Fang Shi. I admit that I was hesitant, but how did I become sneaky? She made up her mind and started to drill. It's not that Zhu Xuan's words had any effect, but she was afraid that if she hesitated too long, the devil would threaten her again. Well, she forgot to pray for blessing. Although her drilling technique is very skilled, it really hurts. No wonder people say it's an unforgettable pain. Fortunately, she had practiced using her ribs before, otherwise it would not only be painful but might not have been successful. Thank you ribs, thank you for the gift of nature. Time seemed to be extremely long, as if an extremely long time had passed before Fang Shi finally succeeded in drilling a tiny hole as thin as a needle hole on the bone of his left little finger. In fact, it was only half a quarter of an hour. After all, those 49 needle holes were not practiced in vain. Fang Shi didn't care about the pain and hurriedly practiced the Nirvana technique. I finally managed to drill a hole, what if I don't quickly draw blood and energy into the body to heal it? After she performed the Nirvana Sutra 3 times, she gained nothing. Fang Shi felt that the devil was too unreliable. You said that you didn't play a role when the Nine Nether Continent was invaded by the Tiank League, but you couldn't even protect me in my cultivation. You were so useless. From now on, don't call yourself the devil, just call yourself the devil. As she was thinking about it, she shuddered. It's so cold. Instead of being scared, she was very happy. Because this means that the devil has resurrected and is near her. She immediately changed her expression and kept flattering the devil in her heart. No one knew what the devil had done, or if the time was right, but when Fang Shi practiced Nirvana Sutra for the 6th time, she discovered something different from before. Part of the spiritual energy was transformed into another form and stored in the finger bones. This should be what Elder Ji meant by drawing blood and chi into the body. It seems that drilling holes is really useful. She is really an ordinary little genius. I, Fang Shi, am the best of bone drilling practice. Unprecedented. Who wouldn't give a thumbs up when seeing this? As for the devil, she had long forgotten about him. She was the one who drilled the hole and practiced the Nirvana technique, so does this matter have anything to do with the devil? As she was showing off, she felt a chill and said quickly. Thank you for your blessing, Master Demon. When I return, I will definitely build a few more demon temples for you, Master Demon. Zhu Shihuan sneered, you said that you knew that the demon god was omnipotent, but you liked to say bad things about him behind his back. After being warned by him, you turned into a lackey. What do you want? Fang Shi thought seriously for a moment. I think doing this will make the demon god impressed with me. He will think of me when he has nothing to do, and bless me when he has nothing to do. Blood-devouring world. Fang Shi muttered a few words and then quickly continued to practice. Now that I have finally managed to draw blood and energy into my body, I naturally have to strike while the iron is hot and practice for a while longer. The next day, Fang Shi shared the good news with Zheng Wen and Elder Bai. Zheng Wen immediately praised him a lot. Fang Shi thought to himself, I flatter the devil, and my 5th senior brother flatters me, the law of conservation of energy never deceives me. After Zheng Wen finished blowing his rainbow fart, his eyes rolled. Junior sister, finger bones are much smaller than ribs. Does that mean it takes less time? Maybe you can cultivate your finger bones into spiritual bones in 3 to 5 days. Fang Shi's eyes lit up, it's really possible. She was already in a good mood, and now she was even more delighted. She decided to share her joy with Elder Ji, so she ran to see him happily. As soon as they met, he gave Elder Ji a little finger. Elder Ji. This gesture of yours can easily attract hatred. Fang Shi didn't think so much, and said happily. Elder Ji, I have successfully drawn blood and energy into the body. My method of drilling holes is really useful. I just said it casually at the time, but I didn't expect it to be so successful. I admire myself, I am so talented. I am considered the founder of the bone drilling practice. Elder Ji was silent for a moment, then said only one sentence, which made Fang Shi's little tail droop. There are 206 bones in the human body, and you still have 205 to drill. When Fang Shi thought of the pain of drilling the hole, the joy of success was instantly reduced. But she soon regained her composure. Because she had no intention of cultivating a second spiritual bone, okay. After she has managed to get through the 3-month assessment, she will focus on finding a way to leave. She smiled and said, Elder Ji, let's talk about the future later. Do you think my little finger bone is so small, will it take less time? Elder Ji had never really thought about this problem, because normal people would practice with their ribs first, because the ribs cover the internal organs and are the easiest to refine successfully. So he said, that may not be the case. Anyway, you should focus on your cultivation. By the way, Elder Jin and Elder Ken were released yesterday. Fang Shi was stunned. Why? Elder Ji said, I don't know the specific situation, but it seems to be related to Elder Zhuokyu. It's not that he is partial to someone, but it seems that there is something that needs the assistance of Elder Jin and Elder Ken. However, the clan leader made it very clear that he would make up for the days they had spent in jail after the matter was over. This is understandable, but I am worried that the two of them will take advantage of the opportunity to harm you, so you should be more careful. As soon as Elder Ji finished speaking, Fang Shi's identity jade token began to vibrate, and the voice of Hall Master Siu came from it. Fang Shi, the herb garden said that a large area of steeper aerosperma died, and they suspect that it is related to you three. I have sent someone to summon you three to the hall to answer the question. You have an idea in your mind. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1199 Fangxi's backyard caught fire. After listening to the tip-off from Hall Master Siu, Fangxi responded immediately, mainly expressing 3 meanings. The first level is naturally gratitude, the second level is to show one's innocence, and the third level is to show that one is ready to deal with it. After putting away the identity jade token, she smiled and said to Elder G, "Come and live." Elder G asked in confusion, "What's coming to life?" Fangxi repeated what Hall Master Siu had said, and Elder G didn't know what to say for a moment. "Is this what you call life? This is trouble, okay." He snorted coldly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Elder Ken and Elder Jin suffered a great loss before. If they were not absolutely sure, they would not have done such a thing. If you take it lightly, you will be the one who suffers." Fangxi blinked his eyes, "Then you go and support me. At the critical moment, you come forward to turn the tide and save me from the water and fire." "Elder G, do I owe you something? Get out of here now, I have things to do." Fangxi didn't say anything more and left happily. "Elder G. If you didn't know, you would think she had encountered something good." By the way, he had to inform Lao Jiang, lest his second uncle would still be kept in the dark. He can't compare to Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang has some face in front of the sect leader. Thinking of Sect Master Gu, Elder G felt even more upset. He thought he was the clan leader's most trusted subordinate, but it turned out that Lao Jiang had more face than him. While he was complaining in his heart, he sent a message to Elder Jiang. "Old Jiang, Fangxi is in trouble again. The herb garden said that the 3 of them caused a large number of steeper scabra to die. You should think of a solution quickly, or I think she will be in trouble this time." "Elder Jiang. I was concerned about your face and didn't dare to say it directly, but you didn't stop, right? I can't bear it anymore, no need to bear it anymore." "Elder G, Fangxi is your junior, not mine. Don't come to me whenever she has problems. Solve it yourself." Elder G was confused. "Old Jiang, what do you mean by that? You are Fangxi's second uncle, who else can I go to if not you?" "Elder Jiang, second uncle. When did I become her second uncle? She did say that I look like her second uncle, but I am not her second uncle." Elder G was stunned when he heard this series of tongue-twister-like words. Isn't Lao Jiang Fangxi's second uncle? Then why did she tell Cheng Wuya that Lao Jiang was her second uncle? Thinking of Fangxi's daily behavior, he understood. It turns out that he is just pretending to be a tiger. "You damn girl, you deceived me so much." Thinking about how Fangxi deliberately said, too, several times and then changed her words to say Elder Jiang, it would be weird if she didn't do it on purpose. When he was furious, Elder Jiang asked, "I would like to ask you, who are you to Fangxi?" "Elder G, I am her sucker. A huge sucker. I owed her in my past life." Elder Jiang. After a moment, the two finally realized how outrageous the previous imaginations were. Elder G gritted his teeth and said, "It's also the fault of that idiot Cheng Wuya. He can't even speak clearly. Otherwise, we wouldn't be played around by a little girl." Elder Jiang was quite fair. Cheng Wuya was also deceived by Fangxi, but it wasn't intentional. "I should blame Fangxi. I thought she was honest, but she turned out to be a shameless liar who was eager for quick success." Elder G felt a little uncomfortable when he heard what Elder Jiang said, and subconsciously said, "What you said is a bit harsh. She did tell lies all the time, but she can't be called a shameless person. She just wanted to join our Wangu Xianzong. As a little girl, she couldn't think of any other way, so it's understandable that she lied in a hurry." Elder Jiang. "Which side are you from?" Elder G coughed twice. "I'm not trying to excuse her, the point is that this damn girl doesn't have any other problems except lying. Can't we just beat her to death with one blow? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for looking like her great uncle." Elder Jiang. "What you said is human language." Then, he suddenly remembered something. When his bones were examined that day, he was in the form of a skeleton. How did Fangxi know that he looked like her second uncle? Sure enough, not a single word this shameless guy said was true. It's a pity that he helped her many times, but it would be worse than helping a dog. Fangxi didn't know that there was a fire in the backyard. As soon as she came out of the transmission hall, she met disciples from the law enforcement hall, including Zheng Wen and Elder Bai. He was just being held captive. Fortunately, these law enforcement disciples had all witnessed Fangxi's ability to cause trouble, so they were relatively polite to the two of them and were just going through the motions. After the law enforcement disciple explained his purpose, Fangxi cooperated very well and said, "Since it is Hall Master Siu who has summoned us, we naturally dare not neglect it. Let's go." The law enforcement disciples felt relieved to see how cooperative she was, as they were really afraid that something strange might happen. Not long after walking out, he ran into several inner disciples. Fangxi said with a smile, "Please spread the word, brothers. I, Fangxi, will go to the law enforcement hall to sue again. If you are not busy, please go and support me." The eyes of those inner disciples suddenly lit up. Fangxi is going to sue again. This is a great thing. Maybe I can get some spread stones for free. So, everyone smiled happily. "Junior Sister Fangxi, don't worry, we will spread the word and make sure you can have a lively lawsuit." Law enforcement disciple. "What do you think our law enforcement hall is? A market, and it's so lively. No matter what they think, those inner disciples really get things done. Immediately start mobilizing your network of contacts to spread the word about this great thing." Soon, the entrance of the law enforcement hall was crowded with people and it was bustling with activity. Deacon Yao, the plaintiff, was quite smug. It seems that the influence of the medicine garden is still the same as before. These disciples must have seen him appear here, so they all came to watch. At this time, someone outside the crowd shouted, "Fangxi is here." The crowd took the initiative to make way for them, and Fangxi smiled and greeted the disciples on both sides as he walked. "Are you here? Are you all here? Are you all doing well?" The disciples who were eating melons said in unison. Junior Sister Fangxi, we are all your strong backers, don't worry, just go ahead and argue with us. Yes, Junior Sister Fangxi, whether you are the plaintiff or the defendant, we support you. Junior Sister Fangxi, let me whisper to you, the herb garden is very rich now. Ellipsis. Deacon Yao. Crazy. All crazy. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1200 Fangxi's house collapsed. It's not that all those disciples who just watch the show are crazy, but money can make people's hearts move. Anyway, you don't have to pay anything and you can get money, so why not? After Fangxi greeted the disciples who were just watching the show, he walked to the front of the hall with a 1,000-layer pancake filter. Inner sect disciple Fangxi pays respect to Hall Master Chia Hao. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai also followed suit. Hall Master Siu said solemnly. The reason you three were summoned here today is because Deacon Yao from the Herb Garden has sued you for the mass death of Steeper SPP. Deacon Yao, please tell us the whole story. Deacon Yao immediately said. On the 7th of this month, Fangxi and the other two were ordered to go to the Herb Garden to do a mission, responsible for catching black borers in the Steeper Olarakya field. Because they had not completed their mission, the three of them stayed in the medicine garden at night. Later, the sect leader gave an order to exempt the three of them from their mission. We thought the matter was over, but from the day they left, the Steeper Erisphra started to wither and die one after another, and now most of them have died. After investigation and analysis by the three elders of the medicine garden, they found that the cause of death of these bone-eating needlegrass was that they were injured by spiritual power. There is no doubt that the culprits are these three. In order to complete the task quickly, the three of them did not follow the instruction to capture them with their hands, but secretly used their spiritual power, resulting in the death of a large number of Steeper Scabra. Their behavior not only caused huge losses to the sect, but also was of a bad nature. I implore Hall Master Siu to impose heavy penalties on them to serve as a warning to others. There was a sudden commotion among the onlookers. Although they had seen Deacon Yao before, they didn't know what Fangxi and the other two had done wrong. Now that I hear that I have committed such a serious crime, let alone extorting money, I am afraid I can't even protect myself. However, some people think that Fangxi was able to bring down 9 elders and 9 disciples last time, and he will definitely be able to turn the tide this time. Hall Master Siu slammed the gavel and the scene suddenly became quiet. Fangxi, are you three willing to plead guilty? Fangxi immediately said. Master Siu, we are wrong. First, there is a contradiction in what Deacon Yao said. He said that we used spiritual power to complete the task. Since we have used our spiritual power, why haven't we completed the task? Why should we do this? Secondly, he also said that the Steeper Erisons only started to wither the day after we left, so what does this have to do with us? If it was going to die, why didn't it die earlier? Third, he said that the cause of the death of the bone-eroding needlegrass had been studied and judged by the three elders of the medicine garden. It is well known that Elder Jin and Elder Ken have a grudge against me, so I have every reason to suspect that this is a frame-up. Hall Master Siu nodded. Deacon Yao, what is your explanation? Deacon Yao seemed to be well prepared and said immediately. Why didn't you complete the mission? You should ask yourself, how would I know why you didn't complete it? Maybe you deliberately wanted to stay in the herb garden to cause trouble. If the steeper grass is injured by spiritual power, it will not show symptoms immediately, so it will die after you leave. Although Elder Jin and Elder Ken have a grudge against you, Elder Zuokyu has nothing in common with you, and he is highly respected. He will not wrongly accuse you, right? Fangxi laughed after listening to it. Deacon Yao, everything needs a motive. Is there any benefit for the three of us to do this? Obviously not. Not only is it of no benefit, it is also extremely harmful and will only lead us into an irretrievable situation. So, tell me, why are we doing this? Deacon Yao obviously didn't expect Fangxi to say that. He hesitated for a while before saying. Because the three of you were dissatisfied with the mission I assigned to you, you were deliberately seeking revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Fangxi quickly asked. We are dissatisfied with the task you assigned to us. Why are we dissatisfied? Deacon Yao said almost subconsciously, because I deliberately targeted you and delayed your cultivation time. Fangxi clapped his hands. Ah, I hadn't thought of that before. I thought you were just doing your job, but it turns out you were deliberately making things difficult for us. That makes sense. You were instructed by Elder Jin and Elder Ken to trap the three of us in the medicine garden, so that we cannot cultivate the first spiritual bone in time. I didn't expect that the old master of the sect was so observant and ruined your trick. When your plan failed, you came up with evil ideas. You asked someone to use spiritual power to injure the bone-eroding steeper, so that Elder Zuokyu could make the same conclusion. You were so vicious. The most important thing is that you have no basis for your speculation. If speculation could convict someone, you would have died more than 100 times already. Deacon Yao. The onlookers immediately started talking about it. I think what Fangxi said makes sense. Maybe it's true. Of course not. Fangxi and the other two are neither stupid nor crazy, so why would they do anything in the medicinal field? It's obvious that they're forcing people to accuse them of something. After all, it's because Fangxi offended those two elders. This is a retaliation. Ellipsis. The CU Hall Master slammed the gavel. Deacon Yao, what Fangxi said makes sense. The three of them had no motive to do this. If you don't have other evidence, you can't convict them based on what you said before. Deacon Yao glanced at Fangxi, then said proudly. Master CU, only inner disciples and our staff have been entering and leaving the medicine garden recently. This can be verified through the medicine garden's image retention formation. As we all know, once we have cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones, we can only use the power of nirvana and cannot use spiritual power. Among these people, only Fangxi and the other two can use spiritual power, so they are the culprits. When Deacon Yao said this, Hall Master CU felt depressed. Although he believed that Fangxi and the other two were innocent, he was obviously in a passive position now. Because what Deacon Yao said was right, once you have cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones, you will not be able to use spiritual power. At this time, the crowd made a commotion and made way for a path. Elder Ken and Elder Jin came over. After the two of them greeted Hall Master Siu, Elder Jin said, Master Siu, we are here to listen to the case and to provide images of people entering and leaving the herb garden during this period to support Deacon Yao's confession. After Elder Jin activated the photo stone, everyone at the scene saw the people coming in and out of the medicine garden in recent times. As Deacon Yao said, except for the inner disciples and the people from the medicine garden, all of them have cultivated complete spiritual bones. Although Siu Hall Master favored Feng Shi and the other two, he could only say, Feng Shi, what do you have to say about this? Before Feng Shi could finish his words, the disciples who were just watching the show started to make a commotion again. It turned out that Elder Ji and Elder Jiang had arrived. Neither of them looked very pretty. When passing by Feng Shi, Elder Ji sent a message into the secret passage. You silly girl, your second uncle is here. Are you happy or surprised? Feng Shi, it's all over. My house is ruined. Update postponed to 10:30 p.m. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1201 Don't play with him anymore. If it was someone else, they would definitely panic if they knew their lies were exposed. Feng Shi was also panicked, but limited. Let it collapse. There is no house in this world that will not collapse. Besides, since Elder Jiang and Elder Ji are here, it means that although they're angry, they're still on her side. Although Feng Shi wanted to explain to Elder Ji, she was temporarily unable to perform secret telepathy due to her cultivation level, so she could only pretend that she heard nothing. Elder Ji originally thought that Feng Shi would look panic-stricken, but in the end nothing happened. This damn girl is so shameless. I'll settle the score with you after I've resolved the issue with the medicine garden. After Elder Ji and Elder Jiang greeted Hall Master Siu, they took their seats. Elder Ken said with a fake smile, You two have been quite free recently. Elder Ji glanced at him. That's true, Lao Jiang and I both sell salt, and it's very salty. Why are you here instead of enjoying your peace in the hell of hell? Did you get into trouble again? Elder Ken. He was about to explode when Elder Jin said, Master Siu is still trying the case. If you have anything to say, please speak later. Elder Ken gritted his teeth and said nothing. At this time, Master Siu said, Feng Shi, the medicine garden just provided footage of people entering and leaving the garden. Among the people who have entered the herb garden recently, only the three of you can use spiritual power, so you are a major suspect. What do you have to say about this? Elder Ji frowned. Although the little girl had a lot of tricks up her sleeve, it would be difficult for her to prove her innocence this time. If there was really no other way, he could only stand up and point out that Feng Shi and the other two did not feel resentful about Deacon Yao's targeting, because the three of them had been practicing in the medicine garden and absorbing the spiritual energy. If he wanted to absorb the spiritual energy from it, how could he possibly destroy the medicinal field? Of course, this is a very bad strategy. Even if he can get away with the crime of destroying the medicinal fields, he will still be punished. He who knew the truth but did not report it will also be implicated. Even so, it is a lesser crime than destroying the medicinal fields. While he was thinking about it, Feng Shi said, Master Siu, the footage provided by the medicine garden seems to be solid evidence, but there are too many loopholes in it. First, although those of us who enter the medicine garden will definitely be recorded by the formation, people inside the medicine garden have many ways to avoid the formation and can even modify it. Second, even if Nirvana cannot use spiritual power, he can still borrow special magical tools or talismans. Although my knowledge is limited, this shouldn't be a difficult task, right? Of course, the above 2 points are just my guesses and cannot completely clear the three of us of suspicion. I have a more direct and authoritative method. The spiritual cultivation sect has a way to identify the aura of spiritual energy. As long as we find a spiritual practitioner to identify the aura of spiritual energy remaining in the medicine field, the truth will naturally come to light. However, in order to prevent anyone from tampering with the process, both the three of us and everyone in the herb garden must be under strict supervision until the truth is revealed. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he glanced at Elder Ji obliquely. Elder Ji immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Yeah, how could I have forgotten about this? I heard that the Taishang sect has such a spiritual weapon. I happen to be familiar with their sect leader. I will send a message to him and ask him to send someone to deliver it over. Elder Ji took out a communication talisman and was about to send a message when Elder Ken said, Elder Ji, wait a minute. Those spiritual sects would love to see our sect make a fool of itself. If we let them know that the medicinal fields were destroyed, there would be trouble. Elder Ji sneered, aren't there enough jokes about our Wangu Xianzong? Aren't you and your disciples the biggest joke? Elder Ken. Did this guy named Ji take the wrong medicine today? How could he know that Elder Ji was full of resentment because of his second uncle's affairs, so naturally he would pick on anyone he met? Feng Shi said with a sigh. Elder Ken, why did you stop Elder Ji from borrowing the spiritual weapon? Are you afraid that we will find out who the real murderer is? Elder Ken said with a gloomy face, I am considering the overall situation. Spiritual practitioners are not on good terms with us Nirvana practitioners, and they might make a big fuss about this matter. Although Elder Ken gave a lot of reasons, the people present were not fools and everyone could see that he was guilty. Elder Ji is even more powerful. Come on, you're still considering the overall situation. Why didn't you think about the overall situation when you gave false testimony before? Anyone who is not stupid can see that today's incident was a trap set by you for Feng Shi and the others. It was for revenge. TSK, I thought you were just stupid, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. In order to frame three inner disciples, they actually destroyed such a large medicinal field. They're really willing to spend a lot of money. Feng Shi curled her lips. Elder Ji, you are so right. They used the medicine field as a tool to take revenge on me. If any elder offended them, they might tamper with the elixir. I remember you and Elder Jiang helped me to get justice last time. Is there something wrong with your recent pills? By the way, Hall Master Siu, you are also a thorn in their eyes. And those elders who were attending the meeting last time might have been angered as well. Oh my god, if things go wrong our Wangu Shanzong will be wiped out. Elder Ken and Elder Jin's faces turned green. They may not care about anything else, but what Fangshi said later was too hurtful. People will be suspicious. If the elders in the sect believe her lies, even if the number of alchemists in the sect is small, the two of them will be marginalized. Elder Jin cursed Elder Ken in his heart for being more of a hindrance than a help. Not to mention whether the Supreme Sect had a magical weapon that could identify the aura of spiritual energy. Even if it did, they could find a way to intercept it or even destroy it. There was no need to panic. Now the flaw has been exposed and there is no way to cover it up. He made up his mind and whispered a few words to Deacon Yao. Deacon Yao turned pale and knelt on the ground. It's me. I did it all. I wanted to punish the three Fangshi people on behalf of Elder Ken and Elder Jin, but they were pardoned by the sect master. I was so angry that I borrowed a magic weapon to destroy the bone-eroding needlegrass field and tried to put the blame on the three of them. I thought it was foolproof, but I didn't expect that a spiritual sect would have a spiritual tool that could identify spiritual energy. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. Fangshi burst into laughter. Sacrifice the pawn to save the chariot. Elder Jin is really smart. Last time he abandoned Elder Ken, this time he abandoned Deacon Yao. I wonder who will be the unlucky one's turn next. Elder Ken, with your brain, don't play with him anymore. I'm afraid you will be cheated so badly that nothing will be left of you. Elder Ken. Although he knew that this little girl was trying to sow discord, he still felt resentment towards Elder Jin in his heart. This damn open conspiracy is more terrifying than a secret conspiracy. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1202 You're a villain, yet you are still so poor. Elder Jin was more patient than Elder Ken and knew that the best way to deal with Fang Zai's conspiracy was to ignore it. Otherwise it will only make things worse. Anyway, Deacon Yao has already taken the blame, so there is no need to create trouble. So, he sent a message to Elder Ken in secret. Don't pay attention to her, lest you fall into this little girl's trap. Deal with the current situation first, and then make long-term plans. Elder Ken responded and cursed in his heart. Didn't you say this was a foolproof plan? And this is the result. You don't even know there are spiritual tools that can identify spiritual energy, and you dare to set up such a trap. He claims to be smart, but in the end he is nothing. Hall Master Siu knew that Deacon Yao was taking the blame, but there was no point in pursuing the matter further because he knew he would find nothing. Since Elder Jin dared to set up this trap, he must have thought of a way out. The most important thing is that he has never heard of any spiritual weapon that can identify the aura of spiritual energy, and he suspected that Fangshi was just using it to scare people. If this is the case, it would be difficult to continue the review. So, he slammed the gavel and said, Deacon Yao, is what you just said the truth? If I find out that you are hiding something, I will add to your crime and punish you severely. Deacon Yao knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. What I said is true. I was confused and made a mistake. I hope Master Siu will have mercy on me. Hall Master Siu looked at Elder Ken and Elder Jin and said, You two are the people in charge of the herb garden. What do you think of what Deacon Yao said? What could Elder Ken and Elder Jin say? They could only accept it with a pinch of their noses. In the end, this matter ended with Deacon Yao's cultivation being abolished and he was imprisoned in the bone-eating cave for life. No, to be precise, it only came to an end, because Fangshi became the plaintiff again. Master Siu, I am suing Yao Pu for 3 crimes. The first sect had chaotic management, which allowed Deacon Yao to take advantage of the situation. This not only caused serious psychological harm to the 3 of us, but also caused huge losses to the sect. The second case was that he was not proficient in his job. As the elder of the medicine garden, he did not even see the exact time when the bone-eroding needlegrass was damaged, nor did he determine that the spiritual power came from the magic weapon rather than the cultivator. The third sect is narrow-minded. If Elder Jin and Elder Ken did not want to take the opportunity to retaliate against me, they would not have believed Deacon Yao's words. Ultimately, it is selfishness that is at work. Based on the above, I request that Yao Pu compensate each of the 3 of us 100 million spirit stones, and pay a fine of 100 million spirit stones to the sect. Elder Ken and Elder Jin were so angry that they almost vomited blood. It's really easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. Also, you talk about 100 million, are you a pixie? Of course they would not admit the loss, so the two sides started a verbal battle again. Finally, Elder Jin gritted his teeth and said, 500,000 spirit stones per person, take it if you want it, forget it if you don't want it. Fangshi looked disgusted. I still say that, you are a villain, but you are still so poor. What a miserable life. She thought for a while and said, 500,000 is fine, but the herb garden needs to compensate me with some extra herbs. I don't want too much, maybe 1,000 plants of each variety. Elder Ken could no longer bear it. Why don't you go and rob? Fangshi sighed, I want to, but I don't dare. Elder Ken. The two sides bargained again, and finally Elder Jin proposed to give Fangshi 100 medicinal herbs and all the dead steeper wrapper to her. Fangshi rolled his eyes. What do I need a pile of dead grass for? Am I going to use it for burning? When she said this, the 5 dog spread roots in her danshan kept kowtowing. Just let it wither and die. Do you think the food is rotten when you are begging for food? Fangshi finally increased the number of medicinal herbs to 200, plus those dead steeper wrapper. At this point, the case of the destruction of the medicinal field was finally closed. As soon as the trial ended, Fangshi was carried away by Elder Ji like a chick. Elder Jiang clasped his fists towards Hall Master Siu with a serious face and followed closely behind. Master Siu was wondering what had happened. Why does it seem like Fangshi has offended both of them? It's okay for Elder Ji, after all, he is not a serious person, but it's very rare for Elder Jiang to be this angry. If he didn't have the burden of being the Hall Master, he would have wanted to follow and take a look. The Fangshi who was being carried had only time to shout to the disciples who were just watching the show. 10 spirit stones per person, remember to ask my brother for the money. The disciples who were watching the show cheered immediately. No one is short of those 10 spirit stones, the key is that this emotion is of high value. Someone shouted, Junior Sister Fangshi, we always support you. Yes, if you have a lawsuit in the future, we will come again. Stand on Feng Shi Hall, we will always be with you. Ellipsis. Elder Ji gritted his teeth and said to Feng Shi. You are so generous to these people. How much money are you going to give to your second uncle? Feng Shi bared his white teeth and said, Grandpa, I'll give him whatever you say. Elder Ji's hands shook and he almost dropped her to the ground. Grandpa. Goddamn Grandpa. What, you can't lie anymore, so you just admit it. Elder Ji turned to Elder Jiang and asked, go to your place. There are many people in the transmission hall and they have many different opinions, so it is more convenient for Elder Jiang to live in his tomb. So, Feng Shi was taken by Elder Ji to Elder Jiang's tomb. Elder Ji let go, and Feng Shi knelt on the ground. Very silky. Elder Ji, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that Elder Jiang was my second uncle just because I wanted to join the Wangu Xianzong. Hit me, scold me. This is all what I deserve. A waste like me shouldn't even have the extravagant hope of joining the Wangu Xianzong. Even if I am willing to endure the pain of drilling into my bones and the torture that ordinary people cannot endure, the result will still be in vain. As soon as Feng Shi finished speaking, Elder Jiang asked in confusion. What did you say? You are a waste. What does the pain of drilling bones mean? Feng Shi sighed. Now that things have come to this, I will tell you the truth. I am not a second-rate bone material but a waste. In order to be able to practice, I came up with the idea of drilling holes in my bones. You know what? It actually worked. I have already drawn blood and energy into my body. Elder Jiang's eyes widened. What did you say? Say it again. So Feng Shi said it again. Elder Jiang asked in disbelief, are you saying you drilled a hole in your ribs? Feng Shi raised her left pinky finger and said, no, I drilled a hole in my pinky finger. Elder Jiang. Anyway, a hole was drilled in the bone. Elder Jiang felt a little complicated for a moment. Originally he thought that Feng Shi's statement that she admired Wangu Xianzong was exaggerated, but now it seems to be true. Otherwise she wouldn't do such a crazy thing. From this perspective, it is understandable that she is just trying to take advantage of others. Elder Ji on the side glared at Feng Shi fiercely. Don't think he didn't know that she deliberately brought up the matter of drilling holes. Wasn't it just to divert Lao Jiang's attention and win his sympathy? Just as he was considering whether to expose her, Feng Shi raised 2 fingers at him. Elder Ji silently raised 3 fingers. Feng Shi nodded. Transaction. Elder Ji thought that 300,000 yuan as a hush money would be fine. Little did Feng Shi know that 30,000 yuan as a hush money was not a bad thing. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1203 Thank you second uncle. While Elder Ji was bargaining with Feng Shi, Elder Jiang's anger turned into pity. Especially when he saw Feng Shi still kneeling there pitifully, he felt even more sorry. Although your behavior is unacceptable, it is understandable. Get up. Feng Shi stood up and said with a smile, thank you, second uncle. Elder Jiang. Don't address me like that in the future, to avoid misunderstandings. Just call me Elder Jiang. Stretch out your left little finger so I can take a closer look. Feng Shi did as he was told immediately. Elder Jiang pinched Feng Shi's little finger with his hand, then squinted his eyes and looked at it carefully for a while, revealing a look of doubt. You said you have successfully introduced blood and energy into your body. Feng Shi nodded. Yes, is there anything wrong with that? Elder Jiang said nothing and motioned for Elder Ji to look. Elder Ji, like Elder Jiang, pinched Feng Shi's little finger, looked at it for a long time, and then exclaimed. Feng Shi was in a state of panic, wondering if something went wrong during his training. If something goes wrong, wouldn't she have suffered in vain? Just when she was feeling uneasy, Elder Ji said. She has only been practicing for a short time, and she is practicing bone drilling, which may be different from the ordinary blood and qi entering the body. It is better to wait for some time before drawing a conclusion. Elder Jiang nodded. You are right, let's wait and see. Feng Shi hurriedly said, stop playing dumb, both of you. Tell me the truth. Elder Ji glared at her and said, you won't understand even if I tell you. Just keep practicing. You are a piece of trash. Even if something goes wrong, it won't have any impact. Feng Shi. She had no choice but to look at Elder Jiang, and she felt that her second uncle was more kind. Elder Jiang smiled and said, Elder Ji is right. You don't need to worry too much. Just continue to practice. Feng Shi. It turns out you are not a kind person. At this time, Elder Ji said to her. Okay, there's nothing for you to do now, you can go away. Feng Shi. Okay. After Feng Shi left, Elder Ji and Elder Jiang looked at each other. You read that right? That's right. Is it possible? Yeah, is it possible? Then the two fell into silence. Elder Ji stood up suddenly and said, let's check it out later. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Not long after he walked out, he saw Feng Shi waiting for him with a smile not far away. Elder Ji felt that Feng Shi was much more pleasing to the eye. No matter what, this girl was quite perceptive. He walked a few steps to Feng Shi and held out his hand. Give it to me. Feng Shi immediately gave him 30,000 straight stones. Elder Ji, why is it so little? Didn't we agree on 300,000? Feng's eyes widened. I said 2,000, you said 3,000, I thought it was too little, so I turned it up to 30,000 for you out of kindness, and you asked me for 300,000. Elder Ji. He wanted to argue with Feng Shi, but when he thought of her bad mouth, he gave up. 30,000 is 30,000. It's free anyway, so just leave it as it is. He had just calmed himself down when he heard Feng Shi say. Oh, Elder Ji, don't get me wrong, this money is not hush money for you. After all, even if you said something at that time, Elder Jiang would still forgive me. After all, who could blame a smart girl like me? The 30,000 yuan I gave you was the kickback I promised you before. You forgot, I said before that Elder Ken and his men are big fat sheep, and we too will make a lot of money in the future. Elder G's thousands of words turned into one word, get lost. Fang Shi pretended not to hear, looked around furtively, and then whispered. Elder G, once I have cultivated my first spiritual bone, I will be ready to learn alchemy. Can you lend me a few pills for reference? I will pay you back tenfold when the time comes. Elder G thought she was just daydreaming, so he didn't bother to talk to her. He glared at her and walked away. As for the elixir, naturally I didn't give it to Fang Shi. Pay him back tenfold. It's clearly like throwing a meat bun at a dog. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1204, the Sanskrit sound technique is indeed the immortal version of a lullaby. Fang Shi felt sorry for Elder G. He missed a good opportunity to free himself from the elixir. Pitiful. Since he has no taste, she can only borrow from others. However, there is no need to rush. Let's cultivate the first spiritual bone first. She strolled back to her grave and concentrated on her cultivation. In the evening, Junwen and Elder Bai came. The reason I came here is because of the spiritual stones. Although you don't have to send them one by one, you still have to build relationships with the little leaders who come. Otherwise, it would be so unfair to spend the Lingxi. As soon as Junwen arrived, he asked excitedly. Little sister, have you dealt with Elder G and Elder Jiang? Fang Shi said casually, it's okay, I just gave a simple explanation and they forgave me. There is no way, my personality charm is too strong now. Zhu Xuan's voice sounded faintly, I don't know who made him kneel down and act pitiful, and even gave him 30,000 strut stones. Fang Shi pretended not to hear anything. After all, Zhu Xuan was speaking to her using his spiritual sense, so Junwen and Elder Bai couldn't hear it either. Although Junwen and Elder Bai knew that Fang Zai's words were not true, they still flattered her. After they provided emotional value, Fang Shi sent them back to practice. Elder Ken and Elder Jin will definitely not give up, so the most urgent task is to quickly cultivate the first spiritual bone. After Junwen and Elder Bai left, Fang Shi continued to practice the Nirvana technique. In the middle of the night, Fang Shi decided to practice the Sanskrit sound technique for a while. She took out the wash basin and originally wanted to use a rolling pin, but then she remembered Niu Jian's previous suggestion and thought it would be okay to try using the rib. So, she took out the red rib and knocked it against the wash basin. Ding tilde 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 tilde. Ding, ding tilde 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 tilde. Ding, ding, ding tilde 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 tilde. Fang Shi said with a click of the tongue, you know what, this thing is indeed more convenient than a rolling pin. It would be even better if it hit a skull instead of a wash basin. It is so appropriate to knock on the skull inside the grave. She practiced the Sanskrit sound technique while tapping the keys, feeling very happy. Outside the barrier, the red skeleton that had lost its ribs was rolling on the ground holding his skull. It fell apart very quickly. The skull keeps screaming silently. The other red skeletons seemed to be gloating at first, but then they gathered together, opening and closing their jaws, and no one knew what they were saying. Soon, their empty eyes showed fear. They gathered together to discuss for a while, and then began to strengthen the barrier. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked and stunned. After all, these red skeletons had been biting the barrier madly before, but now it's the other way around. It was as if he was afraid that the barrier would be broken. Fang Shi naturally didn't know all this. At this moment, she was holding the red rib, tapping the wash basin, and feeling drowsy. The Brahma sound technique is indeed the immortal cultivation version of a lullaby. The next morning, Hall Master Siu summoned Fang Shi and asked 3 of them to go and collect the compensation. Fang Shi feels that the most qualified person in the Wangu Xianzong is Hall Master Siu. This is extremely efficient. She brought Junwen and Elder Bai to the law enforcement hall, and after completing a whole set of procedures, she received compensation and herbs. Fang Shi also gave the form for the disciples who ate melons to collect their rewards to Master Siu. Hall Master Siu was stunned. You gave this to them personally, you don't have to give it to me. Fang Shi smiled and said, Hall Master, although I paid the money in name, it is actually a fine for Elder Ken and his men, and it should be recorded here. To be honest, I gave them strud stones to seemingly win them over to support me, but actually I wanted them to know that the law enforcement hall would enforce the law strictly and that it was a place that could uphold justice for them. When they encounter injustice in the future, the first thing they think of is to come to the law enforcement hall to ask you to support justice. Hall Master Siu was stunned. He really didn't expect Fang Shi to have such considerations, and he was quite touched. It's rare that you have such considerations. It would be great if other disciples were as sensible as you. Fang Shi said immediately, with you in charge of the law enforcement hall, even if there are evil people like Elder Ken and Elder Jin, our Wangu Xianzong will be peaceful and prosperous. Master Siu. You know how to give examples. In fact, he was also very dissatisfied with Elder Ken and Elder Jin. If it was understandable that he had indulged his disciples before, but the case of the bone-eroding needlegrass was too much. In order to retaliate against others, he even destroyed the medicinal fields and put the blame on others. After the incident, he even pushed his subordinates to take the blame. How insidious and vicious. This is also one of the reasons why he imposed a heavy penalty on Deacon Ya yesterday. Knock on the mountain and shake the tiger. I hope that after this incident, Elder Ken and Elder Jin will be able to stop in time and not continue to be stubborn. But to be honest, he felt it was pretty bad. Those two were narrow-minded, especially Elder Jin. I'm afraid that he will use some means to target Fang Shi and the other two later. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that Fang Shi was taken away by Elder Ji yesterday, and asked hurriedly. By the way, I saw that Elder Ji and Elder Jiang seemed a little dissatisfied with you yesterday. Is there any misunderstanding here? Fang Shi chuckled. Master, I would be embarrassed to tell you if someone asked me, but you have been so kind to me, so I have nothing to hide from you. I had previously thought that Elder Jiang looked a bit like my second great-uncle, so I told Elder Ji about it without reservation. I don't know if he heard it wrong or I didn't explain it clearly, but he thought Elder Jiang was my second uncle and was very caring towards me. It seems that Elder Jiang also misunderstood something and was very nice to me. Maybe they met yesterday and cleared up the misunderstanding, and then took their anger out on me. He took me over and gave me a good scolding. I had to persuade him to calm down. Master Siu. What you said is more exciting than storytelling. No wonder when the disciple was being tried last time, Elder Ji and Elder Jiang both came out to speak for the little girl. It turned out that I was just overthinking it. However, since they came to support the little girl yesterday, it means that they were not really angry and still treated her as a junior. With their care, she will have more confidence when facing Elder Ken and others. After satisfying his curiosity, Master Siu served tea and sent the guest away. Fang Shi thought to herself, you are so realistic. However, she also wanted to go back to the grave, because the 5 dogs' spread roots had been kowtowing to her. If she didn't go back to feed them herbs, she was worried that they would turn into hunchbacks. After Fang Shi returned to the tomb, he took out a handful of dead steeper oleifera and ate them as spicy strips. Ugh. Other people's spiritual roots are dead, but hers have become spirits. Not only has it become a spirit, it also needs food and drink every day. It looks like she has 5 ancestors. Is there any monk in the world who is more miserable than her? When she was complaining in her heart, the wilderness lost rabbit, which had been sleeping soundly in the spirit beast bag, resurrected. Master, I want to eat grass too. When the honey badger heard what it said, it also poked its head out of the grass ball. Master, I want to eat too. Fang Shi. Everyone eats for nothing. Eat it to death. Although he cursed at them, he still gave them some dry grass of steeper escalenta. Mu Jian said to Fang Shi secretly. Master, you are so kind. Although you complain that they eat for free, you still keep them. These things are just a burden. I am your most loyal and useful little helper. Fang Shi, do you believe this yourself? Believe it. That's what I think. I'm the greatest swordsman in the world. Fang Shi, I think you are the most despicable person in the world. Fang Shi ignored the wooden sword and took out the herbs to examine them carefully, trying to see if they could match the records on the jade sip in his sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, it didn't match either. The wooden sword popped out again. Master, what do you think? I told you that none of these things are useful at the critical moment. Those broken jade slips caused you to bleed from all 7 orifices for no reason, but they don't even record these broken herbs. What's the use of them? The wooden sword was making a few noises when it suddenly let out a scream. It turned out that its spiritual consciousness in Fang Shi's sea of consciousness was beaten up by the jade slips. The beating was so miserable. The paint is all chipped off. The sword, which was originally pitch black, now reveals a little bit of gold. Fang's eyes heart moved. Last time, after the wooden sword recovered some of the soul-slaying sword's memories, its color changed from golden back to pitch black. Unexpectedly, after being beaten by the jade sip this time, it seemed to show signs of recovery. If that's the case, will he recover if I beat him a few more times? After Mu Jian sensed her thoughts. Although your intention is good, Master, please don't go out. After those jade sips defeated the wooden sword, most of them turned dim again, with only one jade sip still glowing. Fang's eyes heart moved, and he probed his consciousness into it. Seeing the above content, she couldn't help but feel happy, because it actually recorded various Nirvana elixir recipes, in addition to which there were also introductions to many kinds of medicinal herbs. It's like someone sent me a pillow when I was sleepy. It's like timely rain. Mu Jian ignored the pain in his consciousness and started to take credit. Master, thanks to my scolding, they felt ashamed and did something serious. What is this called? Knowing shame leads to courage. Yes, that's the word. I said, I am your capable assistant. Before he could finish, he screamed again. Needless to say, they were beaten up by the jade sips again. Fang Shi admired the wooden sword very much. It could offend every spiritual pet equally, even the jade sip was no exception. This is also a kind of skill. She didn't stop it, not because she didn't care about the wooden sword, but being beaten by the jade sips would help the wooden sword recover its strength. Mu Jian also knew that Fang Shi was doing this for his own good, so even though he was screaming in pain, he felt happy in his heart. It turns out that my master loves me the most. I am in pain and happy now. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1205. If you keep chatting like this, let's stop chatting. Fang Shi ignored the wooden sword and started looking through the jade sip. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. Everything has its priorities. Your most urgent task now is to quickly cultivate your first spiritual bone instead of looking at some jade sips. Fang Shi was actually just curious and wanted to take a look first, and didn't plan to spend much time on it. But as a strong-willed person in her life, she quickly found an excuse for herself. Grandpa, I'm worried that there's something fishy about the herbs the herb garden is using to compensate me, so I have to check the herbs first to see if there's any problem. Zhu Xuan curled his lips. Such a big thing has just happened. How dare they make a fuss about the herbs? I think you are worrying too much. Grandpa, even though that's true, what if the other party takes advantage of this opportunity? There are only 5 alchemists in the entire sect, and the others have limited knowledge of medicinal properties. Even if Elder Ken and Elder Jin tampered with the herbs, I'm afraid no one would be able to tell. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry, so there's no harm in me checking it out. Zhu Xuan's lips were about to turn into a circle. Have you forgotten that you are immune to all poisons? Fang Shi. Careless. But now that the words have been spoken, I can only bite the bullet and continue to compare the herbs. After checking everything, we found that there were no poisonous weeds among the herbs provided as compensation by the herb garden. Zhu Xuan's laughter became even louder. So what? I told you you were messing around. Fang Shi was speechless. When he was about to practice, he remembered that he had not checked the bone-eroding steeper, so he used his spiritual sense to search for records about the bone-eroding steeper on the jade sip. As Fang Shi watched, he became more excited. It's not that steeper is poisonous, but according to the records on the jade sip, the medicinal properties of fully mature steeper are not as good as those of steeper that died halfway. In other words, the dead grass in her hand is not waste. It suddenly dawned on her that no wonder the 5 dogs spread roots insisted that she accept these dead Stepa Serrata. It turned out that they had known the characteristics of Stepa Serrata for a long time. Thinking that she had just fed a lot of dead Stepa, her heart was bleeding. The wooden sword, which had just been beaten up by the jade sips, immediately started to slander. Master, the 5 dogs spread roots clearly knew that this dead bone-eating Stepa was a good thing, but they didn't tell you. They're clearly trying to trick you. The 3-petal mouth and the honey thief must know this, otherwise why would they shamelessly ask you for it? Every one of them is dishonest and deserves to be punished. Wilderness lost rabbit. Honey badger ruins beast. Mu Jian, you are such a cheapskate. If you want to complain, just complain. Why do you still give us nicknames? The wilderness lost rabbit and the honey badger hurriedly explained that they just wanted to eat it because it smelled good, and they had no idea what medicinal properties it had. The 5 dogs spread roots also kept making a heart shape with their hands, indicating that they were innocent. Fang Shi still believed in the words of the wilderness lost rabbit and the honey badger, but he didn't believe in the 5 dogs spread roots at all. Fang Shi scolded the 5 dogs spread roots and fined them 3 months' food rations. The 5 dogs spread roots were angry but dared not say a word. They hated the wooden sword to death, but they were unable to reach it because of their long distance. They could only hope that the jade sip would severely punish it. After Fang Shi collected the 5 dogs spread roots, he began to practice the Nirvana technique. After practicing for a while, Zhu Shihuan suddenly said, Shaoxi, what do you think those 2 idiots are talking about today? I guess you must have come up with some new tricks with your bone drilling practice. And it's probably not a bad thing. Otherwise, they would have stopped you from continuing your practice. Fang Shi was speechless. Mu Jianping equally offended the spiritual pet around her, and her cheap grandfather equally slandered everyone around her. To be precise, it is to discredit those people around her who are capable and a bit older. However, she also felt that Zhu Xuan was right. If it was a bad thing, Elder Ji and Elder Jiang would definitely not let her continue to practice, instead of waiting a few days to see. She immediately said proudly, Grandpa, you said that I just drilled a hole casually, but I was able to cultivate so many tricks. How come I am so talented? No wonder people say that gold will shine sooner or later. Even gold cannot describe my appearance. I am definitely a knight shining pearl. Zhu Shihuan, Night Pearl. You look like a pig to me. Fang Shi. If you keep chatting like this, let's stop chatting. Fang Shi calmed his mind and continued to practice. Zhu Xuan was talking to Lin Xiangquan and Fang Shi, saying that the little girl was not steady at all, that she was cocky just because she had some ability, and that she didn't listen to her grandfather at all, blah blah. Lin Xiangquan is so smart. No matter what Zhu Xuan says about Fang Shi, it's fine, but it's definitely not fine if others say so. So he just acted as a listener, occasionally saying a few insignificant words to show his support, and not saying a single word more. Fang Shi practiced until midnight, and as usual, he took out the wash basin and red ribs and began to practice the Sanskrit sound technique. Outside the barrier, those red skeletons are working overtime to reinforce the formation. The skeleton with missing ribs was basking in the moonlight from a long distance away. There is no way, it's falling apart, I can only bask in the moonlight. The skull howled silently from time to time, cursing in between. Fang Shi was tired from knocking, so she washed up and went to bed. Before falling asleep, she sighed that her life was so peaceful and good. If those red skeletons knew about this, they would be so pissed off. There is no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that skeletons are carrying the burden and building the barrier for you. The same situation repeated itself over the next few days. Those red skeletons were not very skilled at reinforcing the barrier at first, but now they have become skilled workers and have even learned to divide the work and cooperate. On this day, when Fang Shi was practicing the Nirvana technique, Zheng Wen came excitedly. Little sister, I seem to have cultivated my first spiritual bone. To be on the safe side, let's go find Elder Ji and let him take a look. Fang Shi asked suspiciously, you've succeeded. It's been less than a month since you introduced blood energy into your body, right? Zheng Wen straightened his back. For a genius like me, time is never a problem. Fang Shi said faintly, yes, time is only a problem for a waste like me. Zheng Wen. Oops, I stepped on the cat's tail. Just at this moment, Elder Bai also came in excitedly. It's done. I succeeded. I thought this spiritual bone was very difficult to cultivate, but I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. Fang Shi didn't want to talk anymore. It's not that she is petty, it's just that she is too bullying. Fifth senior brother and Elder Bai cultivated their first spiritual bone with ease. She practiced during the day and at night, and even when she was sleeping, she was dreaming about Nirvana. As a result, her little finger bone was like a bottomless pit. After practicing for so many days, there was no sign of it turning into spiritual bone. Is it because drilling just one hole is not enough? She has to drill the bones into a sieve. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1206. Who is the most beautiful person in the world? Zheng Wen and Elder Bai saw that someone was so jealous that he was about to bubble, so they hurried to make up for it. What is meant by, getting fat first is not considered fat, getting fat later will collapse the kang, and, a mouse pulling a shovel has its big head at the back. In fact, even though Fang Shi felt jealous, she didn't have any thoughts towards Zheng Wen and Elder Bai because of this. She was so happy for them that she couldn't contain herself. It's like Zhu Xuan says mean things to her, but in his heart he hopes she will have something successful. The three of them talked for a while, and then came to find Elder Ji. Elder Ji said impatiently, why are you looking for me if you don't practice well? He didn't have any opinion about Zheng Wen and Elder Bai. The key point was that as soon as he saw Fang Shi, he thought of what happened before. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. Especially, the hush money of 300,000 yuan became 30,000 yuan. If someone else was treated like this, they would definitely feel uncomfortable, but whether it was Fang Shi, Zheng Wen or Elder Bai, none of them was thin-skinned, so they naturally didn't care. After the ceremony, Zheng Wen said, Elder G, I have already cultivated my first spiritual bone, but because I have little experience, I am afraid there may be some mistakes, so I would like you to help me check it. Elder G's eyes widened. What did you say? You have already cultivated your first spiritual bone. Junwen nodded. Not only did my disciple succeed, Senior Brother Bai also succeeded. Elder Bai on the side nodded in agreement. Elder G thought they were talking nonsense. It had only been less than a month since he started drawing blood and energy into his body, and he had already cultivated his first spiritual bone. Aren't they both second-class talents? How come they're faster than first-class talents? With some doubt, he took out a bone-dissolving mirror from his storage ring. Throwing it forward, the bone-dissolving mirror suddenly grew larger and stood on the ground. Elder G motioned Junwen to stand in front of the mirror. Junwen did as he was told immediately. Then, everything went bad. Although he was still the same person in the mirror, the glaring ribs almost blinded his eyes. He is a gentleman whose sword is famous throughout the world, but that's not perfect. Elder G was surprised and delighted. Good boy. You actually cultivated your first spiritual bone. Your future is limitless. Elder G saw Junwen's dazed look and thought he was too happy, so he didn't care and gently pushed him aside, asking Elder Bai to come over and look in the mirror. After taking a photo, it was found that Elder Bai was in the same condition as Junwen, with a rib clearly visible. This means that his first spiritual bone was also successfully cultivated. Elder Bai didn't really care about perfection or not. Besides, this was a specially made mirror and ordinary people can see it with the naked eyes. Elder G praised Elder Bai again. Then, he praised both Junwen and Elder Bai. Fang Shi said sourly. Elder G, I can understand what people say, so please praise me too. Elder G really doesn't give her any face. He snorted coldly. You're a waste, why should I praise you? Fang Shi, praise me for turning trash into treasure. Elder G. When he was speechless, Fang Shi came to the mirror and said. Let me try it too. Maybe I can master it too. But when I looked in front of the mirror, nothing happened. Fang Shi did not give up, and raised her left little finger 360 degrees to look at it. Elder G rolled his eyes and said, even if you can get into the mirror, you can't succeed. You might as well go back to practice. Fang Shi was somewhat discouraged and asked Elder G, let's say there is a possibility that your mirror is broken. Elder G was too lazy to pay attention to her. Fang Shi was looking at the mirror for fun, and asked in a pinched voice, Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful person in the world? It's Fang Shi, it's Fang Shi. Elder G. I'm so narcissistic, but I've never played like this. He glared at Fang Shi and put the bone-transforming mirror back into his storage ring. Fang Shi asked again, have you solved the mystery you discussed with Elder Jiang last time? Elder G glanced at her and said, no. Fang Shi. Is this the retribution for pretending to be my second uncle? Elder G, I have one last question. You said that I haven't made much progress in my cultivation. Is it because one hole is too few? How about I drill 8 or 10 more holes? Elder G. Madman. You little lunatic. He said sternly, don't do anything reckless. Even one hole is already a huge risk, and it's a blessing that you're still alive and well. If you drill holes again, your life may be in danger. Seeing how serious he was, Fang Shi hurriedly said, I just asked that question. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. I won't be so cruel to myself. Elder G warned them again and again, and only let them go after seeing that Fang Shi had indeed given up the idea. After they left, Elder G immediately sent a message to Elder Jiang and told him what had happened. Old Jiang, I think our previous guess must have been wrong, otherwise the little girl would not have shown no signs when she was examined by the bone microscope today. Elder Jiang replied, it's wrong, but it's unlikely to happen. If the little girl can successfully cultivate her first spiritual bone, that would be the best. If she can't, then we'll find a spiritual cultivation sect for her so as not to delay her. Elder G sighed, that's all we can do. After putting away the identity token, he remembered that he had not yet appreciated his peerless beauty today, so he prepared to take out an ordinary mirror from the storage ring to look at himself. As for why he didn't use the bone mirror just now, the reason is very simple. What he saw would be a skeleton. What about appearance? He had just probed his spiritual sense into the storage ring and accidentally took a glance, and discovered that spiderweb-like cracks had appeared on the surface of the bone-dissolving mirror. He was stunned. A moment later, he ran towards Elder Jiang's grave. After seeing Elder Jiang, Elder Ji hugged him. Old Ginger, my old Ginger. Elder Jiang felt his scalp tingling. Could Elder Ji have any idea about him? Fortunately, Elder Ji quickly let him go and laughed. Old Jiang, our previous guess was correct. That girl is indeed cultivating the legendary divine bone. Elder Jiang was stunned. Didn't you just send a message saying that? Elder Ji immediately took out the bone-dissolving mirror. Look, originally, when I saw that girl didn't react when she took the photo, I thought we guessed wrong. But I just discovered that the mirror is broken. What does this mean? This means that it cannot withstand the power of the divine bone. Even if the divine bones have not been fully cultivated. Ha ha ha. Old Jiang, we have discovered a genius. We are the great contributors to the Wangu Shanzong. At this time, Elder Jiang said, Elder Ji, I remember when we used our sect contribution points to exchange for the bone-transforming mirror, you chose a flawed mirror for the sake of saving money. So, is there another possibility that your bone-transforming mirror broke due to disrepair and has nothing to do with Fang Shi? Elder Ji. This basin of cold water you poured over me chills my heart to the bone. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1207-36 pose. When Elder Ji heard Elder Jiang's words, he was a little uncertain for a moment. Old Jiang, I will call that girl over now and use your bone-transforming mirror to look at her. If your bone-transforming mirror is also broken, then what she cultivated must be the divine bone. If your bone-dissolving mirror is fine, then I am overthinking it. Elder Jiang was also eager to know the result, so he nodded in agreement. Elder Ji immediately sent a message to Fang Shi. Come to Elder Jiang right now. At this time, Feng Shi and the other two had not yet arrived at their residence. Jun Wen and Elder Bai were a little worried about Feng Zai's mental state, but when they saw that she was full of energy, they felt relieved. After receiving the message from Elder Ji, Feng Shi asked Jun Wen and Elder Bai to go back first, and she went to find Elder Jiang. As soon as they met, before Feng Shi had time to greet him, Elder Ji urged her to look in the mirror quickly. Feng Shi smiled and said, Elder Ji, didn't I look at myself in your mirror just now? Why did you ask me to look at myself again? Could it be that what I said was right? Is there really something wrong with your mirror? Elder Ji ignored her and stared at the bone-dissolving mirror. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed and the bone-dissolving mirror was safe and sound. Elder Ji's heart suddenly sank. It seems that Lao Jiang guessed right. His broken mirror was broken by himself and had nothing to do with Feng Shi. His heart sank, and his gaze towards Feng Shi also turned cold. To be precise, it is disgust. Feng Shi didn't care. He disliked her because he had no vision, not because of her problem. She smiled and said, Elder Jiang, what on earth are you and Elder Ji talking about? Just tell me, or I'll be feeling very anxious and uneasy. Elder Jiang hesitated for a moment before saying, Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. Last time, Elder Ji and I observed your bone structure and massaged your bones and discovered that the finger bone you repaired can hold much more blood and energy than spiritual bones, and is also much harder than spiritual bones. So I suspect that what you cultivated might not be the spirit bone but the legendary divine bone. Feng Shi. As soon as the corners of her mouth curled up, Elder Ji snorted coldly. Listen carefully, we are just suspicious, not sure. Be careful not to get too excited for nothing. Feng Shi said with a smile, empty joy is also joy. Just be happy for a while. Elder Ji, you have such a good attitude, heartless. Elder Jiang smiled and continued. What Elder Ji said is correct, we are just skeptical. After all, this divine bone is only a legend and no one has ever seen it. What's more, you are practicing nirvana through drilling eyes, so the feasibility is even smaller. Just now, after you left Elder Ji, his bone-transforming mirror broke into pieces. He suspected that this was because the bone-transforming mirror could not withstand the power of the divine bone. However, his mirror was originally defective, so I ask you to come over and take a look at it again. Feng Shi suddenly realized. Thank you, Elder Jiang, for clearing up my confusion. I'll take a closer look then. After Feng Shi finished speaking, she raised her left little finger and began posing 360 degrees. Unfortunately, the bone-dissolving mirror still had no reaction. Elder Ji's heart sank completely. Okay, stop wasting your time, go back and practice. Even if you can't cultivate divine bones, it's okay to cultivate spiritual bones. Otherwise, Lao Jiang and I can only find a spiritual sect to send you there. Feng Shi said with a smile, Elder Ji, I finally came here, and I want to chat with Elder Jiang. If you have something to do, you can go first. Elder Ji. Elder Jiang looked at Feng Shi in surprise. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be disappointed and frustrated at this moment. Why did this little girl look so nonchalant? So, he asked, aren't you sad? Before Feng Shi could speak, Elder Ji said, why is she so sad? I don't think she is as sad as I am. Elder Jiang. At this time, Feng Shi said, Elder Jiang, I am actually a little disappointed. Who doesn't want to be a genius? But being depressed and sad can't change anything, just like when Elder Ji judged me to be waste a few days ago. Instead of being sad and depressed, I might as well find a way to change the status quo. If trying your best doesn't work, then you can only change direction. After all, you can't hang yourself on a tree, right? Elder Jiang nodded continuously. This little girl had a really good character, but it was a pity that she was a waste. Feng Shi changed the subject. By the way, Elder Jiang, is the divine bone you just mentioned very powerful? Elder Ji snorted coldly. What you are asking is nonsense. You can tell from the name. Of course, divine bones are much more powerful than spiritual bones. Not only is the cultivation speed faster, but it can also crush the spirit bone nirvana cultivators across levels. In addition, there is another big difference. The spiritual bones transform the flesh and blood of the whole body into blood and chi to nourish the spiritual bones, so after the complete set of spiritual bones is cultivated, it will become a skeleton. It will not until the 9th grade spiritual bones are cultivated that flesh and blood will slowly grow again. However, since the divine bones can transform spiritual energy into blood, there is naturally no need to transform flesh and blood into blood. In other words, those who cultivate the divine bone will not appear in the form of a skeleton, and the subsequent step of regrowing flesh and blood will be omitted, so the time it takes to achieve perfection in the practice will naturally be greatly shortened. After listening to Elder Ji's words, Feng Shi said in a serious tone, I declare that what I cultivate is the divine bone. It is true or not? Elder Ji. Elder Jiang. Is it okay to deceive yourself? Do you think you recognize your second uncle as your grandpa? Just declare it unilaterally. While the two were speechless, Feng Shi stood in front of the bone-dissolving mirror again and stretched out his left little finger and shook it back and forth. Only this time, she activated the Nirvana technique while looking in the mirror. Elder Ji's lips were turned up like a gourd. I think Feng Shi is just wasting time. Elder Jiang also felt that Feng Shi's move was meaningless. This bone-dissolving mirror would have shattered long ago. Just when Elder Ji was getting impatient and was about to ask Elder Jiang to put away the bone-dissolving mirror, the surface of the mirror changed. It was not that the mirror was broken, but that a section of Feng Shi's left little finger on the mirror turned golden. Elder Ji thought it was caused by sunlight, but he quickly realized that this was a grave. Where did the sunlight come from? Although there was a magical tool for lighting, it couldn't shine on Feng Shi, let alone her little finger. Elder Ji's reaction was quite quick. He pushed Feng Shi aside, stood in front of the bone-transforming mirror, and activated the Nirvana Sutra. What was reflected in the mirror was a white skeleton. He pulled Feng Shi over and asked her to take a photo. Her little finger was still golden, and even her entire left hand was covered with a layer of gold. Elder Ji turned to look at Feng Shi, his old face smiling like a flower. Shaoxi, Grandpa, I knew you were an extraordinary kid, and you did exactly what I said. You are just as clever as I am. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1208. I almost don't recognize the word, Loki. Fang Shi didn't do anything yet, but Zhu Xuan was already very angry. I've seen shameless people before, but this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. When you called him Grandpa before, he was disgusted, but now he is eager to acknowledge you as his granddaughter. Fang Shi didn't take it seriously. After all, she had seen similar scenes countless times. As I said, if you want to blame someone, blame it on her being too outstanding. She was thought to be waste and unable to practice nirvana, but after drilling a hole in it, she was able to not only practice nirvana, but also develop divine bones. In other words, she is a relatively low-key person, otherwise how can others live? Zhu Xuan, I almost don't recognize the word, Loki, anymore. Elder Ji was not embarrassed when he saw Fang Shi didn't say anything. As long as he was not embarrassed, it would be others who were embarrassed. Shaoxi, Grandpa was indeed a little strict with you before, but it was for your own good. If I hadn't been urging you on, you wouldn't have been able to cultivate the divine bones. Fang Shi stretched out her little hand. Grandpa, don't just talk, give me a gift. I'm not greedy, just give me a few pills. Elder Ji, it's not that Grandpa is stingy, the key is that those pills are only suitable for skeleton baths, and you can't use them. I want it even if I don't need it. Just tell me whether you will give it to me or not, okay? Elder Ji glanced at the bone-dissolving mirror and saw Fang Shi's golden little hand. He gritted his teeth, took out 3 small porcelain bottles from the storage ring and handed them to Fang Shi. Shaoxi, you are my only granddaughter. Let alone asking for some elixir, even if it's the moon, I will pick it for you. Fang Shi took the small porcelain bottle. Thank you, Grandpa. Then he turned to look at Elder Jiang. Second uncle, please give me a few pills too. Elder Jiang. When he was a little confused, Elder Ji sent a message to him. Are you stupid? Why don't you just stop talking? This is a divine bone nirvana cultivator, with a promising future ahead of him, just wait and see. Elder Jiang was actually a little conflicted because he didn't want to be the second uncle, he wanted to be a master. He hasn't even given any disciple a personal pass yet. Fang Shi is the right kid. So, he said to Fang Shi, Shaoxi, let's put the matter of relatives aside for now. I want to take you as my apprentice. What do you think? Elder Ji. Why didn't I think of this? How can this grandpa be as good as the master? So, he pushed Elder Jiang aside and said, Shaoxi, you should be my disciple. Let's become closer brothers. Fang Shi. This is the first time I've heard of such a close relationship. Fang Shi thought it would be a good idea to be a disciple of Elder Ji and Elder Jiang, because direct disciples have many special treatments, and it would also be convenient for her to find a way to return. Blood-devouring Huan snorted coldly. Don't make excuses for yourself. I think you are just addicted to finding masters. Others are lacking this or that in their 5 elements, but you are lacking a master. Fang Shi smiled and said, Grandpa, I not only lack a master, but you also lack relatives. Blood-devouring world. He comforted himself that even if this damn girl had 3 harems and 6 courtyards, his status as her own grandfather would still be unique. If you are willing to accept it, then accept it. Alas, the main thing is that it is useless even if he is unwilling. It's quite cowardly for a grandfather to be like this. Although Fang Shi was happy in her heart, she looked embarrassed. Grandpa, second uncle, although I am willing to take you 2 as my masters, can our sect allow 1 disciple to have 2 masters? Elder Ji and Elder Jiang. Are you saying it the other way around? Should you be asking whether 2 masters can accept the same disciple? Elder Ji said indifferently. Although there is no precedent, if Lao Jiang and I are both happy about it, no one else can say anything. I just want to ask you, are you happy with this? Elder Jiang also nodded. That's right, as long as you nod, Elder Ji and I will handle the rest. Fang Shi knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed. Disciple Fang Shi greets the 2 masters. Elder Ji smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. My dear disciple, get up quickly. When I first saw you, I felt that I had a good relationship with you. It seems that we are destined to be master and disciple. Elder Jiang also had a smile on his face, and the more he looked at Fang Shi, the more he liked her. Fang Shi did not get up immediately, but said, according to the rules, the disciple should offer tea to the 2 masters, but it is not convenient for the 2 masters to practice nirvana. I will kowtow to the 2 masters 3 more times. So Fang Shi kowtowed 3 times respectfully to Elder Ji and Elder Jiang. Elder Ji originally accepted Fang Shi out of personal gain, but now seeing her sincerity, his heart warmed and he quickly helped Fang Shi up. Good boy, you're second master and I appreciate your kindness. Elder Jiang. No, how did I become the second master? Was it me who first proposed to take Shaoxi as my apprentice? However, he was too lazy to argue with Elder Ji about these things, as business was more important. Elder Ji, do you think we should report to the sect about accepting Shaoxi as our disciple? Elder Ji rolled his eyes and said, we are so close now, why are you still calling me Elder Ji? Isn't that too distant? Call me Brother Ji from now on. Elder Jiang. Can I get started first? Elder Ji didn't care whether he agreed or not, and continued. Of course we have to report it. If the sect knew that Shaoxi had cultivated the divine bone, they would definitely do the best to train and protect her. This would also prevent Elder Ken and his men from continuing to cause trouble for Shaoxi. Elder Jiang said, it is not certain that Shaoxi has cultivated the divine bone. After all, we are just speculating, so I think we should not report it to the sect for the time being. How about this, we report this matter to the Lord first and see how he decides, what do you think? Elder Ji agreed with that thought. The divine bone was just a legend, and simply looking in the mirror might not be enough to convince people. So, he nodded and said, okay, let's go see the sect master now. Shaoxi, you go back and wait for news. Fang's eyes turned and he said, 2 masters, why don't you record the scene of me looking in the mirror, so that the sect master can have a more intuitive experience at that time? Elder Ji's eyes suddenly lit up, or she is my granddaughter and apprentice. She is so smart. Elder Jiang was speechless. Let's just say, what's the point of having so many titles? Besides, there's a huge generation gap between them. Fang Shi immediately posed in front of the bone-dissolving mirror, and Elder Ji recorded it with the photo stone. The three of them left Elder Jiang's grave. Fang Shi returned to his residence, while Elder Jiang and Elder Ji went to find Sect Master Gu. Inside the tomb, Sect Leader Gu's fat face was squeezed into a ball, and it was obvious that he was worried about something. At this time, the voices of Elder Ji and Elder Jiang asking for a meeting came from outside. Come in. As soon as Elder Ji came in, she smiled like a flower. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. You are so happy. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1209. You are a fat old man who deserves a beating. Sect Master Gu looked at Elder Ji without saying anything, but the meaning revealed in his expression was very clear. You'd better be able to tell me something happy, otherwise I'll make you pay. Elder Ji cursed in his heart. You old fat man who deserves a beating. If you were not the sect leader, I would beat you 800 times a day. Thinking this in my heart, the smile on my face was still as bright as ever. Sect Master, didn't our sect accept 3 new inner disciples a few days ago? Among them is a man named Fang Shi, who may very well be the legendary divine bone. Sect Master Gu was stunned. What did you say? I said that Fang Shi might be a divine bone. Sect Leader Gu thought he was just talking nonsense. If Elder Ji had come alone, he would have probably been knocked away by now. But when Sect Master Gu saw Elder Jiang standing nearby, he felt that even if Elder Ji was talking nonsense, Elder Jiang would not accompany him in making trouble. So he looked at Elder Jiang. Is what he said true? Elder Jiang nodded and told the whole story in detail without hiding anything. Elder Ji was so angry. Lao Jiang, you are just an idiot. That's how you revealed the matter of Shaoxi pretending to be a relative and taking advantage of the situation. Now that she is our apprentice, you should help cover up for her. Elder Jiang felt that if he told one lie he would have to use several lies to cover it up. Moreover, Sect Master Gu was a meticulous person. It would be even worse if he found out about it in the future. It was better to tell the truth. Even if the sect leader made trouble, he and Elder Ji would not really do anything to Fang Shi even if they pleaded for him. However, Sect Master Gu obviously doesn't care about the bullshit now, and said with a look of shock. She saw golden bones when she looked into the bone mirror. Elder Jiang nodded, took out the photo stone, and played the posed photo of Fang Shi. Sect Master Gu stared at it more than 10 times, and Elder Ji even suspected that he wanted to get into the mirror to take a closer look. Then, Sect Master Gu asked some more details, then his fat face wrinkled into a ball and he didn't speak for a long time. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang were very nervous and felt that there might be something wrong. Otherwise, Sect Master Gu would have been overjoyed and would not have behaved like this. Finally, Sect Leader Gu spoke. It is possible that what Fang Shi cultivated is indeed a divine bone, but it is also possible that. He paused here, took a deep breath and said. It could also be the blood evil bone. Elder Ji immediately retorted, impossible. Everyone knows that the blood evil bone is red, and Shaoxi's is golden. Only a colorblind person can confuse the two. Ancient sect leader. You Yi Li, you dare to call me colorblind. You wait for me. Elder Ji realized at this time that he had said the wrong thing, but for the sake of his granddaughter and his disciple, he could not care less. The good divine bones have turned into bloody bones. Anyone would be anxious. At this time, Master Gu asked him. Let me ask you, you judged that Fang Shi's bones were divine bones just because her finger bones appeared golden in the bone transforming mirror. What basis do you have? Is there any book that records this? Elder Ji choked. What we photographed were all white bones, only hers was golden, if not divine bones, what else could it be? Sect Master Gu sneered, I just said that the blood evil bone will also be golden when viewed from the sun. Elder Ji jumped up and said, aren't you just lying with your eyes open? Everyone knows that the blood demon bone is red, how come it turned into gold? Sect Master Gu snorted coldly, do you think those blood evil skeletons look red, and they're red in the bone mirror? Have you taken a photo of them? I took the photo myself. What they appear in the bone mirror is gold. Elder Ji's lips were turned up like a gourd. Don't make that up. Did you take the photo yourself? Those bloody skeletons are extremely ferocious. No one dares to enter the barrier that holds them. Would you be stupid enough to run in and use the bone mirror on them? Do you want to die? Elder Ji is also risking his life. I've offended you anyway, so I might as well curse you out. Sect Master Gu snorted coldly. If it wasn't for the purpose of shining the bone mirror on those bloody skeletons, why do you think I fell into Menko Creek a few days ago? Why did the things in my storage ring also fall into Menko Creek? Elder Ji was stunned. You really went to look at those bloody skeletons in the mirror? Are you stupid? Sect Leader Gu could no longer bear it and waved his sleeves. Elder Ji immediately spun around like a top, and his bones fell all over the ground. Elder Jiang couldn't bear to look at it. However, the two of them were now in the same boat, so they had no choice but to plead for mercy. Master, Elder Ji spoke without thinking because he was concerned about your safety. Have you forgotten that he thought something had happened to you and he held your head and cried for a long time? Sect Master Gu still gave Elder Jiang some face and said, let's sit down and talk. Let him lie on the ground and listen. Elder Ji. At this time, Elder Jiang asked, Sect Master, why did you take the risk to shine the bone mirror on those blood evil skeletons? Sect Master Gu sighed and said, I don't want to do this either. Although Jadali is foul-mouthed, what he said is actually true. My behavior is no different from seeking death. But I had to do it. In recent years, those blood skeletons have been attacking the barrier more and more frantically. The barrier is already shaky, but we have no way to reinforce it. Once they escape, even the entire sect will not be able to defeat them. If we can't find a way to restrain them, not only will our Wangu Xianzong be destroyed, but if we let them escape to the outside world, it will be a catastrophe. After much thought, I decided that I should first study to understand the differences between them and us, and maybe I could find a breakthrough. You also know that every time the red stream of Mengpo Creek appears, these blood evil skeletons will fall into a short period of hibernation, so I thought of taking this opportunity to use the bone mirror to take a look at them. Although they can only sleep for a few hundred breaths and will be awakened by the slightest movement, I can't care less. What I never expected was that as soon as I entered the barrier, those bloody skeletons woke up and became extremely manic. I used the method of 10,000 shadows following me to escape from the barrier. You also know that the secret method of 10,000 shadows following you has great disadvantages. After using it, the body will disintegrate, and even the storage ring will lose the mark of spiritual consciousness, and the things inside will be scattered. That's why what happened that day happened. Elder G's eyes lit up immediately. Sect Master, where are the good things in your storage ring? Why did I only get a bunch of junk that day? Ancient Sect Leader. Is your focus off track? Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1210 Just be a well-behaved mascot. Sect Master Gu glared at Elder G fiercely. Put all your odds and ends together. My house looks so messy. Elder G. It was you who made me scattered, and it was also you who made me gather together. You old fat man are really fickle. Even though he cursed in his heart, he didn't dare show it on his face. There's no way. It's not like he didn't resist before, but failed. Fiasco. So just be a well-behaved mascot. After Elder G recovered, Sect Master Gu said. Before I entered the barrier that day, I left all in my cave and also left behind all the valuables in my storage ring. If anything happens to me, at least it won't cause any loss to the sect. Elder G was immediately moved and said. Master, you are a man of great righteousness, and you are truly a role model for us. But what you said is wrong. No matter how valuable those items are, they're just dead objects. You are the most precious treasure of our Wangu Shanzong. Ancient Sect Leader. After being punished, you have grown up very fast. In fact, Elder G's words were not entirely flattery. He really felt that the fat old Master Gu was generally a competent master. After all, entering the barrier is almost the same as committing suicide. If it weren't for the sect, who would take this risk? At this time, Elder Jiang asked, Sect Master, did you use the bone mirror to illuminate those blood evil skeletons? Are they also golden in the bone mirror? Sect Master Gu nodded and said, yes, they also appear golden in the bone mirror, but I just compared them carefully and found that the golden color is lighter than Feng Shi's. So, for the moment, I can't really tell whether what Feng Shi cultivated is the divine bone or the blood evil bone you mentioned. Elder Ji quickly said, those bloody skeletons are all antiques. I don't know how many years they have lived. Shaoxi definitely has nothing to do with them. Sect Leader, you also said that although they are all golden, they're not exactly the same. What Shaoxi cultivated must be divine bones. Elder Jiang also echoed, yes, Sect Master, Shaoxi and the blood demon skeleton are not related at all. How could she have cultivated the blood demon bone? Sect Master Gu looked at the two of them and said, besides the difference in color, can you provide other evidence to prove that Feng Shi is not cultivating the blood evil bone? Elder Ji rolled his eyes and said, do you have any other evidence to prove that she is the blood demon bone? Ancient Sect Leader. It seems you still deserve a beating. Elder Jiang pondered for a while and said, Sect Master, Shaoxi has just started practicing, and her little finger bone has only shown some signs of improvement, but she has not yet succeeded in her practice. Why don't we observe and see for ourselves? Sect Master Gu nodded and said, I think so too. Whether she is a divine bone or a bloody bone, she is very important to our Wangu Shan sect, so the two of you must ensure her safety. If anyone causes trouble for her, you can do whatever you want, I will cover for you. Elder Ji was immediately shocked. Master, I feel relieved when you say that. I have long disliked those guys with the surname Ken. If they dare to harm Shaoxi again, I will show you how I will deal with them. Master Gu glared at him. I only ask you to protect Feng Shi, not to do whatever you want. Even though Elder Ken and Elder Jin have bad personal ethics, they are the sect's alchemists after all. You better take it easy. Is being an alchemist so great? Shaoxi can also make pills, and he can make a lot of them at a time. He was simply angry and blurted out what Feng Shi had said before. Fortunately, Sect Master Gu and Elder Jiang thought he was just laughing and didn't take it seriously. Sect Master Gu was too lazy to look at Elder Ji's old face, and was about to send the two away when Elder Jiang asked. Master, when I came in just now, I saw that you looked worried. Is it because of those bloody skeletons? Is the barrier damaged more seriously? Sect Master Gu had a complicated expression. If the barrier was damaged again, I wouldn't be so worried. After all, this is expected. But I found that the damage to the barrier has not been serious in the past few days, but has even been alleviated. Elder Ji was somewhat speechless and interrupted. Isn't it a good thing that the extent of the damage has been reduced? What are you worried about? Sect Master Gu sighed. There must be something fishy going on when things are out of the ordinary. How could this barrier become stronger for no reason? There must be something fishy going on here. Maybe those bloody skeletons are plotting something to catch us off guard. Elder Ji said disapprovingly. Those bloody skeletons are crazy and almost insane. What conspiracy can they come up with? Maybe God was kind enough to help us strengthen the barrier. Otherwise, it means that our ancestors have appeared and are here to help us. Anyway, I don't think it's a bad thing, so you don't need to worry about it. Elder Jiang also advised. Yes, Sect Master, Elder Ji is right. Those blood evil skeletons have already lost their minds and should not be able to come up with any conspiracy. If you are worried, then keep a close eye on them. Even if they have any conspiracy, it will be exposed sooner or later. Sect Master Gu nodded. That's the only way. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang came with high hopes but left disappointed. Elder Ji said unhappily. I think the sect leader is just too suspicious. Shaoxi is clearly a divine bone, but he insists on saying it's a bloody evil bone. How are we going to explain this to Shaoxi when we get back? Elder Jiang thought for a moment and said, the Blood Evil Skull is a secret of our sect, so I naturally cannot reveal it to her. Let's find an excuse to fool her. Let's say that the sect leader has doubts about the divine bone, and she will make a new assessment after she has successfully cultivated all 3 phalanges of her left little finger. This will buy us some time. We can go to the library and look up some books to see if we can find more information about the divine bone. Elder Ji sighed. Okay, then let's do this. My poor granddaughter, my poor disciple, who could have been a direct disciple in glory, now can only continue to be an inner sect disciple. Fang Shi had no idea that his dream of becoming his personal disciple had been shattered, and was showing off in front of Zhang Wen and Elder Bai. Alas, I'm afraid I can't practice with you in the future. After all, the learning progress of direct disciples and inner disciples is different, and their living areas are not in the same place. It's not that I don't think about you, the key is that you are not qualified enough. You two cultivated your first spiritual bone so quickly, and I thought you two were geniuses. Who would have thought that I would surpass you and turn waste into treasure? Ellipsis. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai listened silently. They can now understand what Fang Shi felt before. The feeling of being a jealous person is really unpleasant. At this moment, Fang Shi's identity jade token vibrated, and Fang Shi probed his spiritual sense into it. After a moment, she put away the jade identity card with an expressionless face. What should I do if my boast is exposed? Waiting online, very anxious. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1211, apply some nail polish for fun. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Look at how sad you are, I was just teasing you. The 3 of us came here together, how could I leave you behind? Unless Elder Ji and Elder Jiang accept you two as their personal disciples, I would rather not have this personal disciple and be with you. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai looked at each other. If you hadn't received the subpoena before you said this, we would have believed it. It seems that the plan of becoming a personal disciple has mostly gone down the drain. Although they knew the truth in their minds, they both took turns to flatter her. In fact, they also knew that even if the lies were true, Fang Shi would never abandon them. He just wanted to vent his anger. After they provided enough emotional value, Fang Shi said, although you have already cultivated your first spiritual bone, when the 3-month period comes for the bone inspection, Elder Ken and the others might trip us up, so don't slack off and continue to cultivate. Besides, it is always good to have many skills. You never know when you will need the power of Nirvana. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai nodded. As long as they didn't cultivate a complete set of spiritual bones, they wouldn't appear like a skeleton, so it was no problem. After Zhang Wen and Elder Bai left, Zhu Xuan began to discredit Elder Ji and Elder Jiang. What do you think? I told you those 2 idiots are no good, right? They boasted so much, but in the end, it was all in vain. You always make promises for others, and now you're the one making promises for yourself. You better remember this from now on. Don't just randomly recognize relatives for no reason, or you'll be embarrassed. Ellipsis. Fang Shi ignored him and thought to herself that there must be a problem with Sect Master Gu. Is it possible that her divine bones are still questionable? Yes, the bone mirror alone is not very convincing. Instead of thinking too much, she might as well seize the time to practice and see what her little finger bone will become after it is full of blood and energy. Thinking of this, Fang Shi began to concentrate on practicing the Nirvana technique. Seeing that Fang Shi ignored him, Zhu Xuan started to talk nonsense with Lin Xiangquan. Lin Xiangquan didn't dare to ignore him and quickly continued talking. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. One night, when Fang Shi was practicing, he felt a burning sensation on his little finger. She looked down and screamed in fright. Her sudden shout frightened Zhu Shihuan greatly, and he hurriedly asked, Xiaoxi, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? Even though he always bullies Fang Shi, he cares about her more than anyone else. Fang Shi said with a sad face, Grandpa, I might turn into a skeleton. Blood-devouring world. However, he now knew why Fang Shi was howling. I saw that the top section of Fang Shi's left little finger had turned into a pile of white bones. Zhu Shihuan asked in confusion, didn't they say that you have to cultivate a complete set of spiritual bones before your bones can be exposed? How come your bones are exposed after you cultivated only a small section? Besides, wasn't it golden when I looked in the mirror before? How did it turn white? No wonder those 2 idiots changed their minds. It seems that your bones are not divine bones. Most likely they're just junk. Fang Shi, Grandpa, I'm already in this state, and you're still rubbing salt into my wounds. Zhu Xuan said somewhat awkwardly, I'm used to bullying you. You're just talking nonsense. Fang Shi. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely collapse. Fang Shi is obviously not an ordinary person. After a brief moment of confusion, she began to study the bone. I touched it carefully with my right hand. It felt really good, smooth as jade. If I polished it into a bracelet. Blood-devouring world. Using your own bones to make a bracelet to wear. You really use the original soup of the food, not wasting it. Fang Shi asked him, Grandpa, what do you think of me dyeing this bone? Dye it gold so I can show off to my 2 masters tomorrow. Blood-devouring world. Do you think they're blind? Can't you tell it's dyed? Fang's eyes lit up. How about dyeing it red? How beautiful it would be with nail polish on the delicate skin. Blood-devouring world. They dye their nails, you dye your bones. How can they be the same? Don't you feel scared? Fang Shi really didn't find it creepy. She had been using the red ribs to knock on the wash basin these days. She thought red bones were much more beautiful than white bones. She was free, so she actually took out some dye and dyed the exposed little finger bone red. Zhu Xuan was too lazy to say anything to her. After all, it was her own bones, so she could torture them however she wanted. Early the next morning, Fang Shi came jumping to find Elder Ji. To give him a surprise, she came with a handkerchief wrapped around her hand. Master, here I come. Elder Ji has been searching the library for information on the divine bone these past 2 days, but unfortunately he hasn't gained much. Although he was worried, he still felt sweet when he heard Fang Shi calling him master. Xiaoxi is here. Has your training been going well these past few days? Fang Shi nodded. It went smoothly. I came here to give you a surprise. Elder Ji suddenly perked up. What surprise? Fang Shi untied the handkerchief wrapped around her hand layer by layer, and then waved it in front of Elder Ji. Master, does it look good? Elder Ji looked at the bright red finger bone, his eyelids drooped, and he fainted. Fang Shi. Why are you still dizzy? Stunned by beauty. Zhu Xuan even curled his lips and said, I told you he was an idiot, right? He fainted when he saw a red bone. And you call him Ji Dali. I think he should be called Ji Shaodan. Fang Shi didn't have time to pay attention to him. He wanted to feed the pill to Elder Ji, but suddenly remembered that he couldn't take the pill at all. This is how to do. Before, Elder Ji and Elder Jiang gave her a few pills that could be used for nirvana, but she needed to take a medicinal bath. When Fang Shi was about to take a wooden barrel to soak Elder Ji in it, Elder Ji woke up. He looked at Fang Shi's bright red fingers and felt sad. Xiaoxi, why is your life so miserable? It's all because of Master. I shouldn't have let you sneak through the hole in the first place. I should have kicked you out of the sect. Now that you have cultivated the blood evil bone, the old fat man will definitely use you as a test subject. You will suffer greatly in the future. Elder Ji cried as he took out his identity jade token and sent a message to Elder Jiang. Old Jiang, it's unfortunate for our family that our disciple actually has the blood demon bone. Come here quickly, I'm going to collapse. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1212. I didn't expect that the Wangu Xianzong actually had such a big secret. Although Elder Ji's words were confusing, Fang Shi still grasped the key points. Blood evil bones. Could it be that because she dyed the bones red, Elder Ji mistook them for blood evil bones? In that case, the red rib she used hit the wash basin with the blood evil bones. Elder Ji cried and said, I thought the fat guy was talking nonsense before, but now it's as red as blood. What else could it be but the blood demon bone? You little rascal, I didn't let you drill a hole at the beginning, but you insisted on doing it. Now what? Maybe you will be locked up by the fat man in the future, and he will use you to test medicines, spells, and formations every day. Just when Fang Shi was about to tell Elder Ji the truth, Elder Jiang arrived. Logically speaking, Elder Jiang lived quite far from here and couldn't come so quickly. It just so happened that he was passing by the transmission hall and rushed over after receiving the news. When Elder Ji saw Elder Jiang, he felt like he had found his backbone. Lao Jiang, you are finally here. Take a quick look, this little calf seems to really be the blood demon bone. The fat old man insisted on using her for experiments. What should I do? How about we cut off her fingers and let her practice spirituality instead? Although Elder Jiang was also anxious, he was obviously much calmer than Elder Ji. He signaled to Elder Ji to stay calm, then looked at Fang Shi's left hand. Fang Shi said quickly, Master, I got it dyed. I was just about to tell Master Ji about it, but he didn't give me a chance to speak. Elder Ji was stunned at first, then he grabbed Fang Shi's left hand and looked at it for a long time. It was really stained. The old man almost died of anger. He stretched out his hand and wanted to teach Fang Shi a lesson. Fang Shi stretched his neck. Master, all the mistakes are my fault, please hit me. Beat me hard, it would be best if you beat me to death. Then you won't have any apprentices, and you won't have to worry about anything anymore. Elder Ji. In the end, Elder Ji couldn't bear to hit his disciple, so he slapped the table next to him and broke it into pieces. Fang Shi felt somewhat guilty, and said with a smile. Master, I just wanted to dye my hair nail polish for fun, but who would have thought you misunderstood me? Elder Jiang also pleaded, it's normal for a little girl to love beauty, why are you so angry? It's your carelessness, why don't you take a closer look before asking? Elder Ji said angrily, I was so concerned that I was confused. I was thinking about the bloody bones, and she brought out a bloody bone. Do you think I would not misunderstand? You little brat, even if you love beauty you should paint your nails. Why are you painting your bones? Ha, that's not right, why are your bones exposed? Elder Jiang also reacted, yes, normally, a set of spiritual bones will appear only after a complete set of spiritual bones is cultivated. How come the appearance of bones appeared after his disciple cultivated only one bone? Fang Shi sighed. I don't know why. What was revealed was not golden bones, but white ones. I was afraid you would be disappointed, so I thought of dyeing it a different color to cheer you up, but who knew it would lead to misunderstanding? Elder Ji and Elder Jiang looked at each other in bewilderment. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Fang Shi asked curiously, Masters, after talking for so long, what is the blood evil bone? Elder Ji said angrily, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, or you'll get into trouble. Fang Shi smiled bitterly and said, Master, you also said that the sect master suspected that I was the blood evil bone. Could you at least let me know a little bit? Otherwise, I would be so nervous that I couldn't concentrate on my cultivation. Elder Jiang glared at Elder Ji. Your mouth is as loose as the waist of cotton pants. Why do you say anything? Elder Ji rolled his eyes. Wasn't I scared too? Who knew this kid was painting his nails for fun? After Fang's eyes repeated requests, Elder Jiang finally said, okay, I'll tell you about it, but this is a sect secret, so don't mention it to outsiders. Even if it's your two brothers, don't tell them, understand? Fang Shi nodded. Don't worry, I am much more strict than my Master Ji, I will definitely not say anything nonsense. Elder Ji. Elder Jiang then said. In fact, what you saw was only half of the Wangu Xianzong. The other half was blocked by the barrier and ordinary people could not see it. A group of Nirvana cultivators are imprisoned within the barrier. Their most distinctive feature is that their entire skeleton is blood red. We call them blood evil bones. Their cultivation is extremely high, but their minds are confused and they appear to be crazy. If it weren't for the barrier blocking us, let alone our Wangu Xianzong, even if we joined forces with the spiritual cultivation sects, we would not be their match. Before, we told the sect leader that you had cultivated the divine bones, but the sect leader said that the blood evil bones also appeared golden in the bone transforming mirror, so he suspected that you might have the blood evil bones. Fortunately, your gold color is darker than the blood evil bone, so the sect master said he would observe you further to see whether you are a divine bone or a blood evil bone. Fang Shi was very shocked. She didn't expect that the Wangu Xianzong had such a big secret. So the question is, could the red rib she used to hit the wash basin belong to those red skulls? How come this thing was stuck on her grave? By the way, her residence is right on the edge of the inner disciples' residential area. It is a bit abnormal that there is such a large vacant land nearby but people are not allowed to build houses there. Maybe the barrier that imprisoned those red skeletons was right next to her residence. At this time, Zhu Shihuan said to her, "The blood demon bone is very important. Don't be silly and tell others about the ribs. Go back and sort it out first." In fact, even without Zhu Xuan telling her, Fang Shi had no intention of telling Elder Ji and Elder Jiang about the rib matter. Although they are master and disciple now, their feelings are not that deep after all, and she does not want to use the sect's secrets to test people's hearts. Once the two of them found out about the rib, if they reported it to the sect, her situation would be difficult. If they don't report it, they will feel uneasy. It would be better for her to not say anything for now and let her study it herself first. Fang Shi suppressed his turbulent thoughts and asked Elder Jiang, "What are the origins of these red skeletons? Why did they become like this?" Elder Jiang shook his head. No one knows why they became like this, nor do they know who they are. In the beginning, no one even knew there was such a forbidden area. It was discovered by the previous generation of the sect master by accident. It was because the barrier was damaged at that time, otherwise it would be difficult for outsiders to discover it. As time went by, the barrier became more and more damaged, but unfortunately there was no way to repair it, and the sect master was always worried about it. Fang Shi thought to himself that he should be worried. Now that even the bones have been thrown out, it is estimated that those red skeletons will soon escape. But are those red skeletons stupid? Why did they throw out the ribs? At this time, Elder Jiang continued, "However, the barrier has become stronger in recent days. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing." Fang Shi said with a smile, "Maybe it's because I got started that I got good luck." Elder Jiang, "You know how to flatter yourself." Elder Ji was more direct, curling his lips and saying, "Just forget it. Maybe you are the blood demon bone, and I will lock you up in there too." Fang Shi took out the potion and rubbed it on the bones, revealing their original white color. "Look, my bones are white. Even if they're not divine bones, they're not even close to the bloody bones." Elder Ji's heart moved. "Old Jiang, take out the bone mirror and let her look at it." Elder Jiang immediately took out the bone-dissolving mirror, and Fang Shi stood in front of the mirror with his little white teeth bared. A golden skull with bared white teeth appeared in the mirror, with only the top part of the left little finger being flesh and blood. Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1213 Your name is Fang Shi. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang were both stunned by the scene before them. Elder Ji even pinched himself and grimaced in pain. It's not a dream, it's real. How is this possible? Shouldn't the little finger bone be bone and the rest be flesh? Why is it the other way around? Elder Jiang also had a dazed look on his face, and even suspected that there was something wrong with the bone-dissolving mirror. He deliberately took 2 steps forward and saw his own white skeleton in the mirror before confirming that there was nothing wrong with the mirror. In the dead silence, Fang Shi asked doubtfully, "Masters, why are all my other bones golden, but only my teeth are white? How magnificent it would be if they were big golden teeth." Elder Ji. Elder Jiang. It's already this late, and you still care about the color of your teeth. However, her joke did make Elder Ji and Elder Jiang relax a little. Elder Ji said angrily, "Teeth are not considered bones, so why is it strange that they didn't change color? Instead of worrying about this, why don't you think about why you are doing the opposite of others?" Fang Shi thought for a moment, "Is it because I am rebellious, unruly and love freedom?" Elder Ji. At this time, Fang Shi admired his skinny figure from 360 degrees and sighed. "I originally thought that there was no difference between skeletons, but I found out that I was wrong. It turns out that outstanding people are still so different even when they turn into skeletons. Look at the lines, the color, and the luster. It stands out among all the skeletons, like a crane among chickens." Elder Ji. One of his strengths as a disciple is that he can always make the tense and dull atmosphere develop in an unpredictable direction. "Okay, stop talking nonsense and get down to business. Lao Jiang, what do you think is wrong with this kid? Why is he going against our way?" Elder Jiang had been frowning in thought, and only said after hearing what Elder Ji said, "We have to cultivate to the 9th level of spiritual bones before we can grow flesh and blood again. Xiaoxi has grown flesh and blood right after she finished cultivating. Doesn't this mean that she has cultivated divine bones?" Elder Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Let's go find the fat guy and see what he has to say this time." When the two were excited, Fang Shi stretched out his left little finger and shook it at them. "Two masters, please take a good look, this is still just bones. The inside of the mirror and reality are opposites." Elder Ji and Elder Jiang were stunned. After a moment, Elder Ji gritted his teeth and said, "The inside and outside of our mirrors are the same, why is there something wrong with you?" Fang Shi sighed, "Maybe it's because I'm so good." Elder Ji. Now Elder Ji didn't dare to go see Sect Master Gu, because no one could tell whether it was divine bone or blood evil bone. Because it is clearly written in the classics that divine bones do not need to transform flesh and blood into blood, so they will not appear in the form of bones. So, the bones that Xiaoxi cultivated were not divine bones. Fang Shi was actually quite worried too. Some of her finger bones are now exposed. Should she continue to practice nirvana? If we continue to repair it, will it become a skeleton? If I don't continue repairing it, my finger will be injured. The key is that there is no way to clear the suspicion of blood evil bone. What if the Master Gu goes crazy and really uses her for experiments? At this time, Mu Jian said in a sly voice, Master, these old skeletons can use magic to transform their appearance, so you can definitely do it. By then, even if you can transform into a skeleton, it won't matter. It doesn't matter if you can't transform your appearance. People who truly love you, like me, don't care whether you are a human or a skeleton. Fang Shi. It's amazing that you still remember to show your courtesy at this time. She looked at Elder Ji and Elder Jiang, who both had serious expressions on their faces. Masters, besides divine bones, strip bones and blood evil bones, are there any other bones? For example, immortal bones. I think mine might be immortal bones. Elder Ji, you look like a dog bone to me. Fang Shi. Just speak, why make personal attacks? Elder Ji and Elder Jiang discussed for a long time but failed to come up with a plan, so they had to let Fang Shi go back to continue her training, and asked her to wrap her little finger to prevent the news from leaking out. If Elder Jin and his people knew about this, they would definitely make a fuss about it. Fang Shi also knew the seriousness of the matter, otherwise she would not have wrapped her hands with a handkerchief when she came. Masters, can you teach me the art of changing your appearance? Even though I may not be able to hide it from Nishu, it will make me feel better when I see it. Elder Ji glared at her and said, with your current level of cultivation, you still want to learn magic. You need to cultivate at least 10 spiritual bones before you can perform some simple magic. It's more important for you to practice hard. Although Elder Ji refused outright, he still told Fang Shi the trick of the illusion technique after Fang Shi's constant pestering. Fang Shi said to Elder Jiang again, Master, can you lend me the bone-dissolving mirror for a while? I can use it to look at it when I have nothing to do, and it will motivate me to practice well. Elder Jiang was much more generous than Elder Ji and agreed without even thinking about it. Fang Shi put away the bone-dissolving mirror and left happily. After she left, Elder Jiang said, Shaoxi has a really good mentality. If it was someone else, they would have collapsed by now, but she doesn't seem to be affected at all. Elder Ji sneered, I think he is heartless. After saying that, he sighed, Old Jiang, what should we do if she is really the blood evil bone? At least she calls us master, we can't just watch her suffer. But if I conceal it, it would be against the moral principles, and I am so worried. Elder Jiang also had a worried look on his face. Let's wait and see, the situation may not be as bad as you think. Her bones are white, not red, so it should have nothing to do with the blood evil bones. Ellipsis. After Fang Shi came out of the Kung Fu Hall, her shoulders drooped immediately. How could I not care? Her delicate jade fingers had turned into white bones, and they might even be some bloody bones. If she wasn't affected at all, she would be really heartless. I behaved like that before just to avoid making the two masters worry. At this time, Zhu Shihuan said carelessly. It's not a big deal, is it necessary to be so upset? I turned into a skeleton for justice, and someone even carved an epitaph on my tombstone saying that I almost caused the disaster, but I am still alive and kicking. People, don't be too concerned about the difficulties in front of you. As long as you are still alive, nothing else matters. Besides, the worst result is just the blood demon bone, what's the big deal? Just because others are crazy doesn't mean you will be crazy too. Even if you are crazy, it's also good. Forget about the troubles in the world, unload all kinds of burdens, live a carefree life, how happy you will be. When the time comes, Grandpa will change your surname and you will be called Fang Shi. Fang Shi. You know how to comfort people. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1214 Could this thing be died? In fact, Fang Shi could adjust her mentality quickly without Zhu Xuan's comfort. If she didn't have this ability to withstand pressure, she wouldn't have gotten to where she is now. Grandpa, you are right, the worst outcome is just the blood evil bone. If I really am the blood demon bone, I will make a big reversal in public opinion. My blood demon bone is not a scourge, but the light of nirvana. Zhu Shihuan complained in his heart, you are the light of the north, the light of the south, the light of the netherworld, and now you are the light of nirvana. Do you think you are the night pearl? Shine wherever you go. However, he was hoping Fang Shi could cheer up at this time, so he naturally wouldn't pour cold water on her. Not only did he not pour cold water on it, he even agreed with it a few words. As soon as Fang Shi returned to the tomb, Zheng Wen and Elder Bai arrived. Just now, Fang Shi hurriedly went to find Elder Ji, and they guessed that something might have happened, but Fang Shi didn't greet them, so they didn't follow him. Little sister, what happened? Fang Shi took off the handkerchief wrapped around her left hand and waved it towards Zheng Wen and Elder Bai. Ding ding ding, surprise. Zheng Wen was stunned. Little sister, in order to practice faster, you actually cut off all the meat. You are really cruel, how painful it must be. Fang Shi. I'll punch your head. Your train of thought is really unique. Fang Shi immediately told the whole story, including the matter of the blood evil bone. Although she promised Elder Jiang not to tell her two brothers, one of them is her senior brother, and the other is her 67th generation disciple. Zheng Wen and Elder Bai were dumbfounded when they heard this. How come there is a blood evil bone? The two immediately remembered the red rib, and before they could say anything, Fang Shi took out the red rib. Then he took out the bone-dissolving mirror. Although Zheng Wen and Elder Bai were mentally prepared, they were still stunned when they saw the golden skull with bared white teeth in the mirror. Fang Shi took the red rib and took a photo of it. Just as Elder Jiang said, the red rib appeared golden in the bone-dissolving mirror, but it was much lighter than Fang Shi's gold. If Fang Shi's gold is 10, then the red ribs can only be around 3. At this time, Zheng Wen exclaimed. Little sister, why do I feel like the red ribs have faded? I remember it was as red as blood when I first discovered it, but why do they seem to be lighter now? If he hadn't said it, Fang Shi really wouldn't have noticed it. But when she looked carefully, she found that the color was indeed a lot lighter than at the beginning. The quality of this thing is not good. Why is it fading? Fang Shi stared at the bone and had a bold guess in his mind. Could this thing be dyed? However, after some verification, she found that her guess was wrong. This thing was red from the inside out and it was not dyed. Fang Shi set his eyes on Zheng Wen. Brother, how do you think the red ribs came out of the barrier? Fifth senior brother often gives her inspiration, so maybe he can do it this time too. Junwen thought for a while with his sometimes online and sometimes offline brain, and said, is there such a possibility? Those red skeletons wanted to escape, but they couldn't get out as a whole, so they wanted to break the whole into pieces, throw out the parts first, and then put them together again. Elder Bai immediately retorted, those red skeletons know that Nirvana cultivators outside see them as thorns in their eyes. Isn't throwing bones out like throwing meat buns at a dog? Besides, so many days have passed, and I haven't seen any other bones. Junwen thought about it and realized that it was true, or maybe those red skeletons had an internal conflict, and in chaos, this rib flew out of the barrier. Fangxi and Elder Bai both felt that this guess was somewhat reliable. However, even if this speculation is true, it seems to have no value. Fangxi stared at the red rib in his hand and thought of one thing. You said that since I have refined this rib, does that mean its original skeleton is also considered mine? Junwen scratched his head. It's hard to say, after all, I have never encountered anything like this before. How about we trick Cheng Wuya over here and you try using his ribs? Fangxi. The three of them discussed for a long time but could not come to any conclusion, so Fangxi asked the two to go back and practice. She practiced the Nirvana technique for a while, and suddenly remembered the illusion technique that Elder Ji taught her, and started practicing it immediately. After practicing a few times, she felt she was almost there. She immediately used the illusion technique on the little finger of her left hand. The effect was immediate, and the little finger returned to normal instantly. Of course, this is just an appearance. Fangxi's depressed mood instantly improved a lot. Elder Ji said that I need to cultivate 10 spiritual bones before I can perform the illusion technique, but I learned it easily. I am such a genius. Mu Jian also quickly flattered. Master, is there even any need to say this? There is no one in this world who is smarter or more outstanding than you. This illusion technique is a piece of cake. I think it won't take long before you can successfully cultivate all your bones. At that time, it doesn't matter whether it is divine bone or blood evil bone, you are the light of Nirvana anyway. Although the wooden sword is cheap, it provides sufficient emotional value. Fangxi was so happy with what it said that her little tail was raised up again. She said to Bloodthirster, Grandpa, I think what Mu Jian said is correct. With my talent and cultivation speed, it won't take long for me to cultivate a complete set of spiritual bones, no, divine bones. I am the light of the human race, the light of the demon race, the Buddha's son, and will soon become the light of Nirvana in Nirvana. How can I be so powerful? I admire myself, and others live under my halo, and I want to shed a few bitter tears for them. Zhu Shihuan sneered. I have to remind you that you still have 205 bones that have not been successfully cultivated. In other words, you still have to drill 205 holes. Fangxi shut up instantly. Thinking of the pain of having her eyes drilled, she became autistic. She decided to chant some Sanskrit mantras for a while to enlighten herself. Dang tilde tilde tilde. Ding, ding tilde tilde tilde. Ding, ding, ding tilde tilde tilde. The skeletons who were reinforcing the barrier were originally a little listless, but when the labor chant sounded, they instantly became as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There isn't much time left for them. Get to work. Otherwise, if they let that devil in, they will all be in trouble. The red skeleton who lost a rib was still playing badly as usual. The bones were scattered all over the ground, leaving only the skull wailing silently. As he howled, his empty eyes froze. He noticed that one of the ribs had become lighter in color. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 12:15 You are so cruel to yourself. The red skeleton who lost his ribs was stunned for a moment, and then howled even louder. It was bad enough that he lost a rib, but now he's losing color. Why does God want to torture him alone? How does the saying go, what kind of house is what kind of rain? These bad lucks keep happening one after another. Those skeletons already looked down on him, what would happen if they knew that he had lost his color? Therefore, this matter must be kept secret and no one can tell it. Fangxi naturally didn't know about this. She knocked for a while, then felt sleepy. She didn't care about the bloody bones or the holes anymore and fell asleep. The next morning, when Fangxi was practicing, Cheng Wuya came. Fangxi was secretly happy. Yesterday, fifth senior brother said he wanted to use Cheng Wuya's ribs for experiments, and today he came to visit. Fangxi saw that Cheng Wuya looked troubled, so she asked, Brother Cheng, have you encountered any difficulties? Cheng Wuya felt relieved. He had originally felt it was difficult to open his mouth, but he didn't expect junior sister Fangxi to ask him on her own initiative. Junior sister Fangxi is so considerate. He said somewhat awkwardly, Junior sister Fangxi, we haven't known each other for long, so I shouldn't bother you, but I really couldn't find anyone who could help me, so I came here rashly. Fangxi was happy. Brother Cheng, you are too polite. When the three of us brothers and sisters first entered the sect, you helped us a lot. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Cheng Wuya felt a lot more at ease after hearing her say this. Junior sister Fangxi, it's rare that you are so righteous, so I will tell you the truth. You should also know that there are two types of sect missions for us inner disciples, one is chosen by ourselves, and the other is assigned by the sect. It doesn't matter what you choose. Even if you fail to complete it, you just won't get any contribution points for the sect. However, the tasks assigned by the sect must be accepted, and if they are not completed, there will be punishment. I'm not bragging, I'm considered to be in the upper middle class among the inner disciples, and I've never had to worry about the sect's missions in previous years. But this year, I don't know if someone was behind this and assigned me the task of patrolling the netherworld purgatory. It's called an inspection, but in fact it means staying in all the cells of Yudu purgatory for a full 12 hours. Only in this way can we find out if there are any loopholes in the cell formations. There are a total of 108 cells in the netherworld purgatory. Doesn't this mean that I will be imprisoned for 108 days? It's hard to say whether I can come out alive. Even if I come out alive, I will lose half my life. Cheng Wuya started to cry as he spoke the last part. Fang Shi said, Brother Cheng, don't be sad. Let me ask you, have you ever assigned such tasks to inner disciples in the past? Cheng Wuya gritted his teeth and said, the Nether City Purgatory is only inspected once every 10 years, and at least dozens of inner disciples are sent to inspect each time. In this way, each person is only responsible for 2 to 3 cells. This time, they let me take the sole responsibility, which is clearly targeting me. I raised my objection at the time, but the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall said that there were too many tasks this year and they can arrange the staff, and that the tasks were decided by drawing lots. What he said was that I was unlucky. Who made me get picked? No one would believe this. I think it must be Fan Zhen and the others who did this. They just want revenge on me. Who caused me to have a conflict with them at Mengpo Creek that day? At this point, Cheng Wuya realized that he had spoken out of turn, and hurriedly explained, Junior Sister Fang Shi, I didn't mean anything else, I just said something wrong, you. Fang Shi waved his hand and said, Brother Cheng, we don't have to care about these things. Not to mention that you just said something wrong, even if you said it on purpose, it's nothing. After all, this is the fact. You have indeed been implicated by me. Fan Zhen and the others couldn't deal with me, so they took it out on you. When Cheng Wuya heard Fang Shi say this, his face suddenly turned red. In fact, this is what he thought in his heart, but he didn't expect Fang Shi to say it out loud. He was so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Fang Shi didn't care about it. She and Cheng Wuya didn't have a close relationship. It was very kind of her that Cheng Wuya stood on her side in Mengpo Creek. She couldn't expect someone she had only met a few times to be so open-hearted to her, right? Brother Cheng, leave this matter to me. Don't worry, I promise to cancel the task for you. Cheng Wuya's nose felt sore and tears almost fell. He felt that he was too narrow-minded and not a human being. He choked up and said, Junior Sister Fang Shi, I won't say anything. From now on, you are my benefactor. If you need me, just ask. Mu Jian's voice rang out from Fang Zai's consciousness. Master, since he is so eager, why don't you just take one of his ribs and play with it? Fang Shi, get out. Brother Cheng, you are being too polite. Like I said before, if it weren't for your enthusiastic help, the 3 of us wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in the sect. Besides, you were targeted because of me, so I can't just sit back and do nothing. When Fang Shi said this, she felt that she was emitting the aura of the Virgin Mary. This is indeed the case. In Cheng Wuya's eyes, Fang Shi is simply shining brightly. After all, who can resist the halo of the 1000-layer cake filter? Cheng Wuya was so moved that he wanted to kowtow to Fang Shi. Fang Shi made a few witty remarks, and Cheng Wuya calmed down. Only then did he notice that Fang Shi's left hand was wrapped in a handkerchief. Was Junior Sister Fang Shi injured? He subconsciously used the power of Nirvana to take a look and was stunned. Junior Sister Fang Shi, why is there a piece of bone exposed on your left little finger? Fang Shi. Only then did she realize that as long as she activated the power of Nirvana, she could see Nirvana's strip bones. It makes no difference whether she wraps it with a handkerchief or not. No wonder Zhu Xuan said that Elder Ji and Elder Jiang were idiots. I didn't even think of this. If Cheng Wuya hadn't pointed it out today, she might still be walking around in the streets wrapped in a handkerchief. Even if she used the illusion technique, the other party could still see it by using the power of Nirvana. So, she had to do more good things. If she found an excuse to get rid of Cheng Wuya, she wouldn't remember it and something bad might happen. She smiled and said to Cheng Wuya, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, senior brother Cheng, but my cultivation has not been going well recently. I thought it might be because I'm not familiar with human bones, so I cut the meat off the little finger bone and observed it. Cheng Wuya. You are so cruel to yourself. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1216, chili peppers are much spicier than ginger. If Cheng Wuya hadn't looked at Fang Shi through a filter, he might have thought Fang Shi was a pervert. Although their Nirvana practices are generally not normal, this is the first one that is so abnormal. He thought about his words and then said, Junior Sister Fang Shi, it's a good thing that you're ambitious, but don't be so cruel. I see there is no meat on your bones. Hey, that's not right. Have you cultivated spiritual bones? There is a big difference between spiritual bones and ordinary bones, and you can see it if you pay a little attention. Fang Shi thought to himself, this is the bad thing about Nirvana. It is too difficult to hide a secret. She smiled and said, I wanted to give you, senior brother Cheng, a surprise. I didn't expect you to figure it out. Cheng Wuya was shocked. It's only been a month and you have cultivated spiritual bones. Fang Shi nodded, it is indeed a bit slow. This is also because the herb garden is making things difficult for me. Otherwise, it could have been completed a few days earlier. Cheng Wuya. If you call this slow, then we have to call it turtle speed. However, he quickly thought of the question, Junior Sister Fang Shi, normally the first spiritual bone is the rib, why are you cultivating the little finger bone? Because I am not a normal person. Cheng Wuya. I can't accept what you said. However, there are exceptions. No matter what, being able to cultivate the first spiritual bone in such a short time is extremely incredible. At this time, he thought of another question. Junior Sister Fang Shi, logically speaking, you have to cultivate all your spiritual bones to show the form of bones. Why are your bones showing now? Fang Shi said with a smile. Brother Cheng, what I said before was not entirely a joke. I haven't cultivated a second spiritual bone yet, so I was a little anxious, so I cut the flesh off the spiritual bone. I wanted to study the difference between spiritual bones and ordinary bones. Cheng Wuya shuddered. Even with the halo, I still think you are a little perverted. Besides, it's already incredible enough to cultivate the first spiritual bone in such a short time. Do you still want to cultivate a second one? Are you going to let useless people like us live? Junior Sister Fang Shi, there's no need for you to be so anxious. You can't rush your cultivation. You have to proceed step by step. Fang Shi sighed. I have to be anxious. Although I have someone to protect me, Elder Ken and his men are very powerful. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. By the way, Senior Brother Cheng, I don't want Elder Ken and the others to know that I have cultivated my first spiritual bone for the time being, so please keep this secret for me. Cheng Wuya hurriedly swore, Junior Sister Fangxi, don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut. Fangxi still believed what he said. After all, he still expected her to protect him. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and then Cheng Wuya said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Cheng Wuya gave Fangxi a talisman. Junior Sister Fangxi, this is a Shield Nirvana talisman, which can withstand a blow from 6th grade Spirit Bone Nirvana Cultivator. You should keep it for emergency use. Fangxi declined at first, but finally accepted it. It's not that she is greedy for money, but she mainly wants to study the difference between the talismans for Nirvana and the talismans for spiritual cultivation. After seeing Cheng Wuya off, Fangxi was not busy studying the Nirvana talisman, but sent a message to Elder Ji. She told him everything about Cheng Wuya's visit, and then said, Master, I, as your disciple, am not saying anything bad, but you actually made such a low-level mistake and almost killed your most beloved disciple. After Elder Ji received Fang Zai's message, his eyes turned and he immediately sent a message to Elder Jiang. Lao Jiang, I realized you made a fatal mistake. Shaoxi's bones are spirit bones. It's useless even if you wrap them in a handkerchief. If I hadn't remembered this, you would have killed Shaoxi. Elder Jiang indeed felt very guilty and even conducted some self-examination. Elder Ji was secretly happy. He said a few high-sounding words and then told him about Cheng Wuya. This Cheng Wuya is your disciple, and he has a good relationship with Shaoxi. You can't just sit there and do nothing, right? Elder Jiang said angrily, last time with the incident in the herb garden, I discovered that the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall and Elder Jin were colluding with each other, and now I see that it is indeed the case. They're so brazen and arrogant. I will take Cheng Wuya to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to seek an explanation. He said this not entirely because of Fangxi, he was indeed angry about the injustice. Elder Ji rolled his eyes. Wait, I don't think this is that simple. Jin is a shrewd man, how could he not know the consequences of doing this? He knows that Cheng Wuya will ask Fangxi for help, and you and I will definitely stand up for Cheng Wuya, so he must be planning something. If we act rashly, we might fall into his trap. Elder Ji felt somewhat proud after he finished speaking. He had thought of this, but Fangxi had not. No matter how smart she is on weekdays, she still needs him as her master at critical moments. Or maybe it's said that old Ginger is still spicy. While he was thinking about it, Fangxi sent him a message. Master, are you trying to put the blame on my master Jiang? Don't you feel guilty for doing this? Also, I just thought about it, and I think this matter is apparently aimed at Senior Brother Cheng, but in fact the real purpose is not so much. The reason given by the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall before was that they were short of manpower. Aren't there ready-made manpower in the Nether City Purgatory? If we go to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to seek justice for Senior Brother Cheng, the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall will most likely ask Elder Ken and his men to help patrol the Nether City Purgatory to atone for our crimes, and the sentence will be greatly shortened. At that time, we will be in a dilemma whether to agree or not. Elder G. Although older Ginger is spicier, these chili peppers are much spicier than Ginger. He gritted his teeth and said, Humph, do you think I haven't thought of this? Instead of talking nonsense, you might as well think about how to deal with it. He thought Fangxi would be quiet for a while. After all, he couldn't figure out how to break the impasse no matter how hard he tried. As a result, Fangxi's message arrived in a short time. Master, don't say that we can't think of a solution to this problem for the time being. Even if we can think of one, there's no guarantee that the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall will trip us up again in the future. So, let's just solve the problem of Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. I think the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall has more money to earn than the Transmission Hall, so you might as well stop staying in the Transmission Hall and become the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Elder G. You think I don't want to? The key is that I can't be one. Master, do you think this is too difficult? I'll teach you a trick. Now you take Master Jiang to the Sect Master and howl. Don't even say that you want to be the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Just say that Elder Ken and the others are extending their reach further and further. It used to be just the herb garden, but now even the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall is their world. If this continues, the Wangu Xianzong will become theirs. You also need to mention that Elder Ken and Elder Jin were supposed to be imprisoned in the Nether City Purgatory, but because they knew how to make pills, they had to be released. You are so smart, you understand what I mean, right? Elder Ji understood Fangxi's meaning after a quick thought. He simply wanted to make Sect Master Gu feel that Elder Ken and his men were becoming more and more powerful, and were even threatening his position as the Sect Master. In order to seize the throne of the Sect leader, he naturally had to clip the wings of Elder Ken and others. It is not convenient to touch the medicine garden now, so naturally we have to start with the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. This might actually work. Even if it fails, Sect Master Gu will be very dissatisfied with the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, and then they won't have to step in to solve Cheng Wuya's problem. As for Elder Ken and others who want to take the opportunity to shorten their sentences, they can just dream on. This girl Fangxi looks like a monkey once she gets covered with hair. So clever. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1217 You don't mind, but I do. Although Elder Ji thought Fangxi's idea was good, he said, do you think this is just a child's play? Can you replace the head of such a big Miscellaneous Affairs Hall with just a few words? Okay, you don't have to worry about this matter, leave it to me and your second master. Fangxi knew the whole thing but was too lazy to expose it, so she just agreed obediently. Elder Ji immediately sent a message to Elder Jiang. Of course, he didn't say that he wanted to be the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Old Jiang, although you are in charge of the entrance examination for the disciples now, those who are capable should take on more responsibilities. I think you should also take on the responsibility of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Elder Jiang is an honest man. He thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible. The Miscellaneous Affairs Hall has been messed up by them. We need drastic measures. I don't mind being the bad guy. Elder Ji cursed in his heart, you don't mind, but I do. You, old man, look like an honest man, but it turns out you're a power-hungry person. He didn't care about his face anymore and coughed twice. Lao Jiang, if you are really too busy, I can help you out. We are brothers after all. Elder Jiang then realized that someone wanted to be the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. He couldn't help but laugh. If you want to be the one, just say it. Stop talking nonsense. Shall we go find the Sect Master now? Elder Ji agreed immediately. The two of them arrived outside the tomb of Master Gu almost at the same time. When Sect Master Gu saw them coming, he opened the restriction and let the two in. Has there been any progress in Fengshi? Elder Ji stared and lied. She's still the same. I don't think there will be any progress for a while. Sect Master Gu raised his eyebrows. Then why did you come here today? Elder Ji immediately showed a look of deep sorrow. Master, I heard about a tragic incident today, and I really have to speak out. Elder Jiang on the side. Where did this tragedy come from? Aren't you talking nonsense? However, he couldn't do anything to undermine Elder Ji, so he could only wait and see. Sect Master Gu obviously knew Elder Ji's character, so his expression didn't change much. Stop keeping us in suspense. If you have something to say it now. Elder Ji cursed in his heart. As a sect leader, can't you speak more politely? Forget it. Since I'm about to become the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, I won't bother with you. He immediately told the story of Cheng Wuya, and then began to express his thoughts. Sect Master, on the surface this seems to be just targeting Cheng Wuya, but it's really scary if you think about it carefully. Zhashaitang and Cheng Wuya have no grudges against each other, so why did they do this? Needless to say, there must be someone behind this. As for who ordered it, you can definitely guess without me telling you, it's Elder Ken and his men. They did this not only to retaliate against Cheng Wuya, a small inner sect disciple, but also to take this opportunity to share the task of patrolling the Nether City Purgatory and achieve the goal of shortening the sentence. The key is that Zhashaitang really listens to them. Last time, it was Elder Ken and his men who ordered the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to send Fengshi and the other two to the Herb Garden to complete a mission. If it weren't for your order, the three of them would probably still be catching insects in the Herb Garden. If they can order the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to deal with Cheng Wuya and his men now, they will be able to order the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to deal with other people in the future. This Miscellaneous Hall has become a place where they have the final say. Over time, the greed will surely grow, and their hands will stretch further and further, and by then, the Transmission Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, and so on will have to become their accomplices. As Elder Ji spoke, he secretly observed the expression of Sect Master Gu. Seeing that his expression was becoming increasingly ugly, he was so happy that he burst into laughter. Although Shaoxi's method was a bit damaging, the effect is really good. He has to add fuel to the fire. Master, besides these, I am also worried about another thing. Elder Ken and Elder Jin are both alchemists. What if one day they have evil intentions and tamper with the elixir? At this point, Elder Ji shuddered. I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. It's too scary. Elder Jiang on the side was speechless. Did you overact a bit? Also, why do I feel like the way you speak sounds familiar? She seems a bit like that girl Shaoxi. Sect Master Gu also knew that there was some truth in Elder Ji's words, but that did not stop him from being dissatisfied and wary of Elder Ken and the others. To be precise, he has always been wary of Elder Ken and his men. As I said, where there are people, there is conflict, even skeletons are no exception. Elder Ken and his group formed a clique for personal gain and occupied a considerable position of power in the sect. After they accepted disciples as their own, they became more and more arrogant. Sect leader Gu did not stop it, but instead added fuel to the fire. If God wants someone to die, he will first make him crazy. Only in this way can he occupy the moral high ground and eradicate it naturally. He also wanted to use them to stir up the stagnant waters of the sect and let all the evil sprit surface. In addition, he felt that this generation of disciples were too rigid and cowardly, and he wanted to force them to show some bloodiness. So far, the plan has been going very smoothly, but the sudden appearance of Fengshi is unknown whether it is a blessing or a curse. Sect Master Gu asked Elder Jiang with a gloomy face, is what Jidali said true? Elder Jiang hurriedly said, although it is a little exaggerated, it is basically true. Sect Master, Elder Ken's followers are acting more and more excessively. If we do not intervene, their hands will become more and more extended, and it is not impossible that they will tamper with the elixir. You can no longer be kind to them, you must suppress their arrogance. Sect Master Gu nodded and said, I can only listen to half of Jidali's words. Since you say so, it must be true. Elder Ji. Let's just say why you don't like me so much. Is it because I am more handsome than you, more elegant than you, more likable than you? The ancient master pondered for a while and said, we really need to give them a warning. The medicine garden is not suitable for any big moves for now, so let's start with the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. It just so happens that Jidali has reported to me that Lu, the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, is suspected of corruption and fraud, so let's hand him over to the Law Enforcement Hall for interrogation. Elder Ji. When did I report Master Lu? When he was confused, Sect Master Gu threw him an account book and said, get familiar with it, and then you can go to class to give evidence. Elder Ji. I originally wanted to dig a hole for you, but now it seems like I'm here to jump into it. If this happens, wouldn't Hall Master Lu and Elder Ken hate me to death? But on second thought, he had already offended the person a long time ago, so this one wouldn't matter. Besides, the fat guy asked him to report Hall Master Lu, probably because he wanted to push him to the position and let him replace Hall Master Lu as the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Thinking of this, he suddenly became energetic. Master, rest assured, I promise to memorize this account book by heart. Sect Master Gu nodded and said, the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall cannot be without a leader. Elder Jiang, please work hard and take on the role of the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Elder Ji, %% and $% The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1218 They're still strangers to each other. Elder Ji's psychology is crazy and twisted. He hates it so much. He praised the fat guy so much, and last time he even jumped into Mengpo Creek to help him retrieve his belongings. And this is how he repays him. Let him do the things that offend people, and let Lao Jiang be the head of the whole. If you two weren't old men, I would suspect that you two were having an affair. When he was cursing Master Gu in his heart, Master Gu said, once the matter of Hall Master Lu is thoroughly investigated, I will promote you to the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Transmission Hall on the grounds that you have made a meritorious report. The resentment in Elder Ji's heart instantly disappeared. Although he is a Deputy Hall Master, Hall Master Zan of the Xuangong Hall is old and has long wanted to step down. It is estimated that it will be a matter of 3 to 5 years. By then, the word, deputy, in front of his title can be removed. Although the Xuan Kung Fu Hall doesn't make much money, it can help expand your network. Isn't this network of contacts the biggest source of profit? He suddenly laughed like a dog's tail grass. Master, thank you for your support. My life will be yours from now on. Sect Master Gu said with disdain, why would I want to kill you if I have nothing to do? It would be better if you stopped talking so sickly in front of me in the future. Elder Ji. He comforted himself that the fact that the sect leader spoke to him like this showed that he did not treat him as an outsider. Otherwise, why didn't he say this to Lao Jiang? The two of them are still strangers. After talking about the affairs of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Elder Jiang asked, Sect Master, have there been any changes in the barrier recently? Sect Master Gu looked confused. The barrier is more stable than before. I can't figure out what happened even if I rack my brains. Elder Ji immediately said, it must be that you, Sect Master, risked your life to enter the barrier last time and moved the heavens to bless our Wan Gu Shan sect. Although Sect Master Gu knew that Elder Ji was flattering him, he still felt very happy in his heart and smiled at him for the first time. I hope so. Since nothing else matters, you should hurry up and implement what you just said. In fact, even without Sect Master Gu's urging, Elder Ji wanted to fly to the Law Enforcement Hall to file a complaint immediately. Because he couldn't wait to be promoted to the deputy head of the Xuangong Hall. Ha ha ha. When he came here, he was just a junior elder, but now he has transformed into a deputy hall master. In the near future, he will be the hall master. Second to none, how wonderful. Elder Jiang couldn't bear to look at his grinning face when he saw that his mouth was almost stretched to his ears. So, after leaving the tomb, he said, Elder Ji, Elder Ken has many followers. You should be more cautious and don't be too careless. He just didn't have the courage to say it, so stop showing off. Elder Ji glared at him and said, why call me Elder Ji? Call me Deputy Hall Master Ji. Elder Jiang. Fortunately, Elder Ji also knew the importance of the matter. After showing off for a while, he turned from open to dark. He secretly sent a message to Fangxi. Shaoxi, after my earnest persuasion, the sect leader has realized the seriousness of the matter. Originally, he wanted me to be the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, but I am a man of integrity, so I gave this opportunity to Lao Jiang. The sect leader felt bad for me, so he promoted me to the deputy leader of the Transmission Hall. I tried to refuse for a long time but failed, so I had to agree with great reluctance. On the other side, Fangxi was looking at herself in the bone mirror, admiring her beautiful golden skeleton figure. After receiving the message from Elder Ji, she only replied with one word, oh. Elder Ji was so angry that he almost did the splits. I showed off a lot and you just dismissed me with an, oh. So, he said unhappily, there must be some turmoil in the sect recently, and you can't stand the light, so just stay in the tomb and don't go anywhere, understand? Tell the other two to stop showing off and practice hard. Fangxi said immediately, got it, Master. You and Master Jiang should also be more careful and pay attention to safety. Elder Ji felt warm in his heart. Although this damn girl was annoying, she did have a conscience. In the next few days, due to Elder Ji's report, there were disturbances within the sect. However, this has nothing to do with Fangxi. She has been practicing in the tomb mound, so even if others want to find trouble with her, they have no chance. Besides, Elder Ken and his men are currently busy with their own affairs and have no time to deal with a small fry like her. Fangxi practiced for a few days and found that the blood and energy in the first spiritual bone was full and could not be recharged by further practice. She had to think about drilling a second hole. She was somewhat frightened. Zhu Xuan advised her, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. You will have to suffer this sooner or later. Don't waste time. Get out now. Just think about the fact that I have to drill more than 200 holes in the back, and you will feel that this little pain is nothing. Fangxi. You really are my grandpa. No. She had to struggle a little longer and think of a way to see if she could avoid drilling the hole again. Even if you drill less, it will be fine. Unfortunately, she thought about it from day till night but still couldn't come up with any solution. Zhu Xuan said, don't waste your time. If you had that much time, you would have already drilled all the holes. Besides, if a cultivator can't even endure this little pain, how can he talk about the great Tao? Fangxi said quietly, Grandpa, maybe you are also a waste. When you drill the hole, I will encourage you in the same way. Zhu Xihuan, nonsense. A peerless genius like me must be at least a second-grade bone material, maybe even a first-grade. Fangxi smiled and said, Grandpa, I'm not trying to pour cold water on you, but senior skeleton's straight bones have become dull because he was guarding the center of the formation. This shows that the dead air can corrode straight bones, not to mention ordinary human bones. Even if you were originally a first-class talent, you have now become waste. Zhu Xihuan was silent for a moment, then said, Shaoxi, I also think that drilling holes all the time is not a good idea. Apart from anything else, the key point is that as a grandfather, I feel sorry for you, so you should think of other ways. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. You can spend a few months if you want. Fangxi, when it comes to yourself, how come your stance changes so quickly? It was midnight and Fangxi still hadn't come up with any solution. In addition, she had been staying in the grave mound for the past few days, so she decided to go outside and get some fresh air. Anyway, it was already midnight and no one was out. Besides, her place is already remote and no one comes here. So she leaned against the grave mound and admired the moon. Maybe it was the moon's fault, she was so poetic. Look up at the bright moon, and look down at the skulls. The grass is thick on the plain, and there is a skeleton with every step. Ellipsis. The red skeletons who were reinforcing the barrier. Terrible. This pervert actually wants to crush them to death like ants. Quick, reinforce the barrier quickly to prevent her from breaking in. So they tried their best to reinforce the barrier. The bones of my hands are about to smoke from the movement of the seal. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1219 Idleness is also idleness. After reciting a few poems, Feng Shi said to Zhu Shihuan, Grandpa, is the series of skeleton poems I wrote quite appropriate for the occasion? Zhu Shihuan, it would be more appropriate if you turned into a skeleton. Feng Shi, I don't want to chat with you anymore. She sat against the grave for a while, thinking that relaxing would inspire some inspiration, but unfortunately it only inspired poetry. Forget it, if I can't think of it, then forget it. Go back and beat the wooden fish to sleep. Thinking of beating the wooden fish, she suddenly had an idea. The barrier of those red skeletons should be nearby. Maybe there are red skeletons secretly watching her right now. How about we chat? Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. Don't you think about it. You can't see the other person, and you can't hear the other person's voice. How can you chat? What's more, maybe they can't see you either. Feng Shi said with a smile. Who cares if it works or not? Let's just give it a try. We have nothing to do anyway. Zhu Shihuan, I think you are really idle. Feng Shi. You are a well-known figure after all, can't you speak more politely? She took out the bone mirror while muttering inwardly, and a golden skull with bared white teeth suddenly appeared on the mirror. However, she quickly put the bone mirror into her storage ring, fearing that the red skeletons would notice the subtle differences. Alas, as fellow blood demons, I wonder what state my fellow humans are in now. I thought the red rib was a signal from them to me, but after so many days there was no movement. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still in its infancy, and I can barely protect myself. I don't know when I can find a way to save them. I thought that refining the red rib would allow me to get in touch with them, but it seems I was overthinking. Ellipsis. As she was muttering to herself, the barrier was in chaos. The red skeletons no longer cared to reinforce the barrier and gathered together to discuss silently. Although their minds were still not entirely clear and their words sometimes made no sense, they could still generally communicate with each other. What did that pervert say? She said we are the same kind. Didn't you see that she was golden in the mirror? When that fat guy used this broken mirror a few days ago, we were also golden in it. Bullshit, all bullshit. If she was the same as us, why did she chant curses to torture us? Yes, she is talking nonsense. We are not the same as perverts. Ellipsis. Finally, the skeletons reached a consensus that the pervert must be fooling them and they must not be fooled. Thinking of the torture that Tian Fengshi had inflicted on them, they were all filled with anger. They picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the barrier. Since the unlucky guy's ribs can get out, maybe the stones can also get out. Throw more, some of them will definitely get out. It would be best to smash that pervert into a pig's head. Outside the barrier, Fengshi muttered for a long time but nothing happened, feeling somewhat disappointed. Zhu Xuan took the opportunity to ridicule her. So what? I told you that you were wasting your time, right? You didn't listen to the old man and you'll suffer the consequences. With your words just now, even a 3-year-old child would not believe it, let alone those red skeletons. They're crazy, not stupid. If you have this skill, you might as well think about how to practice. You just take shortcuts all day long and don't follow me at all. Ellipsis. Fengshi thought he was singing a lullaby to her and yawned. Forget it, go back to the grave and sleep. Just as she was about to go back, she heard a click. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small stone not far away rolling a few times and then stopping. Where did the pebbles come from? Did the wind blow them? There is no wind. Just as she was wondering, there was another bang and a small stone appeared in the distance. Her eyes lit up. Could it be thrown by those red skeletons? Could this stone be a treasure? Blood-devouring world sneered. Don't dream. Even a blind person can see that it's just an ordinary broken stone. I think they got angry at your nonsense and threw stones at you. Fengshi thought about it and realized that it was not impossible. These red skeletons are so rude. Why don't you throw spread stones at me? It can hit me right in the heart. That would be so satisfying. Just as she was complaining in her heart, something fell on the grave with a pop. Fengshi looked closely and found that it was actually a small porcelain bottle. She quickly picked it up, uncorked the bottle, and poured out a round pill. Although she didn't know what kind of elixir this was, judging from the crazy kowtowing of the 5 dog spread roots, it was definitely a good thing. Inside the barrier, there is a red skeleton explaining something to other skeletons. Listen to my explanation, don't hit me first. I was just trying to throw a rock. I accidentally picked up the wrong one. I'm really not a traitor. I was thinking of picking up more stones and putting them in my storage ring first, and then throwing them out all at once to make myself feel better. Who knew that I accidentally threw the porcelain bottle out? Ellipsis. When the fight was going on here, Feng Zai's voice was heard outside the barrier. Thank you for the medicine, senior. One day I will definitely rescue you. Not only do we have to rescue you, but we also have to restore your innocent reputation. Who would go crazy for no reason? Either they were framed or they had no choice. These people from the Wangu Xianzong don't want to find out the whole story, but only want to lock you up. They're such scoundrels. Don't even mention that we are of the same kind. Even if we have nothing to do with each other, I will still stand up for justice and give you justice. I, Fengshi, swear here that not only will I try my best to rescue you, I will also make the blood evil bones the most noble skeleton in the world. If I don't keep my word, I will be struck by lightning, my soul will be shattered, and I will never be able to reincarnate. The red skeletons within the barrier were all stunned. Many jawbones fell to the ground. This girl spoke so sincerely and even swore a solemn oath. Could it be that everything she said was true? Did they wrong her? Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1220 I'm going to pierce you like a sieve. After the red skeletons were stunned, they began to talk among themselves. Why do I feel like what that girl said is true? She swore an oath, how could it be false? I think it's true, but there's no benefit in her fooling us. I just said that the inside of her mirror is also gold, maybe it's the same as ours. Ellipsis. The red skull that lost its ribs snorted coldly. Don't be fooled by her sweet words. If she really wanted to save us, why would she chant a spell every night, causing us severe pain in our consciousness? After hearing his words, the skeletons were shaken again. Yeah, if she wanted to save people, why did she recite that crappy spell? I almost got fooled by that pervert again. Hit her, keep hitting her. Just as the skeletons were about to continue throwing stones, Fangxi's voice was heard outside again. My dear seniors, I know that I can't convince you with just a few words, but think about it, even if I lie, you won't lose anything. But if what I said is true, you will have an extra accomplice outside, so why not do it? After hearing what she said, the skeletons became active again. Yes, even if that pervert is fooling them, it seems like they have nothing to lose. But if what she said was true and they could be rescued, wouldn't it be a huge win? Many skeletons were tempted. It's because they want to go out so badly. The skeleton that lost its ribs had a cunning look in its empty eyes, and said, how about this, let's ask her to give me a token of her loyalty and return the rib to me. Other skeletons. Then, the skeleton who lost his ribs got a good beating. He is so angry. Madmen, all of them are madmen. Is it wrong for me to want my ribs? Why do you hit me? The most hateful one is that pervert. When I catch you, I will grind you into bone powder and make steamed buns. The hatred for stealing bones is irreconcilable. While he was getting pissed off, the remaining skeletons were inspired by his words. Correct. Let that dead girl submit her pledge of allegiance. If nothing else, at least stop chanting that damn spell. So they carved words on the stones and then threw them out. What's more, after their unremitting efforts, a stone with words on it was finally thrown out. However, because of the friction when passing through the barrier, what Fangxi saw was reciting the spell, instead of what was originally written. Stop reciting the spell. Fangxi pondered for a moment. A spell. Could it be the Sanskrit sound technique? As a considerate girl, I will naturally respond to every request. My fellow seniors, since you like the Brahma sound technique so much, I will recite it to you 7749 times now. After saying this, he began to perform the Sanskrit sound technique. Because it was late at night and she was afraid of being discovered, she did not knock on the wash basin, but just recited the scriptures quietly. In fact, there is no need to strike the wooden fish when performing the Fanyin Ju. She did it to create an atmosphere for herself. This is really tough for the red skeletons inside the barrier. Before, Fangxi was chanting the Sanskrit mantra inside the tomb mound, which was partially blocked by the tomb mound's restrictions. Now he was chanting facing him, and the effect was doubled. Also, in order to gain their trust, Fangxi recited more attentively than before, bringing the power of the Brahma sound technique to its maximum potential. The red skeletons rolled on the ground in pain. Their inner thoughts, % and asterisk ##. We asked you to submit your pledge of allegiance, but you tortured us to death. The skeleton that lost its ribs roared silently. So, I told you she was fooling us, right? You still didn't believe it. Before he could finish his words, he was beaten again. If you hadn't said something like a token of our loyalty, would we have suffered this? Also, if you hadn't thrown the ribs out, would that pervert have known of our existence? It's all your fault. The skeleton who lost his ribs now has no desire to live. What sin had he committed to deserve such torture? However, compared to other skeletons, he was more sober and guessed. Could it be that the barrier wore away some of the words on the stone, so she mistakenly thought we were asking her to chant? After hearing what he said, everyone thought it made sense, so they endured the pain and continued throwing stones, hoping that Fangxi would stop reciting after seeing it. Little did he know that the skeleton whose ribs were missing had mixed some private stuff in it. He wrote 7 words on the stone. You pervert, give me back my ribs. I don't know if it was fate, but only his stone was seen by Fangxi. However, after the friction of the barrier, only the force of big and rib on the stayed remained. Fangxi looked at the word powerful and said to himself, what does this great force mean? After a moment, she slapped her forehead and understood. Those skeletons must have thought that she wasn't working hard enough, so they wanted her to work harder. Must be satisfied. So she read more enthusiastically. Let me put it this way, she hasn't worked so hard since she started practicing the Brahma sound technique. The skeletons inside the barrier are in bad luck. I could barely throw stones before, but now it's hard for me to even speak. They could no longer endure such torture and ran away crawling. However, they all had a question in their minds. How did the word Dali appear? The skeleton who lost his ribs was very scared. Fortunately, the other skeletons were not thinking straight at all and didn't guess it was him at all. Fangxi recited the Sanskrit sutra for a long time, but there was no follow-up. Besides, she was also sleepy, so she responded with a few words and went back to sleep. You know what, maybe because she practiced the Brahma sound technique more diligently today, she slept so soundly. The next night, the red skeletons were already guarding the barrier, ready to wait for Fangxi to come out. They continued to throw the engraved stones. This time they learned from yesterday's experience and carved the words very deeply so that they would not be worn away even after passing through the barrier. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, Fangxi didn't come out, nor did he hear Fangxi chanting any spell. The skeleton that lost its ribs said, "Could the pervert be dead?" Immediately, a skeleton cursed. "Shut up your ass. She won't do anything even if you do it." Lost bone skeleton. Is she your father or mother? Why are you protecting her so much? The skeleton who was speaking was not protecting Fangxi. He was mainly upset because Fangxi didn't show up, so he took it out on him. There is another crucial reason, that is, after brainstorming, these skeletons guessed the origin of the word, Dali. Not only did they beat up the bone-losing skeleton, but they also isolated him collectively. Just when the skeletons lost confidence, Fangxi strolled out from the grave. She put her hands behind her back and looked up at the moon in the sky. The moon is so round tonight. It looks like a giant pancake with a bite taken out of it. Red skeletons. It's been bitten, and you still say it's round. At this time, Fangxi looked around furtively and whispered. Seniors, are you talking about 10 spread stones? Red skeletons. But they didn't care about all that and quickly threw stones out. Fangxi was mumbling. My fellow seniors, since we are all of the blood evil bones, then our cultivation methods must be the same. Do you also pierce holes in bones? The skeletons throwing stones. What? Piercing a hole in the bone. Are we too crazy or are you too abnormal? The bone-losing skeleton then understood what caused the severe pain he felt that day. It must be that the pervert was experimenting on his ribs. You pervert, I'm not done with you. I'm going to pierce you into a sieve. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1221. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Fangxi continued to mutter. My fellow seniors, if our techniques are the same, then I have nothing to say. But if it is different, then you should learn from me. This bone drilling practice method is definitely much more powerful than your other skills. Not to mention anything else, I have only been practicing for half a month and I have already successfully cultivated a spiritual bone. This speed is unprecedented or even unmatched. If you want to practice, I am willing to teach you the drilling technique for free, and I guarantee you will learn it. The skeletons inside the barrier are shaking their heads like rattles. Who would do such a stupid thing? Fangxi said again. Seniors, are you dissatisfied? Do you think my skills are not as powerful as yours? Why don't you show me your skills so we can see who's better? At this point, Fangxi slapped his forehead. The jade slip is so big, it's probably hard to throw it out. Why don't you throw me a few storage rings? Put the exercises and what you want me to do in it, and I promise to fulfill your request. As soon as she finished speaking, the bone-losing skull sneered. She is just trying to steal our skills and storage rings. Don't be fooled by her. If he hadn't said that, the other skeletons really wouldn't want to agree to Fangxi. But since he said so, based on previous experience and lessons learned, I decided to do the opposite of him. Because if they follow his words, they will be unlucky. So, the skeletons gathered together to discuss what kind of skills to give Fangxi and what requirements to put forward. The bone-losing skeleton tried to squeeze into the slot for a long time but couldn't. He was so angry that he almost fell apart. Snort. It is better to seek help from others than from yourself. Who doesn't have a few unused broken rings? I want my ribs for myself. So he hid aside and wrote a note. First, return the ribs. He learned his lesson this time and didn't call Fangxi a pervert. He originally wanted to write a second note, asking Fangxi to stop chanting the spell, but at this time someone looked over here, and feeling guilty, he quickly put the note into an unused storage ring. He thought that if there was only a note, the pervert might not do as he was told, so he had to give her some sweet treats. So, he rummaged through the storage ring. Although there were several books on cultivation techniques, he felt that the dead pervert was not worthy of them. Finally, he found a tattered book without a cover in a corner. He thought about it for a long time but couldn't remember the origin of this tattered book. He flipped through it briefly. Although it looked like a set of martial arts, the incoherent content showed that it was not a good one. A crappy book paired with a pervert, just right. So he stuffed the tattered book into the storage ring. After finishing it, he took aim and threw the storage ring towards the barrier. I don't know if he has been very lucky recently, but the storage ring was actually thrown outside and luckily fell in front of Fangxi. Fangxi. These red skulls are so exquisite. She picked up the storage ring, probed her spiritual sense into it, and found only a piece of paper and a very worn book inside. She immediately took out the note and looked embarrassed after reading it. Seniors, the note asked me to return the ribs to you. How can I do that? Although I know the barrier is nearby, I don't know exactly where it is. How about I try all directions? Fangxi took out the red rib as he spoke, and based on where the storage ring had landed just now, he roughly judged the direction and threw it out with force. Then, the ribs disappeared. Fangxi. Is it that smooth? Inside the barrier, the bone-losing skeleton couldn't believe his eyes. His skeleton actually came back. He is no longer an incomplete skeleton. What a great joy. However, when he saw the holes on the bones, he almost died of anger. Although he had guessed that Fangxi had used his ribs for experiments, he never expected that the pervert had pierced so many holes in it. He didn't pierce her like a sieve, but she pierced his ribs like a honeycomb. You pervert, just wait for me. Just as he was raging with rage, the other skeletons rushed over and started beating him. It's fine if you secretly threw away the storage ring, but you only thought about yourself. At least tell that pervert to stop chanting spells. Are you holding a grudge against us for beating you up, so you deliberately didn't mention the spell? I think you just deserve a beating. Ellipsis. The bone-losing skeleton was beaten so badly. Every bone bears the wrath of the skeletons. Even the rib that had just returned was no exception. Outside the barrier, Fangxi looked puzzled. When she contracted the rib before, it felt like she was contracting a dead object, but now it seems a little different. She seemed to be able to sense the other person's mood changes. Anger, fear, and despair. Could it be that this change occurred because the rib returned to the skeleton? Does this mean that she can try to communicate with the other party using her spiritual sense? So Fang Shi used his spiritual sense to probe. Hello. Is there anyone there? Can you hear me? The boneless skeleton is looking desperate. The skull was so frightened by the sudden voice from its spiritual consciousness that it jumped up. That's right, a skull. Because all the other bones were broken. Is it already too late? Otherwise, how could I hear a woman's voice? Wrong. This seems to be the voice of that pervert. But why didn't others respond? Why did this voice sound in his consciousness? After pondering for a while, he thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. The dead girl had refined his ribs before, and now the ribs are back, so it's equivalent to him being contracted by that dead pervert. Do not. Impossible. He is a living skeleton, how could he be contracted by a dead pervert? This is not common sense. Just when he was doubting his life, Fang Zai's voice rang out again in his consciousness. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Lost bone skeleton. Oh my god. If I have done anything wrong, just kill me with thunder. Don't let this pervert torture me. Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1222 is high-end, classy and classy. The key is not to have the same style as others. The bone-digging skeleton didn't want to pay any attention to Fang Shi, but she kept asking like a magic voice in his head. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? The bone-throwing skull couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, shut up. Fang Shi. My family members, who would understand, I actually have a skeleton. Others have contracted spirit beasts, how can they be as stylish as skeletons? It's still red. High-end atmosphere and top grade. The key is not to have the same style as others. Fang Shi knew that the other party must be very upset now, and the best way to solve this situation is the breakdown therapy, which will make him even more upset. She said meanly. Oh, you are the little skeleton I have never met. No, old skeleton. When I picked up your ribs from the grave, I knew that the gears of fate had started to turn. When I bored the first hole in your rib, I left my mark on you. You will be my old skeleton from now on. Come, let's get familiar with the master pet contract. First, the master is always right. Second, if the master is wrong, refer to the first one. The bone-losing skeleton was so angry that he almost exploded. The skull kept bouncing on the ground like a ball. This scared the other skeletons. Brothers, could it be that this unlucky guy has been beaten stupid by us? Otherwise, why would he use his head as a racket? How can he be so stupid so easily? I think he is pretending to be crazy and stupid on purpose to win our sympathy. I think he's so happy. After all, that pervert gave him the rib back. Ellipsis. The bone-losing skeleton cursed in his heart. You are stupid, your whole family is stupid. Just wait for me, sooner or later I will make you regret your decision. But the most important thing right now is to cancel the contract with the dead pervert. But how to resolve it? Ruined the ribs. But it seems that his entire skeleton is now contracted, so it might be useless even if his ribs are destroyed. Or ask other skeletons for help. Pull it down. They would just laugh at him and not help him at all. Maybe he will be killed. After all, he is now, to some extent, a spy. Therefore, the fact that he was contracted must be kept secret, and other skeletons must not be informed of it. When the other skeletons saw that his skull stopped jumping, they continued to discuss throwing a storage ring to Fang Shi. Other requests are secondary. The most important thing is to make that pervert stop chanting the spell. Yes, this is the most important. Then just make this request, and then find her a random martial arts book to fool her. Ellipsis. A sneer flashed across the empty eyes of the bone-lost skull. You don't want the dead pervert to chant the spell. I'll let her chant it. Anyway, I am her skeleton now, so her chanting of spells shouldn't have much impact on me. At least it won't cause me as much pain as you guys. Thinking of this, the deed skeleton couldn't help but feel sad. He actually admitted that he was a perverted skeleton. He's finished. He is so spineless. Yes, with so many holes pierced in his body, even if he had a lot of strength, it would all be gone. The bone-losing skeleton decided to wait and see until the other skeletons really threw out their storage rings. But this time he found that Fang Shi was not moving, and he suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the contract was invalid? As he was thinking, Fang Zai's voice rang out in his consciousness. Old skeleton, forget it. I'll just call you little skeleton. It can be considered as helping you regain your youth. Lost bone skeleton. Listen to yourself, is this human language? Little skeleton, what kind of skills did you give me? Why is it so broken? And the words above are incoherent and irrelevant. A hint of cunning flashed across the empty eyes of the bone-lost skull. Broken. It's obvious that you don't know the value of it. This is the most advanced technique among all the Nirvana techniques. If it weren't for getting my rib back, I wouldn't be willing to give it to you. Fang Shi asked suspiciously, really? Why do I feel like you just picked up a tattered book to fool me? The bone-throwing skull snorted coldly. Whatever you think, I have a clear conscience. For Fang Shi, the acting of Daigou skeleton is not good enough. She looked at the tattered book in her hand. Although she knew it was used to fool her, based on her experience of reading various storybooks, she knew that generally speaking, this kind of tattered book would contain a lot of secrets. So she leaned against the grave and looked through the pages. As usual, Zhu Shihun poured cold water on her. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but the storybooks are all lies. How can you trust the things written on them? Just like the sweeping monk you told me before, we have never seen any powerful sweeping monk in the Ku-chan sect before. This crappy book is so good that you won't find anything new to read even if you read it 100 times. If you have this much time, you might as well ask that unlucky guy if he has any way to solve the whole problem. Fang Shi sighed. Grandpa, think about it, he hates me so much now, even if there is a way, will he tell me? Besides, with his current brain, if he really knew the solution, he would have threatened me to resolve the contract with him long ago. Why would he still waste time talking to me? Zhu Xuan had to admit that what she said made sense and kept silent. At this time, Lin Xiangchuan said with emotion, Fang Zhu is really a strange man. He even contracted a skeleton. Lin Xiangchuan was not a talkative person, it was just that Fang Shi's contract with the skeleton was too shocking. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly, what's there to praise about this? I'm not bragging, if I regain my physical body, let alone one, I can contract 100 or 80. Lin Xiangchuan. When it comes to bragging, you're indeed Fang Zhu's grandfather. Although he thought so in his heart, he said, that's for sure. What else did you say? You were just a bit low-key, otherwise your achievements today would definitely be higher than Phoenix ancestors. Zhu Xuan knew that Lin Xiangchuan was just flattering him, but he still enjoyed it very much. He did 3 things right in his life. The first was to sacrifice himself to save the world, the second was to adopt Xiaoxi as his granddaughter, and the third was to keep Xiaowanzi by his side. This emotional value is so important. Otherwise he will be so jealous. While the two of them were chatting here, Fang Shi had been flipping through that old book. But no matter how you look at it, the language doesn't make sense. She also tried dripping blood, blisters, and roasting with fire. Not only did I get nothing, I almost destroyed the crappy book. Fang Shi immediately complained to Diagu's skeleton, which made Diagu's skeleton very happy. He finally found a trace of psychological balance. In addition, there is another good thing, that is, the other skeletons lost hundreds of storage rings, but not a single one was thrown away. The bone-digging skeleton was so happy in his heart. Should. I told you to exclude me and beat me. Did you get retribution? Snort. I can communicate directly with this pervert, but I won't tell you. It will make you anxious to death. I'll let that pervert chant a spell and it will hurt you to death. Yes, I am so wicked and shameless, what can you do to me? Fang Shi waited for a long time, but nothing else was thrown out. Plus, he was a little sleepy, so he just went back to the grave. She remembered that she had not practiced the Sanskrit sound technique today, so she took out the wash basin. When she was about to take the ribs, she remembered that the ribs had been returned. I had no choice but to take out the rolling pin and start hitting the dough. After a few knocks, she stopped. Sure enough, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. The ribs are still handy. So, she used her spiritual sense to say to the lost bone skull. Little skeleton, let me discuss something. Can you lend me your rib for a few more days? You have 24 ribs anyway, so this one won't make a difference, right? Lost bone skull, at # and an asterisk #. But the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1223. It's not my intention to give in, it's my instinct. The bone-dishing skeleton's hatred for Fang Shi has now reached a new height. Because he felt that Fang Shi said this on purpose to humiliate him. What do you mean I have 24 ribs and this one isn't a big deal? Why don't you just take one of your own ribs off? I can't bear it anymore, no need to bear it anymore. He began to curse Fang Shi using the most vicious words. Let's put it this way, he dug up all the ancestors of Fang Shi's family and greeted them in a warm and friendly manner. He felt very refreshed, as he finally got rid of his anger. The next moment, there was a sharp pain in the consciousness. The more pleasure I felt when I was scolded just now, the more painful it is now. This kind of pain is different from the pain caused by the dead pervert chanting the spell before. It is so painful that it makes people want to die. Fang Shi said calmly, you little skeleton are too rude, I ask you to lend me my ribs, if you don't want to lend them, just say no, why are you speaking ill of me? It seems that I have been too kind to you. Lost bone skull, # and an asterisk at #. You pierced 79 holes in my ribs, and you call that mercy? You think I'm rude, what would you think if I asked you to borrow my brain? He really wanted to be tough, but it hurt too much. You misunderstood, I was not scolding you just now, I was scolding my companions. They have been targeting me, isolating me, and beating me up these past few days. I was so angry that I scolded them. It's not my intention to give in, it's my instinct. Fang Shi sneered, such a lame excuse, do you think I will believe it? However, considering that this is your first offense, I will give you a chance to reform. If you do it again, you won't get such an easy time. By the way, you just said that other skeletons bullied you. This is really unreasonable. You are my little skeleton under my protection. If they dare to touch you, they are provoking me. Just wait, I will come out of the grave and help you scold them. The bone-discarding skeleton hurriedly tried to stop him. No, now they don't know that I have a contract with you. If you go out and scold them, won't they all know it? Besides, after you scold them, they will definitely beat me up. Are you helping me or cheating me? Although Fang Shi had previously guessed that the little skeleton did not tell the other skeletons about the contract, it was just a guess. Now it is confirmed. As she thought about it, she asked, so how do you want me to help you? The bone-discarding skull was delighted and said hurriedly, keep chanting. Once you chant, those idiots will howl in pain, and I'll feel relieved. Fang Shi asked in confusion, that's not right. Didn't you ask me to chant a spell yesterday? And you asked me to increase my strength? The bone-losing skeleton laughed so hard that his bones shook, and he told the whole story. Fang Shi. This barrier knows how to filter. She then asked, if I chant the spell, will it affect you? The bone-discarding skeleton gritted his teeth. It does hurt, but it's much better than what they feel. As long as I can make them feel uncomfortable, I'd rather stay with them. Feng Shi. You are the kind of person who hurts the enemy by 1,000 and loses your own 800, right? Feng Shi confirmed it again, and seeing that he insisted on doing so, she continued to practice the Brahma sound technique. Although the rolling pin is not very convenient to use, but for the little skeleton, just make do with it. The bone-losing skeleton was very happy when he saw the other skeletons holding their skulls in pain. What made him even happier was that although he was in pain, it was much less severe than before, probably because of the contract between him and the dead pervert. For the first time, he felt that being contracted by Feng Shi had its benefits. Feng Shi practiced the Sanskrit sound technique for a while, then felt sleepy, so he said hello to the bone-Bieshi skull and went to sleep. The next morning, Feng Shi was surprised to find that the spiritual connection between her and the bone-losing skeleton had become very weak, and it would be impossible to sense it without careful perception. Not to mention communicating with the other party using spiritual consciousness. Could it be that the little skeleton was beaten to death by other skeletons? There are two possibilities. One is that the effect of the contract will be weakened during the day, and the other is that the little skeleton is too far away from her, so the effect of the contract is weakened. We'll have to wait until tonight to find out what happens. Feng Shi took out the tattered book that the bone-discarding skull gave her and studied it for a while, but still gained nothing. Zhu Xuan said, why not let that stupid boy Jun Wen come over to give us some advice? Even though he's a bit of a fool, he can sometimes really hit the nail on the head. Feng Shi felt that what he said made sense. It has to be said that the grandfather and grandson have highly consistent opinions on Jun Wen. So Feng Shi sent a message to Jun Wen to ask him to come over, and also called Elder Bai. After the two arrived, Feng Shi told them what had happened in the past 2 nights. In fact, Jun Wen and Elder Bai knew that Feng Shi was talking outside at night. After all, they were not deaf. As qualified troublemakers, they all consciously pretended they knew nothing and did not get in the way. They only heard some of Feng Shi's mumblings and didn't know that she had actually contracted a red skeleton. Is this something that humans can do? At this time, Feng Shi took out the torn book. Although I know that this crappy book is probably a trick by the little skeleton to fool me, but I have a hunch that this book is not that simple. You two can help me with some advice. Jun Wen suddenly became energetic. As usual, his highlight moment is coming again. So he fiddled with the old book, but to no avail. Elder Bai also put forward several suggestions, but they all ended in failure. Finally, Jun Wen said, little sister, is there a possibility that this crappy book is just a crappy book? Although Feng Shi still didn't give up, he had thought of all the solutions he could think of, so he had to give up temporarily. The three of them exchanged their experiences in cultivation. In fact, it was mainly Jun Wen and Elder Bai who exchanged ideas, because Feng Shi's cultivation method was unique to Scorpion Barber. Feng Shi felt bored after listening to this and remembered that she had not yet appreciated her beautiful skeleton figure today, so she took out the bone-dissolving mirror. She thought the design was a bit dull, so she picked up the tattered book. The bookish skeleton is so elegant. After taking 2 photos, she was stunned. Because she glanced at the mirror and saw that the words were not reversed. Normally, the words on the pages of a book should be upside down when taken. When she looked carefully, she was surprised to find that the words in the mirror were not the same as those on the pages of the book. What's on the page of the book doesn't make sense, but what's in the mirror makes much more sense. She quickly turned to the first page of the torn book, and saw the following content displayed in the mirror. I am Gong Yechen, the 5th generation disciple of the Wangu Xianzong. I am gifted, ambitious, far-sighted, and both virtuous and talented. Feng Shi flipped through 10 pages in a row, and all they were self-boasting. She expressed her sincere admiration. Apart from anything else, Gong Yechen's vocabulary was really rich. If it were her, she could only write 9.5 pages at most. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1224 You Are My Blessing. After Feng Shi finished reading 10 pages of nonsense, he finally saw something useful. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I am so outstanding. Then, there are several pages of self-boasting. Feng Shi strongly suspected that this book was actually used by Gong Yechen to brag. Fortunately, we finally got to the point later. After filtering out some nonsense, it is roughly as follows. Because of my excellence, I was ostracized and suppressed by my fellow disciples. They also accused me of treason and imprisoned me in hell of Hell City. Sentence until my death. Actually, it's no big deal. For an outstanding person like me, it won't matter where I am. So I spend day after day in the cell. If someone is destined to see this book, please go to cell number 108 in the Netherworld Purgatory, find the blue brick in the lower left corner of the north wall, cover it with this book, and then you will see the surprise I left for you. In return, you must respect me as your teacher and fulfill my unfulfilled wish. As soon as Feng Shi finished reading, Zhu Xuan curled his lips and said, I thought we men were shameless enough, but I didn't expect there are people who are even more shameless than us. Feng Shi. Please just talk about yourself and don't mention me. Zhu Xuan continued, however, this crappy book might have been made by someone to play a trick on people, to trick them into going to jail, and then there's nothing in there. Feng Shi felt that this was not impossible. But what if it's true? The things left behind by the 5th generation of disciples must be good things. Maybe there is a technique that can be useful to her. How about taking a stroll around Yudu Purgatory? Elder Bai disagreed. The Netherworld Purgatory is not a good place to go. The key is that what is said in this book may not be true. There is no need to take the risk. Besides, Fan Zhen and the others are still imprisoned in the hell of Yudu. If you go in, if they take the opportunity to attack you, then you will be helpless. Feng Shi looked at Jun Wen. Brother, what do you think? Jun Wen said without even thinking. Little sister, I'll do whatever you say. Don't even mention that you want to go to the Netherworld Purgatory. Even if you want to go to the 18 layers of hell, I will accompany you. No matter it is dangerous or not, as long as you are there, it is a warm home for me. Elder Bai. When it comes to flattery, I will never be able to catch up with you in my next life. Because you have no bottom line at all. Fang Shi asked Zhu Shihuan again, Grandpa, what do you think? Zhu Shihuan curled his lips. My opinion is to treat him as if he is farting. Because a truly strong person will never brag about himself. Fang Shi, you have expelled yourself from the group of strong ones. Blood-devouring world. Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, you can't risk going to the netherworld purgatory just because of this crappy book. Instead of wasting your time on this, you might as well find a way to get some good stuff from those red skeletons. Fang Shi nodded, then let's put it aside for now and talk about it later when we have the chance. She just said that and had no intention of really going to Yudu purgatory. Although she is greedy for money, she also knows her limits. The three chatted for a few more sentences, and then Junwen and Elder Bai went back to practice. At night, Fang Shi discovered that her spiritual connection with the little skeleton showed no signs of getting stronger, and she couldn't help but feel worried. Could something really have happened to the little skeleton? Fortunately, in the middle of the night, the spiritual connection became stronger again. Fang Shi asked tentatively, Little skeleton, you guys are coming to the barrier again. The bone-digging skeleton didn't want to pay any attention to Fang Shi at all. He didn't want to come here either. Because he found that the farther they were from Fang Shi's tomb, the less their spiritual bonds would be, and that was exactly what he wanted. But, the other skeletons insisted on coming over. If he didn't come, he would have been beaten up again. Not to mention the beating, it will come again in the end. Seeing that he remained silent, Fang Shi took it as his acquiescence and continued. Little skeleton, I have to thank you so much. The book you gave me was a great help to me. Although the bone-losing skull didn't believe it at all, he said. Of course, that's the best technique. Fang Shi agreed, yes, didn't I say that before? The method I practice is different from others. I practice bone drilling. To practice cultivation, one has to drill a hole in a bone. I would like to learn the relevant techniques from you to see if it is possible to drill fewer holes. I didn't expect that the book you gave me was exactly the right remedy for my problem and solved it perfectly. Little skeleton, thank you so much. I am so lucky to have you. When Diaglo heard Fang Shi being so excited, his heart began to beat fast. Could it be that what the pervert said was true? That crappy book is actually a treasure. Thinking of this possibility, he felt so frustrated that he almost died. He didn't care whether to reveal the secret or not, and asked. Really? Then tell me in detail how you solved it. Fang Shi seemed not to notice the problem in this sentence, and said excitedly. According to what is written in this book, there is actually no need to cultivate all bones into spiritual bones. One piece is enough. What matters is not the quantity of spiritual bones, but their quality. As long as I cultivate this little finger bone to a certain level, I can still upgrade it and achieve the great Tao. The bone-losing skeleton subconsciously retorted. Nonsense. It's complete nonsense. If you want to achieve great success, even if one of the 206 bones is missing, I advise you to just dig your hole honestly. Don't even think about taking shortcuts, because there is no such method at all. Fang Shi was unconvinced and said, why not? That's what it says in the book. The bone-losing skeleton said disdainfully. You idiot, how can you believe what's written in that crappy book? I've almost forgotten where I got this rubbish. Fang Shi's previous remarks were just to fish for bait, but now he heard from the bone-diaging skull that there was no way to get away with it, and he was immediately discouraged. It seems that I can only continue to drill holes. However, this did not prevent her from collecting the lost skeletons. Okay, I knew the crappy book you gave me was useless, and now you admit it. Tell me, how do you want to die? The bone-losing skeleton then realized that he had been talking nonsense. I feel so upset. Finally, an idea struck him and he said, I want to die of old age. Fang Shi. In the end, Fang Shi did not punish the skeleton for losing bones, but instead gave him a note. If he committed the same crime again, he would be punished for both crimes. The bone-losing skeleton heaved a sigh of relief. Sometimes perverts are quite easy to talk to. Ha! How could I come to such a stupid conclusion? At this time, Fang Shi asked, by the way, do you know a person named Gong Yechen? The bone-losing skeleton sneered. It's really funny, I don't even remember my own name, so how can I remember any cat or dog? After he finished speaking, something flashed through his mind, Gong Yechen. Why do I seem to have heard this name somewhere before? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1225. The scolding is quite comprehensive. Fang Shi didn't have much hope in the first place, so he couldn't be said to be disappointed. She asked the bone-losing skull curiously. Since you both don't remember your own names, how do you usually call each other? The bone-losing skeleton said, you are asking nonsense. We are not stupid, can't we give ourselves a new name? Fang Shi was too lazy to argue with him and asked, what's your name now? The bone-losing skeleton said proudly, number 1 in the world. Fang Shi, I understand why you always get beaten. With that name, you'd be surprised if you didn't get beaten. She asked casually, where are the others? Invincible, only seeking defeat once, the world's number 1 fighter, unrivaled in the world. Fang Shi. They're indeed a bunch of lunatics. She decided to change the subject. Why do you only come here at midnight? What do you do at other times? The bone-losing skeleton said impatiently. Why do you have so many questions? Are you annoying? Fang Shi said quietly, you were rude to me just now, but I didn't bother with you. What's the matter? Are you getting ahead of yourself? Are your bones tight again? Bone-losing skeleton, well, I wanted to ask. Are you annoyed with me? I spoke too fast, so you might not have heard it clearly. Fang Shi. The bone-digging skeleton was afraid that Fang Shi would not give up, so he quickly answered the question she had just asked. Only at midnight can we be in the best condition. The rest of the time we are in a daze. Although we are somewhat conscious, it is not much. Fang Shi felt that there must be some truth to what he said. After all, judging from the dealings over the past 2 days, this little skeleton seemed to be quite clever. However, she did not expose the grave, but strolled outside the grave. It's not enough to keep just one little skeleton in her fish pond, she has to cast a wider net. When the red skeletons saw Fang Shi coming out, they quickly threw their storage rings out. As for why I didn't throw it away before, the reason is very simple. If someone else picked it up, what would happen? Therefore, Fang Shi had to be present before they dared to throw it out. The bone-throwing skeleton was watching from behind and sneered in his heart. It's useless even if you throw away your storage rings. I will still let that dead pervert chant a spell and torture you to death. Besides, seeing how unlucky you are, there is no way you can throw away the storage ring. When it comes to luck, you are far worse than me. Ha! How could I have such a dangerous idea? Is it lucky to be contracted by a dead pervert? I must have been pissed off by this pervert these past 2 days and my brain is no longer working properly. Just as he was daydreaming, the skeletons cheered. Throw it out. We succeeded. Ha ha, we won't have to listen to her chanting curses anymore. Our good days are finally coming. Ellipsis. Outside the barrier, Fang Shi picked up the storage ring and probed his spiritual sense into it. There was a note and a book inside. Fang Shi took out the book first and saw the words, Zhu Gu Jing, written on the cover. She flipped through it briefly and found that this was not a technique at all, but rather some methods and precautions for medicinal baths. In short, bath encyclopedia. She was immediately furious. These red skeletons are worse than each other. The little skeleton fooled me with a crappy book, and the rest of the skeletons fooled me with a bath book. Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? She took out the note again and saw 2 requests written on it. First, don't recite that curse anymore. Second, find a way to break the formation and let him out. Fang Shi understood it immediately. The second request was just to make up the numbers. After all, the skeletons knew that she couldn't do it with her current status and position. As for the Sanskrit Sutra, of course you have to continue reciting it. Who made these skeletons so insincere? At this time, the voice of the lost bone skull sounded in the spiritual consciousness. You promised to help me chant the spell to torture them yesterday, you won't go back on your word, right? Fang Shi curled her lips. Don't worry. Since I have already promised you, I will never break my promise. When the bone-losing skeleton was hesitant, Fang Shi's voice came from outside the barrier. My dear seniors, I should follow your requests, but I usually do things for money. Are you so naive as to think that you can get rid of me with a useless kung fu book? How about this? I'll make a price. As long as you give me 100 million spirit stones, I won't chant the spell anymore. The red skeletons froze in place. They thought they were hallucinating. Otherwise, how could I hear such outrageous words? Didn't this damn girl keep saying that she wanted to rescue them? Why did you suddenly change your expression? After a while, a red skull said. I see, she didn't know that the spell was a threat to us, so she was trying to please us. But after receiving our note, she knew we were afraid of the curse, so she threatened us with such a huge amount of money. After hearing his words, the other skeletons suddenly understood. He was so annoyed that he cursed Fang Shi to death. What a sinister and cunning, what a shameless and shameless person. Not to mention the fancy words. The bone-losing skeleton, kindly, gave Fang Shi a live broadcast. He thought Fang Shi would be furious, but Fang Shi smiled and said, You've scolded me so thoroughly that I feel ashamed to be blamed. Lost bone skeleton. You are indeed a pervert. Little skeleton, I forgot to ask you just now. Do you have enough money? Can you give me 100 million spirit stones? The bone-discarding skull sneered, You must be dreaming. We have been imprisoned here for who knows how many years. All the spirit stones have been used for cultivation, let alone 100 million, there is not even a single one left. After hearing this, Fang Shi quickly shouted to the barrier, Seniors, if you are short of money, you can use your skills, elixirs, etc. to make up for it. If you really have no money, just throw away a few of your bones. I'm not picky, I'm easy to talk to. The red skeletons were jumping around in anger. The bone-losing skeleton was very happy. You deserve it, you deserve it. I told you to laugh at me before, but now it's your turn, why don't you laugh? Don't you like laughing? Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1226 I think you just want to endure it. The red skeletons stopped joking, they wanted to cry now. Because the damn pervert outside has started chanting. Read for a while and then stop. When it stops, it makes a loud noise. My dear seniors, what do you think? If you can't raise that much money right away, you can pay less first and I will let you enjoy a few days of peace and quiet. I can also offer you a monthly package and give you a discount. Red skeletons, discount. We want to break your bones. They're all strong skeletons, how can they be controlled by a little girl? Even if it hurts like hell, I will never give her money. Not to mention monthly packages. At worst, they won't come here anymore. Anyway, as long as you are far away, the impact of the spell won't be that great. When the bone-losing skeleton heard them say this, his heart was immediately filled with joy. Very good. It would be best if he never comes to this damn place again, so he doesn't have to suffer the anger of this dead pervert. Because of his selfish motives, he did not tell Fang Shi what the skeleton said, only saying that they planned to fight hard. Fang Shi was not in a hurry either. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so take it slow. She chanted the Sanskrit mantra for an hour and then went back to the tomb to sleep. Only a good routine can make a good monk. Zhu Xuan curled his lips and said, You make laziness sound so fresh and refined. The next morning, Fang Shi decided to drill a second hole for himself. She didn't want to suffer this, but there was no other way at the moment. She couldn't keep delaying like this. After completing the preparations, she decided to send a message to Elder Ji to ask about his recent situation. As a disciple, you should care about your master. Zhu Xuan curled his lips. I think you are delaying on purpose. You can stall for as long as you can. Fang Shi shook his head. Grandpa, you guessed wrong this time. I didn't do this to delay time, but to get a good start. Blood-devouring world. That's true, the name Jadalia is indeed auspicious. Fang Shi immediately sent a message to Elder Ji. Master, how are you doing recently? Are things going well? Are you happy with your role as Deputy Hall Master? Elder Ji quickly replied, not bad, the three of you stay in the tomb and don't run around. Fang Shi knew something was wrong as soon as he heard it, because considering Elder Ji's character, if there was nothing wrong he would definitely brag about it, it would be impossible for him to be so brief. She knew that asking would not yield any results, so she agreed obediently and then sent a message to Cheng Wuya, asking about Elder Ji and Elder Jiang's recent situation. Fang Shi quickly got the answer she wanted from Cheng Wuya. Recently, although Elder Jiang and Elder Ji seemed to have the upper hand on the surface, there are actually undercurrents. The day before yesterday was supposed to be the day when the sect distributed elixirs. According to convention, the medicine garden would send the elixirs to the miscellaneous affairs hall, which would then distribute them uniformly. However, the medicine garden did not deliver the pills to the miscellaneous affairs hall as scheduled. The reason given was that Elder Ken and Elder Jin had been detained for some time and had been busy with other things recently, so the date for distributing the pills had to be postponed. As for the exact duration of the delay, it is hard to say. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yapu was deliberately trying to sabotage Elder Jiang, the head of the miscellaneous affairs hall. Even though everyone knew that the problem was with the medicine garden, they would still blame it on Master Jiang's incompetence. The insidious thing about the medicine garden's move is that the elders who cannot get the elixir will feel resentful, and eventually Sect Master Gu is forced to let Elder Jiang take the blame to calm the situation. Fang Shi put away her identity token and decided not to drill the eye for the time being. She wanted to make an elixir. The reason why the medicine garden is so confident is simply because it has a monopoly on the refining of medicine pills. As long as this monopoly is broken, they will not be able to survive for many days. Zhu Shihuan poured cold water on her. Even if you have the recipe provided by the Jade Sip, don't forget that your current Nirvana power is very weak. Can it support you to complete the alchemy? Even if it can barely support you to complete a furnace, what problem can it solve? Fang Shi felt that what he said made sense, and rolled his eyes. Grandpa, what do you say if I ask the skeletons in the barrier to help me make pills? Help me refine 10 batches of elixirs, and I will exempt them from the spell for one night. Is this a good deal? Blood-devouring world. Are you planning to let those old skeletons do hard labor for you? Regardless of whether it can be done or not, why are you so mean? What kind of good person can come up with such a bad idea? At this time, Lin Xiangquan said, Fang Zhu, put aside other questions for now. If those skeletons refine the elixir, how will you explain the source of the elixir to others? Zhu Xuan immediately said, Xiao Chuanzi is right. How are you going to explain the source of the problem? Fang Shi blinked her eyes and said, so I have to learn how to make the elixir first. Then I can say that I worked tirelessly and painstakingly to make it. Zhu Shihuan, you are so shameless. The key is who will believe it. Fang Shi felt that this was all later and that he should learn how to make the elixir first. When she was looking through the jade slips before, she only read the herbal medicine part and did not look at the method of practicing Nirvana pill, so she calmed down and began to check. After reading it, she frowned. No wonder alchemists in Nirvana are so scarce, because in addition to the requirements for bone quality, they also need to have the talent to transform blood into bone fire. She had a hunch that she might not have the talent. After all, she was a waste. This is not because she is belittling herself, but mainly because it is clearly written on the jade slip that bone fire talent is closely related to bone resources. No matter whether it works or not, just give it a try. Fang Shi followed what was written on the jade slip and tried to transform his blood into bone fire. After struggling for a long time, she didn't see any sparks, but was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly, I think you just want to endure the hardship. There is no need to go into this dead end. If Mr. Jiang doesn't have the ability to solve this current predicament, even if you help him through this difficult time, he still won't be able to stand up in the future. Fang Shi sighed again. Grandpa, you are absolutely right, but who made me too kind? If someone is nice to me, I want to be open-hearted to him. Zhu Shihuan, there are no outsiders here, do you really need to activate the light of the scent? Fang Shi laughed dryly twice, I'm used to it. Although she learned alchemy to help Elder Jiang out of trouble, it was also to gain a foothold in the Wango immortal sect. After all, only a valuable person has bargaining power. While she was joking with Zhu Shihuan, she raised her left hand to admire the exposed bone. Although I don't have first-grade bone talent, the spiritual bone cultivated through drilling eyes is not bad at all. As white as jade, and more lustrous than those old monks' Buddhist beads. Why can't I create bone fire? Hey, Grandpa, do you think the bone fire used in alchemy is the same as the ghost fire in the secular graveyard? How about I burn my little finger bone with fire to try? Blood-devouring world. No wonder the little skeleton calls you a pervert, you are really a pervert. Either drilling holes in the bones or burning them with fire, do you have a grudge against your own bones? While he was speechless, Fang Shi actually used his right hand to perform the flame technique to create a small flame, which tremblingly approached the little finger bone of his left hand. Zhu Shihuan thought of a poem. When cooking beans, the bean pods are burned, and the beans weep in the pot. Then, he heard Fang Shi say in surprise. Grandpa, why don't I feel anything? My strut bones seem to be fireproof. Zhu Shihuan, have you ever thought about the fact that you are wearing the fire-repellent bead? Fang Shi. Hastily. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1227 Not only the devil understands, I understand too. Zhu Xuan was speechless about some of Fang Shi's behaviors. You say she cherishes her life, but sometimes she still rushes forward even when she knows there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. You say she doesn't value her life, so she keeps all her fireproof beads and water-avoiding beads activated all year round, for fear that she would be attacked by accident. Fang Shi put away the fireproof beads and continued, playing with fire. Trembling, she moved the small flame closer to the spiritual bone in her left hand again. Zhu Shihuan, if you can't afford it, don't play. Your hands are shaking, and someone who doesn't know would think you are older than me. Fang Shi. She made up her mind and stretched the spirit bone into the small flame. Ha, it still doesn't hurt. Could it be that she has cultivated an indestructible body? Have you really become a Buddhist? As she was daydreaming, she felt a burning sensation on her fingertips, and then she saw a cluster of flames as thin as a hair leaping out of the small hole in the spirit bone. Fang Shi. Her spirit bones are like torches. They need to be lit. No matter what, as long as I can release the bone fire, it's fine. Grandpa, how is it? Surprised. Unexpected. There is nothing in this world that I can't do. What's wrong with the waste bone? I can still practice by drilling a hole. What's wrong with not having the bone fire talent? I'm the one who's in trouble. I am really an ordinary little genius. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. Just don't set yourself on fire. Grandpa, you forgot, I have a fireproof bead. Blood-devouring world. He, who has always been strong-willed, immediately found the next point of resistance. Your flame is not even as thick as a hair. I estimate it will take 3 to 5 years to warm up. Are you sure you can use it to make pills? Fang Shi didn't say anything this time because she was unsure. After all, her bone fire is too weak. No matter whether it works or not, just give it a try. Although Nirvana alchemy requires a special alchemy furnace, Fang Shi feels that only poor students would pick and choose stationery. An excellent student like her can even use a big iron pot, let alone an alchemy furnace. So she took out the heaven-swallowing cauldron. He also placed the herbs that would be used on the table. After everything was ready, she knelt on the ground and began to pray to the demon god. God of Devil, I am about to make the elixir, you must bless me and make it go smoothly. I won't say anything else, you know it all. Blood-devouring world. Not only does the devil understand, I understand too. Isn't it just threatening the demon god with the construction of the demon god temple? Your courage would weigh 3 kilograms even if dried in the sun. Fang Shi muttered to himself for a while, then stood up and started to make the elixir. Because the torch had just gone out, she relit it and began to preheat the tianding. Just as Zhu Xuan said, after preheating for a long time, only the bottom of the heaven-swallowing cauldron was slightly hot. It was far from being able to make pills. Zhu Xuan gloated and said, Shaoxi, with your little energy, you can't even fry an egg, let alone make an elixir. Fang Shi, the Zhu Shi combination is completely broken. She was also angry for the moment, and subconsciously called upon the spiritual power in her meridians and stuffed it into her spiritual bone. She's never done this before. Because according to the process of nirvana, spiritual energy must first be converted into blood energy before it can be introduced into the spiritual bones. The flame that was originally as thin as a hair suddenly turned into a big fireball. Fang Shi subconsciously swung it, and the fireball fell on the bed not far away. Flames rose instantly. Fang Shi slipped out of the grave mound. It's not that she didn't want to put out the fire, but the grave mound was not that big, so the fire wasn't a big deal, but the smoke was unbearable. Besides, there is nothing valuable in the grave mound, so just burn it. The old will not go, and the new will not come. Before she left, she did not forget to put the heaven-swallowing cauldron and the herbs into her storage ring. Noticing the commotion here, Junwen and Elder Bai hurried out to check. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were both stunned. Then black smoke was seen rising from Fang Shi's grave into the sky. Junwen suddenly recalled some not-so-beautiful memories. When the junior sister first learned how to make pills, she would produce black smoke from time to time, causing him to be scolded by the master all the time. He thought his biased master thought it was his fault. Speaking of taking the blame, he didn't know how many blames he had taken for his junior sister. He was about to become Junlugu. Little sister, were you refining the elixir in the grave just now? Fang Shi nodded and shook his head. When Junwen was puzzled, Fang Shi said, I just lit the fire and haven't started refining yet, and this is it. Junwen. So, it was a misfire. You burned the house down while making an elixir. Fang Shi recounted what had happened. After hearing this, Junwen and Elder Bai fell silent. Burn your own bones. Is this something a normal person can do? The key is that after burning it, the bone fire is really brought out. This is too outrageous. Fang Shi was wondering, was that huge ball of fire just now spiritual fire or bone fire? I was so busy running outside that I didn't pay attention. Just as she was about to try again, she saw someone coming from a distance. Yes, the black smoke is almost turning into a dark cloud, it's hard not to attract attention. Fang Shi remembered that she couldn't see the light, so she said to Junwen. Brother, I'll hide in your grave for a while, and you can say I was choked by the smoke. Junwen quickly asked, then how do you explain this fire? I was burning incense to commemorate my relatives, and I was so sad that I fainted from crying, and the incense set the house on fire. Junwen. You just open your mouth and say it. The key is, can people believe it? Fang Shi doesn't care whether others believe it or not, as long as she believes it herself. Before entering Junwen's grave, he said to Junwen. Brother, don't let them come here in vain. Instruct them to dig a new grave for me. We can use the soil we dug out to put out the fire and fill the pit. Junwen, okay. After a while, the disciples who were there to eat melons arrived one after another. Each one is more positive than the other. They thought Fang Shi was going to be sued again, but it turned out to be just a fire, so they couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seems that there will be no benefit today. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he was also morally blackmailed by Junwen to help dig graves. Junior sister Fang Shi has given them so many benefits before, and now she is homeless. They would feel guilty if they didn't do something to help. There is strength in numbers. In less than 2 hours, a spacious and magnificent tomb was dug. If Junwen wasn't so shameless, he would have wanted these people to help him dig a new one. After the disciples who were just watching the show left, Junwen and Elder Bai came to see Feng Shi. As soon as I came in, I saw Feng Shi looking in the mirror. Jun Wengson thought, junior sister is good in every way except her aesthetic taste. What's so good about a broken skeleton? Is it better than his, the sword of a gentleman? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1228, before use, it is the demon god, after use, it is the mascot. When Jun Wen was complaining, Elder Bai said with a look of shock. Feng Zhu, you cultivated a second spiritual bone. He was so surprised that he forgot to change his address for a moment. Jun Wen then noticed that the second phalanx of Feng Shi's left little finger in the mirror had also grown flesh and blood. There was only one piece of spiritual bone outside just now, how come it has become 2 pieces now? Feng Shi told the story with a smile. She was hiding in Jun Wen's grave just now, thinking carefully about what had just happened. Suddenly his eyes widened. Grandpa, I seem to have stuffed the spiritual power directly into the spiritual bone just now. Does this mean that my spirit bones can directly absorb spiritual energy? I don't have to work hard to convert spiritual energy into blood energy. Zhu Shihuan rarely argued, and said seriously. Although it's unlikely, you can't say for sure. Try again. Feng Shi immediately tried to inject spiritual power into the spiritual bone, but unfortunately it didn't work. That doesn't make sense, we were successful just now. She thought back to how she had just used up a large amount of spiritual energy in anger because she was mocked by Zhu Shihuan. Do I need to use more spiritual power? Thinking of this, she mobilized most of the spiritual power in her meridians and stuffed it into her spiritual bones. She vaguely heard a puff sound. She was so scared that she thought the spirit bone was bursting. When I looked closely, I saw a piece of bone exposed on my left little finger. Although the color and luster are not as good as the first piece of spiritual bone, it is also a huge surprise. At least she won't have to drill holes anymore. She was afraid that it was just an appearance, so she quickly took out the bone-dissolving mirror. I feel relieved after taking the photo. It's really a spiritual bone. She said to Zhu Shihuan happily, Grandpa, you see, it's all thanks to me learning alchemy, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have made this great discovery. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. If I hadn't reminded you all along, you wouldn't have discovered it. Feng Shi. Are you suggesting something? You were just arguing. Grandpa, what do you think happened? Was it because of the spiritual power I used, or was it because of the bone fire I provoked? Zhu Shihuan couldn't figure out the reason for a while, so he said. I think it might be the protection of the devil that saved you from this desperate situation. Feng Shi was unhappy when he heard it. Grandpa, what you said is wrong. I burned the bones myself, and I poured the spiritual power into it myself. Does this have anything to do with the devil? At most, he serves as a mascot, similar to Elder G. Blood-devouring world. Before use, it is the devil, and after use, it becomes a mascot. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Of course Feng Shi wouldn't feel any pain, because she didn't have that thing at all. She chatted with Zhu Shihuan for a few words and then began to practice. This time the practice will be much easier. First, cultivate the spiritual power, and then just push it into the hole of the first spiritual bone. As a mature spiritual bone, it is time for it to learn how to practice on its own. When she heard that Jun Wen and Elder Bai were about to come in, she deliberately took out the bone-dissolving mirror to show off. Jun Wen and Elder Bai were shocked, but they started to flatter him. After blowing rainbow farts, the two began to try to infuse spiritual power into the first spiritual bone. The results all ended in failure. It seems that perverted methods are only suitable for perverts. After all, they can't do the things like drilling holes in bones and roasting themselves. Feng Shi first visited his new grave, and then began to practice. She originally planned to try to make an elixir, but she felt that since the second piece of spiritual bone had just come out, it would be better to stabilize it first. After practicing for a while, she remembered that she still had a troublesome matter to resolve. That is something that cannot be seen in the light. It would be great if there was a way to hide it from Nishu's detection. She decided to ask the little skeleton at night. As a result, at midnight, her spiritual connection with the little skeleton had not strengthened, which meant that the little skeleton had stood her up and did not come. Feng Shi understood after a little thought. She must have threatened them yesterday, and now they can only avoid her if they can't afford to offend her. Okay, if you want to hide, then hide. If you can, keep hiding. She just used this time to learn alchemy. By the way, she went to look through the jade slips to see if there was any elixir that could conceal the spiritual bones. You know what, it actually exists. And there's more than one kind. Feng Shi chose a pill recipe that had relatively low requirements for the quality of the herbs, called Yieden. Feng Shi thought that the name of this elixir should be taken from the meaning of a leaf blocking the view, which is quite appropriate. Even though Yieden has relatively low requirements for medicinal herbs, Feng Shi's existing herbs are not enough. What should we do? Should she ask Elder Ji for it or ask Cheng Wuya to buy it for her? I don't know if there are any medicinal herbs in the barrier. If there are, I can ask the skeletons to throw some out to her. Zhu Xuan thought, are you treating the barrier as your back garden? Not only do you have to make the skeletons do hard labor for you, but they also have to help you pick herbs. The key is to let the magic sound penetrate your brain. These red skeletons are unlucky to have met you. Although the skeletons did not come, Feng Shi still practiced the Sanskrit sound technique for a while and then fell asleep. She was sleeping soundly, but the red skeletons dozens of miles away were fidgeting. Logically speaking, they should be very happy since there was no dead pervert chanting spells tonight. But I don't know why, I just feel uncomfortable all over. It is not right to sit, stand, lie down, or lie down. The bone-losing skeleton looked on coldly and thought to himself, you are just cheap bastards. I feel very comfortable. I wish I could stay away from that pervert. He complained in his heart while plugging the hole. It has to be blocked. It's leaking. The little bit of nirvana power he cultivated dissipated from the holes in his ribs. While blocking the way, he cursed Fang Shi as a pervert. It would have been enough to just pierce a few of them, but he actually pierced 49 of them. The traffic jam has lasted for several days and still hasn't been resolved. The next morning, Fang Shi received a message from Elder Ji as soon as he got up. I heard your grave caught fire yesterday. What happened? Fang Shi suddenly became energetic. Master, I have good news for you. I can release bone fire now. Elder Ji was somewhat unbelievable. Are you telling the truth? If you dare to lie to me, I will never forgive you. Fang Shi said with a smile, if you have time, why don't you come and take a look? Although Elder Ji had a lot of things on hand, he still hurried over. Because bone fire is a big deal. This means that the apprentice has the potential to become an alchemist. As soon as they met, he urged Fang Shi to release the bone fire quickly so that he could see it. Then, he saw a small flame appear when Fang Shi formed a seal with his right hand. Elder Ji was immediately furious. This is clearly spiritual fire, not bone fire at all. Fang Shi did not explain, but moved the spiritual fire closer to his left hand. The next moment, the little finger of my left hand was lit up like a candle. Master, you see, my bone fire is just like me, and we both have the spirit of self-sacrifice. Burn yourself to light up others. Elder Ji felt his legs go weak as he looked at his disciple, who was radiating the radiance of humanity. He seemed to have seen God. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1229. Do you want me to give you a slap in the face? Elder Ji felt that he must not have had enough rest recently, which was why he had such an outrageous illusion. It's all this damn girl's fault. She was holding a broken candle for no reason. Wait, is this bone fire? He widened his eyes and took a closer look, and it turned out to be bone fire. It's just a little too weak. To say that a candle is a compliment is too much. It's only a little thicker than a hair. However, considering that Fang Shi has only cultivated one spiritual bone now, it is normal for the bone fire to be weak. In the future, when she has cultivated a full set of spiritual bones, the bone fire will naturally become stronger. As he was thinking about it, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. What was wrong? Suddenly, he looked at Fang Shi's left hand in disbelief. You cultivated a second spiritual bone. Fang Shi tilted her little head and looked at him. Yes, it has been several days. Isn't it normal for me to cultivate another spiritual bone? If I hadn't been distracted by studying bone fire, I might have cultivated 8 or 10 of them. Elder Ji. You really can brag. You're going to blow the top of the grave away. However, this damn girl does have the qualifications to brag. It's only been a few days, but he has already cultivated 2 spiritual bones. If he continues like this, he might be able to cultivate a complete set of spiritual bones in less than half a year. Maybe this girl really has divine bones, otherwise how could she be so fast? However, it could also be the blood evil bone. Although everyone hates the bloody bones, they have to admit that those red skeletons are very powerful. Anyway, this dead girl can't be a waste. Apart from anything else, you can't make bone fire out of waste. At this point, Elder Ji suddenly realized the question. Why did you use your right hand to perform the spirit fire technique first? Fang Shi blinked. Master, look at the way you ask this question. Isn't this going to set off a fire? Elder Ji. Who needs some fire from others? Do you really think you are a candle? Before he recovered from his shock, he heard Fang Shi say. Master, now that I can release the bone fire, I plan to learn some alchemy. As a master, shouldn't you sponsor me some herbs or something? Do you want me to make a list for you and you can send it to me? Elder Ji. You little bitch, you haven't even learned how to walk yet and you want to run. Your bone fire is not even as thick as a hair, and you want to learn alchemy. What the hell? As soon as he finished speaking, the bone fire that was originally as thin as a thread suddenly became the size of a fist. Fang Shi shook his left hand, and the ball of bone fire shook with it. Master, what do you think now? Before Elder Ji could say anything, the fireball suddenly grew to the size of a wash basin. Master, do you think this size is enough for refining pills? Elder Ji. It's more than just refining the elixir, refining me is enough. Elder Ji felt that he must be hallucinating. Otherwise, how come all these things are beyond his understanding? He quickly performed the King Shinju on himself, but the scene he saw was the same as before. Fang Shi said thoughtfully. Master, if you think this is an illusion, can you stretch out your hand and warm it by the fire? Elder Ji, get lost. You unfilial thing. You actually want to roast your master. He finally believed it was true. But he didn't understand. Fang Shi had only been practicing for about a month and had only 2 spiritual bones. Logically, the power of nirvana in her body should be very limited. Why could she maintain such a large ball of bone fire? Hearing his question, Fang Shi put away the bone fire and said, Master, you may not believe me, but when I saw that the bone fire was too weak, I immediately poured the spiritual power in my meridians into the spiritual bone. Unexpectedly, not only did the bone fire grow bigger, but he also accidentally cultivated a second spiritual bone. What can I say? Good people will be rewarded. Elder Ji. He fell silent. After the silence, there was some regret. Why didn't he try to use spiritual power to impact the spiritual bones at the beginning? Maybe if he did this, the fat guy would not be able to be the sect leader. I don't know if Fang Shi guessed his thoughts, and said, although my method is good, it seems to only work for me. My 2 brothers have tried it and it didn't work. I guess they will have to drill holes in their bones like me. Elder Ji's regret immediately disappeared. Yes, even if time could go back, he can drill holes in his own bones. He asked Fang Shi, what happened to the fire on the grave yesterday? Was it caused by bone fire? Fang Shi nodded. I was not very skilled at the beginning, and I directly created a big fireball and burned the grave mound, and I almost became homeless. Fortunately, I have good relationships with people, and everyone cried and shouted and insisted on building a new grave for me, so I had no choice but to move into the new home. Master, do you have to give me a gift? Elder G. Do you want me to give you a slap in the face? You are so shameless. Okay, I still have a lot of things to do. Since you have nothing to do here, I'll go back. You should practice diligently and don't go out and show off. When Fang Shi heard that he was leaving, he hurriedly said, Master, I wasn't kidding you just now. I really want to learn how to make pills. Can you give me some herbs? Elder G glared at her and said, what the hell are you learning? You only have 2 spiritual bones now. Your nirvana cultivation power can't support the bone fire to complete the alchemy. At this point, he got stuck. Because that damn girl Fang Shi created a ball of fire the size of a wash basin and was shaking it in front of him. Even if you have enough bone fire, do you have an alchemy furnace? Do you know the process of alchemy? Do you have the recipe? Is there anyone to guide you? Do you think making elixirs is just like playing house with children? I'm not being harsh as your teacher, but if you mess around on your own, 100 graves won't be enough for you to burn. Fang Shi said seriously. Master, do you believe me? If you do, don't ask me anything, just give me the herbs. Within 10 days, I will let you enjoy the freedom of taking a bath. Elder G. I am quite boastful, but compared to you, I am too modest. However, when he saw the little girl in front of him had a determined look and a serious expression, he became a little unsure. At this time, Fang Shi said again. Master, you know my situation. I cultivated both the strip bones and the bone fire by myself, so I must find another way to make the elixir. Plus, I can't be seen in public right now, so I can only figure it out on my own. Having said this, Fang Shi paused for a moment before continuing. Master, I also heard that Master Jiang was tricked by Yapu, and I was very angry. If I can successfully refine the elixir, we will have the confidence to fight them directly. Elder Ji couldn't help but feel comforted. Although the little girl's idea was too naive and unrealistic, her starting point was good and she was a filial child. Okay, go ahead and do it if you want. It won't be a big deal if you refine a pill. It's just a waste of some herbs. So, he rummaged through the storage ring and found some, not very valuable herbs. Are you kidding? Who would spend so much money to entertain a child? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1230. Why didn't Cheap Grandpa come out to argue today? Although the herbs Elder Ji gave to Fang Shi were all low-level herbs, it happened that some of them contained the herbs that Fang Shi lacked for refining the one-leaf pill. Fang Shi immediately looked grateful and said a lot of flattering things. Elder Ji felt a little guilty about this. He thought to himself, this silly kid doesn't know anything at all. These low-level herbs are not worth much money each. Of course, he definitely wouldn't say it. After expressing his master's love, Elder Ji left in a hurry. After all, there was still a lot of things to do in the Kung Fu Hall. As soon as he left, Fang Shi began to prepare to make the elixir. After she prepared the herbs, she knelt down and prayed to the demon god as usual. It was just a formality and nothing special. After praying, she prepared to make the elixir. Then, she felt something was missing. Hey, why didn't Cheap Grandpa come out to argue today? If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to stand Zhu Xuan's suppressive education, but Fang Shi didn't mind at all and could understand it. Zhu Xuan had been lying in the tomb for tens of thousands of years without anyone to talk to. It was not easy for him to recognize her as his granddaughter, so it was normal for him to talk more. Besides, Fang Shi also knew his own little faults. He liked to show off when he had nothing to do. It was also good to be scolded by Zhu Xuan from time to time. Little did he know that Zhu Xuan had been slapped in the face these past 2 days, so he decided not to express his opinion this time and wait and see. As for that idiot Elder Ji, he was too lazy to complain about him. Seeing that Zhu Xuan had nothing to do, Fang Shi focused his attention on refining the elixir. She calmed her mind, condensed spiritual fire in her right hand, and lit the candle. After preheating the Chantun Ding, she put all the herbs into it. In fact, it was written in the jade slip that they should be released in order, but Fang Shi didn't care about that at all. Anyway, no matter which tribe's elixir it is, she refines it this way. No matter whether you put the chicken or mutton first, just let the meat cook in the pot. Immediately afterwards, Fang Shi began to form the Dan seal. The biggest difference between Nirvana's Danyan and spiritual practice is that it is extremely complicated. Let's put it this way, 1 Danyan of Nirvana is more complicated than the 5 Danyan of spiritual practice. On the one hand, it tests memory, and on the other hand, it tests the flexibility of your hands, especially your fingers. Fang Shi felt that this was understandable. Nirvana practitioners were all skeletons, so their bones were naturally more flexible than those of spiritual practitioners. As expected, the first batch of pills failed. Not only did it fail, but it also emitted billowing black smoke. Fang Shi was afraid of attracting attention, so he quickly released the little black ball. Quick, suck up all this black smoke. Little black ball. I, Niu Hulu, am the spirit of chaos after all. Why do you want me to do this? 2 purple beast cores. Okay. There is no distinction between high and low jobs. As long as my boss needs me, I will be there anytime. The efficiency of the little black ball was extremely high. It absorbed all the black smoke in the grave mound in an instant and also released a little spiritual energy. Fang Shi was very satisfied and gave the little black ball 2 purple beast cores and asked it to stand by. She reviewed the process of refining the elixir just now, mainly because the elixir seal was formed a little slowly and the rhythm could not keep up. So, she was not in a hurry to refine the second furnace, but practiced hand seals. Half an hour later, Fang Shi began to refine the pill again. While forming seals, she used her spiritual sense to observe the changes in the herbs, which was why she dared to stuff all the herbs into the alchemy furnace. Because she can use her spiritual sense to control the temperature and strength of the pill seal. It's just her. If it was someone else, not only would they not be able to refine the elixir, their spiritual consciousness would have been damaged long ago. After half an hour, she stopped making seals. When he opened the heaven-swallowing cauldron, he saw 8 round pills inside, all of which were of medium quality. Feng Shi sighed. After half an hour of wasting time, the success rate of the pills is only 80%, and they are all medium quality. This Nirvana pill is really not easy to refine. Lin Xiangchuan, the personal supporting actor of the blood ancestor. This is only your second batch, and no one taught you. Are you still not satisfied with the result? How do you let others live? The key point is that he can see that Feng Shi is not bragging in disguise, but is really dissatisfied with himself. It turns out that pervert and genius are two different things. Feng Shi instructed the little black ball to absorb the medicinal fragrance from the grave mound while reviewing the situation. The problem was soon discovered. The force of the Danyan was a little weak and the timing was a little late. Immediately, the third furnace was started. After half an hour, Feng Shi opened the lid of the Tiantan cauldron. There are 10 round pills inside, all of which are top quality. Lin Xiangchuan thought Feng Shi would definitely be satisfied now. In the end, Feng Shi still shook his head. It's only a top-grade product. It should be a top-grade product. And it takes too long. Lin Xiangchuan. I don't want to listen to it anymore, and I don't want to watch it anymore. It's too depressing. At this time, Zhu Shihuan said, I think the main reason is that your cultivation is not enough. It will take a while for you to refine the best. Feng Shi disagrees with this statement. Because when she was refining the spiritual elixir, her cultivation level was not very good. She was thinking while crunching the spiritual fruit. Finally, we came to the conclusion that the problem lies with the Danyan. When she was practicing just now, she found that there were many flashy parts in these Danyan. Although they looked fancy, they actually did not play any role. This is like taking a detour instead of taking a shortcut. Doing so will not only waste time and consume the power of Nirvana, but most importantly, it will also affect the efficacy of the medicine. So she decided to improve the Danyan. Zhu Xuan and Lin Xiangchuan. You want to improve the elixir seal on your first day of refining the elixir. Don't you think it's outrageous? Zhu Xuan originally wanted to criticize him, but considering the recent historical record, he decided to wait and see. Although Feng Shi said it easily, improving the Danyan is not an easy task. It was already midnight, and she still hadn't improved a single Dan seal. Zhu Xuan felt that the time was ripe. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but with this skill, you should have learned how to make several kinds of elixirs. Even if you use them for cultivation, it's fine. Feng Shi sighed. Grandpa, I thought we were both geniuses, and you could understand me. It seems I was overthinking. Blood-devouring world. How should I respond to this? Feng Shi did not waste his time on internal activities. He recited the Sanskrit Sutra for a while and then went to sleep. Before falling asleep, I remembered that the little skeletons didn't come today. It doesn't matter if they didn't come. At this time, dozens of miles away, the lost skeleton was plugging the hole while sneering in his heart. He hasn't shown up for 2 days. This pervert must be getting mad with anxiety. Maybe he even cried out of anxiety. Feng Shi slept well the night before. The next day, just after she had breakfast, she received a message from Elder Ji. How is it? Now you know that alchemy is not a joke, right? Feng Shi sighed. Well, it is indeed difficult. I need to study it further. Elder Ji immediately said in a tone of, as expected. I've already told you that even if you can release burn fire, you still have a long way to go before becoming an alchemist. Shaoxi, you have to take this road step by step, don't rush for success. Feng Shi said obediently, yes, I understand. The road does need to be taken step by step, but I can take a shortcut. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1231 I really don't have any talent for alchemy.